What is going on? What's up, Stranded? What's up, Rogue? Great to see you too. Eugene, great to see you. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, it's been a rough couple of them. Oh. Fucking dog tore my damn shoulder pretty much out of the socket earlier. I woke up half asleep, go out to walk the dog, take a leak. What happens? He decides, that long-legged doggy, I think us humans call them deer, aren't supposed to be in the yard, so out of nowhere, he took off like a shot out of a gun and took me with him. 85-pound pit bulls, restraining them when they want to go after something is rough. But yeah, yanked my damn shoulder out. So, and I was already pissed off to begin with. So, this is going to be one hell of a show, guys. I don't have too much to say. I tried to keep it short and sweet, I guess you could say. We're going to hopefully finish off Wasp tonight. I had to throw out an entirety of another 3D print I was working on. I sliced it down, cut it, started printing it off. That thing is now in the trash can because it was coming out misaligned. A lot of deformation to it, everything else. I reprinted like 2 or 3 pieces and I'm like, I'll have to reprint the entire thing piece by piece. And it's a waste of resin at this point. I'm not liking the way it's looking. So that got tossed out, and that was going to be Jean Grey from the cover of a comic book. So unfortunately, we're going to have to wait on the 60's Jean Grey. She's going to have to get redone at a different point when I actually have the patience for it. But in the interim, let me switch this off and this off. We do have Wasp that we're working on, but I actually sliced down a backup print that was going to get printed after Jean Grey. And the only part I've got done so far is this part, which is his body. Can anybody tell me, just by looking at this body, let me switch to the non-fucked up hand, who this is? Because this is the only part that's printed. And I mean, it's big. Like, if we were to compare it next to Wasp, can you guys tell me whose body this is? Dog took it out, Perry. Dog took it out. It's great to see you too, Perry. Everybody make sure you're smashing that like button, all that fun stuff. Make sure you're subbed if you haven't, It is not Batman. Although Batman, I did, so the one, and I'm now going to have to list them because of the amount of cool shit they gave me. It was 1.5 terabytes worth of data I pulled down the other day. Like I said, it's been a rough couple days. I got the new PC in, new Alienware. That thing is, my God, is that thing beautiful. Like, it brings a tear to my eye watching it run just because it's so smooth, so crisp. It can run any game, any program at the highest that I can crank it up at. It's a monster of a machine. The original streaming laptop that I had is now retired, and I moved the laptop I was redesigning everything on, all this kind of stuff. I've moved that to the streaming laptop, which is what I'm on now. So everything should run a little smoother. Actually, tell you the truth, a lot smoother. But setting up a new computer from scratch, like, I felt bad for my wife because she was all excited to watch me hook it up, and I'm yelling at it and everything else because setting up Windows on a new PC, if you haven't done it, is just, it's anger inducing. The shit they want you to go through. You have backups to backups for your password. So, like, because you're trying to sign into a new machine and lock your password in, it wants you to go open a different email account. It makes you check your phone. I had both my tablets and my cell phone open so I could install Google, OBS, like, you name it. It was just like, okay, now verify it's you. Like, shit, I appreciate this, but that I'm being safe coded and all this with my passwords and stuff. But when you've got like 30 different programs that you've got to install and you're having to do it for every one of them, it gets frustrating after a bit. So my poor wife thought she gave me a great gift and felt like she gave me a pile of steaming dog shit. And I had to explain to her, I'm like, look, you gave me an amazing thing. I'm going to be frustrated just because it's launching a computer. So that took like a full day to set up. In the meantime, like I said, it took me, 2 days of printing to realize that this other 3D print is going to come out like shit, and ended up tossing it. So it was a waste in materials, waste in time, waste in slicing time, waste in, in my FEP, which I had to change out the FEP on the tank, which is probably why this one looks crisp and clean. Now I got a pit bull mix. He's 5% wolf. I think it's like 55% or 65% mix between a American pit bull terrier and a Staffordshire terrier, which is also basically a pit bull. And then the last percentage of him is black lab. But yeah, he's muscled, like he's well muscled, and he's in good shape. I walked out of the house, Perry. I was half asleep. Like it was when I first woke up. I got to take the dog out. He's got to go to the bathroom because he's a good dog. He waits till daddy gets up to go to the bathroom. Take him outside, and he saw a long-legged doggy, also known as a deer. And the deer took off, and the dog took off after it. And I'm holding the leash, and he just whiplashed my arm. It's not Bane, and it is also not Wolverine. It is a Marvel character. It's one that I've wanted to do, but I want you to picture this now. If this is full-size Wasp, and this is the size of him, and if we put them next to each other, how much bigger he is. It is a big monster of a character. Not Wolverine and not Colossus. Colossus is a good guess, and you're in the right neighborhood. When you say stuff like that, it is a villain. I'll give you that hint. It is a villain. Let me see. I don't think looking at his butt cheeks is going to help you at all. I mean, this is all going to be muscle point. Granted, now, this is all going to be armor in here. His arms are exposed. This is going to be flesh. All this is all armor, though. I will give you that hint as well. Not Darkseid, and yes, you're correct. It's DC is Darkseid, and I've already done him. I kind of wish I had him back, to be honest with you, because now I'm starting to do shadow break and muscle and stuff like this, so I could have made him look more badass. This one I've actually been looking forward to, and if I'm to be honest, it was the one model that made me want to sub on the Patreon to this other guy. The other guy's name is CA3D. I will put a link into the description because, again, I think it was 750 models that he dropped to me yesterday or 2 days ago. He gave me his entirety of his back stock, and for being subbed to him for 5 months straight. And the models that I was pulling down, there's some bangers in there. There's stuff that isn't Marvel DC, but also anime, some original stuff. But then he did stuff like Greek myth. He did, like, he's got a Statue of Justice I need to print out, which I really love it. Like, woman blindfolded holding the scales up and the sword in the other hand. But this one was specific. This was the one when I saw it, I was like, I'm going to sub to this guy, and I want that fucking model, and I got it yesterday. How come Eugene, I didn't see his message come up? Oh, no, Eugene, well, Eugene, you nailed it. And yes, it is the fucking Juggernaut. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. It is Juggernaut. I will be doing Juggernaut. And I've been looking forward to it. But yes, yeah, Eugene, winner, chicken dinner. Go check out Eugene's channel for his latest banger. But Eugene nailed it. It is the Juggernaut. And yeah. Yeah, I'm doing Juggernaut, and he is in mid-charge, which is why you can see the keen for the legs. The body's actually going to go, well, if I hold it like this, you can tell one leg is going back, one leg is coming out front. So he's like mid-charge, like with his head kind of lowered and rushing. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. Call me the Juggernaut. Get out my head, Charles. Get out my head. I hit you with your own pimp, Charles. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. But I've been looking forward to doing the Juggernaut for quite a while. And specifically this, because Wicked has a Juggernaut too. It came out pretty good. It's him versus Wolverine. Not a bad statue at all. But this one was the pose I wanted with him actually in mid-charge. And it's looking tight and it's coming out. So far, the chest coming out was the part I was like, well, if anything's going to fail, it's going to be the chest. And you can see it now that you know it's the Juggernaut. Yeah. I mean, it's always weird looking at something in grays with no color to them and going like, yeah, it looks familiar. The body shape looks familiar. You know, if anybody could have nailed that, it was 60's Wasp before I started working on her or whatever. Like even after showing pictures of her, people are like, oh, I'm not sure what the hell. But with Juggernaut, he is pretty damn recognizable. And I am looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a fun paint job. Actually, I'm going to be cursing at it, I'm sure, 5 minutes into the paint job. But I think once it's done, it's going to be badass looking. But yeah, I'm definitely, he's one I'm looking forward to. I got to print the base out too, which I just got done slicing it down. That's got to get inserted in my FDM printer. That's my USB stick for the FDM. I can send it over wirelessly. It just takes forever. But yeah, he's going to be mid-charge, head down. Like, I mean, it's going to be badass. I actually hollowed out that. I didn't even need to because he's only got one head and one pose to him. So not interchangeable pieces. So no magnet drilling or anything else. He's just going to get glued together. I still have to clean up the model too, because I'm sure I have supports that are still in here that need to come out. Yes, 6 also put out a banger. My God, that boy's good on the drums. So shout out to 6. Oh, he's still got water in him. I just saw water drip out. Little water droplet right there. I just finished right before I started the stream curing him. So he's got to get dried out a little bit more, everything else. But yeah, let's get into a little bit of the, I'm kind of in a black pill kind of mode. So sorry about that one, guys. Like I said, icing on the cake was tearing out my shoulder. Setting up the machine, like I said, setting up my new PC, and I named the new PC Huggin or Hugin. And so my old laptop was named Icarus. The ones that I had before that, I had one that was called Angel Wing. I had another one that was called Demon Wing. And then the laptop I'm on now, this one was called Icarus. And the new one is called Hugin. Can anybody tell me why I called it Hugin? Just a little bit of a curiosity there, but I'm wondering if you guys know who Hugin is and why I called it Hugin. Let's see. Figure out the tilt angle on this. you got to be shitting me. Well, that arm is not going to slot in there now. Oh, I might have to shave it down a little. Look at the other arm. The arm goes right in. I just want to, I'm looking at how these parts go in. I did not see that strand. Oh my God. You son of a bitch. It's definitely going to be one of those type of days. I just flat out snapped that. I got to see if I can figure out where that little tiny piece just flew to, guys. Give me 1 second. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Shit. Not good. My piece fit back in. All right, so I can't lose this little piece. Once I glue her together, I'm just going to have to glue that on. I have to seal it in like that. Get it in as tight as possible. I can't believe I just fucking did that. Wow, wow, wow. Not good. All right, I'm setting this little piece because I don't want to lose it. That'll get set right there. I can't believe I just snapped it like that. I didn't even push hard. Now, well, I mean, the arm goes right in now. So, yeah, I mean, if I'm to be honest, when it comes to my shoulder, I mean, I've told the story before, Perry. A guy hit me going the wrong way up a one-way, head on at 65 miles an hour, jacked my back, everything else. So the problem isn't really the shoulder. The problem is damaged discs in my neck. And when the dog yanked my shoulder, he aggravated that along with hurting my shoulder. So ice and all that stuff, it's going to take time and me doing lots of stretching to release the nerve pressure, and I'll be all right. But thank you. You know, that's not bad advice, slinging it and everything else. I blew out both my shoulders at the same time. One time when I was very young, falling out of a huge ass pine tree that we climbed up. And I put my arms in front of my face, kind of like this, right before hitting, and my shoulders just went out, both of them out at the same time. My buddy's dad had to put them back in. No, I'm positive it wasn't an artifact. If you look, see how that comes out like this? It was the same thing over here where I just snapped it. So the problem was that I needed to sand off probably about 0.5 millimeter right here on this arm piece, and it would have fit in. That's what I was trying to measure it for, was, okay, how much am I going to have to do it for? And I put, I guess, a little too much pressure on that weak point, and it snapped. But again, not a big deal. I can fix it. A little bit of glue, tack it right in after the arm's in place, like at the end of the model, like when I'm putting her together. I'll be able to tack that right back in, and it's fine. It's fine. I can fix it. You know, I've definitely come back from worse. I mean, remember the Batman when I was putting them together and snapped the whole fucking key on the leg right off? Do you remember that one? So something like this, it sucks, but I can make it work. Yes, I agree. So, I mean, the whole thing is what I have is it's called a radiculopathy down both arms. One arm, my left arm is so bad that I barely have sensation and feeling in it, like my left hand. And that's, you can see like the just natural crazy ass shake off of it. I didn't have hands of a surgeon before, but it wasn't like it is now. Now it looks like Michael J. Fox's arm, you know, like it's bad. But it like my right side's what got fucked up. And that one isn't as bad, but it aggravated the shoulder, the neck, everything else because of the jolt. It was almost like minor whiplash. Like I said, Stranded, a little bit of glue will fix that right up. It's okay. Like if that's the worst thing that happens to me today, I'm all right. It's fine. Shit like this happens. You just got to get creative with it. This, when I start spray painting her face, when I start doing the skin tones on her face, this is all going to get fucked up anyway. So I'm all right with it because I already did the base black, so I know where the face is. Because that's going to be the big problem for the night is hitting these skin tones. A lot of her hair is going to get skin toned out, which I'm not worried about because she's got brown hair. So it'll cover up. And the other thing I've got to figure out is what I want to do with this. What I want to do with her waistband. Because in the original picture, it is a blue, but I'm not sure that I like the blue on there. One of the other things with this model I noticed was, and you can see where I rubbed it away, there was a paint runner in here that was thick to a point where it was noticeable. It drew your eye to it. So I'm going to have to just re-black that real quick. Not a big deal. Let's grab myself a container and get all the parts that I'm not fucking with out of the way. So this way. The other thing is going into these wings. I got to do all the inlay in silver on them. So it looks metallic, almost like mechanical wings. And of course, I hit this in the dark parts already. In the dark recesses for the most part. But I've got to paint the base too into a stone form. Because that's what it is. She's standing on a stone. But our big two things are trying to get a beautiful face on here. And if I'm to be honest with you, that is my challenge. It isn't all the little stuff popping off of her. I can hit that. It's actually getting the skin toning right, the makeup right, and making her look pretty. Because that face, and hopefully we'll let the camera catch up to it. She does have a very pretty face. So making the face look correct, that's going to be the hardest part of this. You can see where I went in there and notched that a little bit. Which I might actually go in there with a little sandpaper. My wife, if I can find them, got me some sanding sticks a little while ago. And I have yet to use them. That's the perfect use of them right there. If I can actually just find them and pull them out real quick. Jesus Christ. Stop. Oh, in my fucking way. Where the hell did I put my sanding sticks? That's all airbrush stuff. Got like 5,000 pounds of sandpaper over here for fixing bases and everything else. But I can't find my little fucking sanding sticks. As I scan around for them. Wait, the guy who deleted the Ukrainian girl isn't going to stand trial? By what? Way of insanity? I mean, like, I'll tell you now, that calls for a little vigilantism, in my opinion. Not going to lie. I don't know how he's going to walk from that. Like, you did it, and there's video of you doing it and everything else. Allegedly. Yes. Allegedly, you need vigilantism in that case. That's correct. It's alleged that you would need to go to some kind of vigilantism. I'm not advocating violence. Good call on that one, Stranded. What the fuck? I had a whole thing of sanding sticks and I can't find the damn things. Little glue nuts. Extra brushes. Pokey sticks for digging stuff out. I'm not finding what I need. You know what? That's fine. Guess I have something else I can grab. Let's not even fuck around. Let's see, right about here. This will work. Not worried about the primer pulling. Just wanted to get that little burr out of there. Yeah, there we go. 2 seconds of scratch and it's good. Metal files. I gotta pick these things up. My emergency filing sticks. Getting into fine detail. Yeah, if it's Batman, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. He's a billionaire. He can pay for his legal defense. I don't even know why the hell I'm wearing my headset when I don't need to. I know why. Because normally I do this. Get in the Discord just in case, like Rogue of the Leaf or somebody else wants to jump into voice chat. Just let me know you've jumped in. Because if not, then I will not know. The Punisher. Oh, boy. So they released a Punisher trailer. I guess it's One Last Kill is the name of it. Everything else. It looks like it's directed by Jon Bernthal and written by Jon Bernthal, which gives me a little hope for it. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I watched the trailer, and I wasn't feeling it. Like, I don't know. I'm sure he'll do justice to the comics and everything else, because I gotta say, Jon Bernthal is one, an amazing actor, and two, he is the quintessential Punisher at this point, and I think he understands the character. I think he's going to do a bit of justice to him. At the same point in time, I'm 50-50. Like, I'm real torn on that one. I'm really, really torn on if that show's going to be any good or anything else. I mean, Disney is Disney Plus doing it and everything. It's nothing against Disney or anything else. It's just, to me, they say fuck in the trailer. And it's like, okay, so that's your edginess, is you're just going to use bad language. Gotcha. You know, the Punisher should be just, they could do a whole bunch of cool supervillains with the Punisher, and they haven't. I mean, I can't blame you there, Perry. That happens. So I'm like, I'm hemming and hawing and dodging around, getting to fucking news articles and stuff. Simply because I just, like, it's kind of what's got me pissed off and black-pilled. I mean, if you do the Ghost Rider, I'll be honest with you, Nicolas Cage is a great Ghost Rider. The movies are terrible, but he was actually like, he embraced Johnny Blaze. So I think if you're going to keep doing Ghost Riders, then keep Nicolas Cage in the role. He embraced the character. And you've got to give Nicolas Cage for over the top with his acting and all that and all this kind of stuff. The one thing you have to give Nicolas Cage is, I think he is one of the people that paid like over $1 million for a copy of Superman or Action Comics #1, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was him. So I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work out. So should we get the black pill out of the way? Just get that shit done with. Because you guys know exactly where I'm going with this, and that's everything to do with the ceasefire. It's also why the title is Fake Ceasefire and With Friends Like These. So where we left off, I guess we could say, we were headed into, what was it, Tuesday night, 8 p.m. Eastern time. It was basically announced that if we didn't have a deal on the table, that, well, we were going to start hitting civilian populations. Like, basically, we were going to hit their energy infrastructure, their desalination plants, all this kind of stuff. And Trump had tweeted out stuff like he's going to, and a civilization's going to die and all this kind of shit. And, you know, hope against hope was, let's pray he doesn't do this. And that didn't come to fruition. That didn't happen. I'm just base painting in pink, guys, so I can get an undertone here. And I'm thinning out the pink pretty good. And I was praying, like, you know, because my whole thing is you got to be all right with killing 60 million people. But when you do that, and it's mainly going to be the civilian population that you're purporting to save when you hit infrastructure like that. And then lo and behold, you know, before the clock strikes the time, an hour and a half before, there's a deal on the table, and he's basically like, it's a framework for the deal, everything else. I want to say that was a good thing, and it was a good thing, because we didn't go bombing a bunch of civilian infrastructure. Here's where it's here's where I'm claiming that's some fake bullshit. Because the deal that was on the table was a deal that was offered 2 weeks before. So if you guys remember, if we go back to this, the legends and lore of Dragon Ball Z here, and go back a couple weeks, Trump had put up, this is our new framework for a plan we're putting out. They can't have nukes. They can't have this. They can't have that. And they're going to do this. They're going to do that. Well, the Iranians at that point in time had put out a 10-point plan back to the U.S. that was the exact inverse of it. Israel will stop bombing Lebanon. You guys will, you know, the U.S. is going to like pull all their bases out over time. We control the Straits of Hormuz and all the oil in it and all this kind of stuff blowing out. We can charge a toll on it. Like, it was the opposite, exact inverse of what the American plan was. And now this is the part where I'm a little foggy, and maybe somebody can help me, because I've not seen a different 10-point plan. But is that the 10-point plan that Trump agreed to? Because I think it is. I think he said that is the framework. So basically, all this stuff that we did was for nothing. And yes, I think Trump painted himself into a corner, is what I think. Saying, hey, we're gonna start hitting infrastructure and all this other stuff. I think that was a giant ass bluff. Because the whole thing is, again, I don't think Trump is an evil man. And I don't think even mentally, the mental gymnastics you would have to do. Like I said, the most logical thing that I would do if I wanted to end the war fast is hit all that kind of stuff. At the same point in time, I couldn't do it because morally and in my head, I could not justify killing 60 million people. Like, I couldn't do it. Like, I couldn't live with myself. I'd commit, I would end my own life afterwards, is the best way I can put it, because I wouldn't be able to live with, I just killed 60 million fucking people, Like, I have become death. I have become the monster that I swore to fight, kind of deal. And I think Trump was there too. But I also think that, he figured, I'm not in Trump's head. I don't know exactly what the truth is. But from what I can see from the outside and what I can guess at, is that he figured if you said all this stuff, that the Iranians would panic and just come directly to the table and accept whatever fucking deal he laid down. The thing is, and where it's that underestimation. The Iranians don't value human life. It seems like, well, their regime doesn't value human life in the same way we do as Americans. They don't give a shit about their civilian population. They'll let them all buy the farm. They don't care. Go ahead, kill 60 million of it. We'll use it as a talking point so that we can, do this, that, and the other thing. Like, where we'll go in and we will sacrifice $300 million worth of equipment to go get one guy who's trapped behind enemy lines. The Iranians are like, oh, fuck it, keep them. And here's 10 more. You guys can have these guys and just, do whatever torturous things you want to do to them. They don't give a shit as long as the regime retains power. And that's what the actual difference is. That's why we see our, America is the good guys, because we have that moral high ground. Well, I mean, the whole thing is what I've seen. I agree. He's backed down on a whole lot of stuff during this term. And I wouldn't call him a paper tiger. I just think that, you make bold claims and then everybody's kind of gotten wise to your art of the deal type tactic is what it is. Where before they were like, oh shit, will he really do this? Will he really do that? And you had you off balance. People kind of figured out like, okay, you're going to talk all this shit, but here's the reality of it. You're not willing to follow through. And in a way, I'm grateful for that, because I didn't want to see 60 million people die. I didn't want to see, an American president commit what would be legitimate out there war crimes as far as Geneva Convention's concerned. And what's the whole war for? Again, liberation of the Iranian people. I mean, to an extent, yeah. But if we're to be real honest about it, it's basically, this doesn't benefit us at all. I still think it was a cover for Epstein, and I'll get to that. By the way, I've noticed this. YouTubers are afraid to mention Epstein because they're saying that the algorithm won't push them and all this other kind of stuff for mentioning Epstein. And I'm going to tell every YouTuber who is backing off of that, you're a bunch of bitches, because that means that you're more worried about the money coming into your fucking pocket than you are about talking truth. So fuck you guys who are like the e-files and all this other stuff. I don't care how big your platform is. The bigger your platform is, the more you should say it. Because if you legitimately believe that man was evil and the shit that he did and the heinous crimes that he did were evil and you're completely against it and all this virtue signal crap, then say his fucking name. Because that dude is a dude and that's all he is. He was, there's some fucked up shit with it. And that kind of disgusts me because at that point you're sacrificing the truth for money. I'm not down with that. I don't care. You want to smooth kick me off YouTube because I say Epstein and Epstein files and all that stuff? Fuck you. I'll go to Rumble. I'll go to Kick. I'll go wherever. I got a strong enough follower base that will probably come with me too because they're more interested in the truth than what you guys want to fucking cover up about people that diddle kids. And I don't give a shit. I don't give a single fuck. Sorry, game, don't play that. I will not play that game. You're not going to push me in the algorithm? That's fine. Whatever. I'm a small channel anyway. I get hit with ridiculousness all the time about copyright strikes because I played 5 seconds of music. You can suck my ass. I'll just go to a different place and start building there because I can. And most people, it takes them like 10 years before they get like some kind of following. And I get it. You build a following and you're afraid. But at that point, you're just as bad as the elites that want to cover it up, in my opinion, because they're afraid that their donors won't give them money for a fucking campaign. Fuck you, dude. You're going to talk shit on Trump. You're going to talk shit on this one, that one, the other one. But when it comes down to your own money, you're afraid to fucking put your money where your mouth is. You can suck an ass. Just my opinion on that one. Like, I get it, but you're fucking weak as shit. Just a game thing, I guess we could say, guys. Yeah. Thank you, Stranded. I mean, like I said, in a way, I'm a little black-pilled today, so I apologize to everybody because I don't like doing downer shows where it's dark stuff, but I want to call it intellectually honest stuff where we're just calling things like they are. Like let's just call it out. Because I don't, you can have opinions on it. Maybe you think I'm completely fucking wrong. You're entitled to your fucking opinion. And that's great. And you can push back and we can discuss it or whatever. Anybody that wants to. I always have an open mic. I always have Discord up. You can hop in. You can tell me, Game, you're wrong and this is why. But this is just what I'm seeing. So the reason why I'm calling it a fake ceasefire, basically Trump comes to this deal. Immediately, he's announcing the deal. 2 minutes after he announces the deal, 2 missiles enter Israel and into their airspace, and they have to shoot them down. This was on Fox News. They actually recorded it as it happened. Now, what I'm all right with is this. The reason why those missiles were flying was because they weren't launched the moment that speech was going and all that. Oh, well, they just shot them and it took them like a minute to get there. Those missiles take a while to get there. So they fired them early on before Trump even agreed to this deal, apparently. The big problem in what, with friends like these. So apparently Trump's talking to the Iranians. He makes this deal or whatever that we're going to have a ceasefire and the Straits of Hormuz are going to be open and all this. Oil starts dropping in price. The very next day, well, first it leaked out that the thing that they were trying to keep the whole peace deal away from was Netanyahu finding out about it. And the reason why they were trying to keep that shit away from Netanyahu is because they didn't want him fucking torpedoing the peace deal and the ceasefire. So what happens the next fucking day after all this shit's announced? Israel goes and bombs the shit out of fucking Beirut. I mean, bombs the ever-loving fuck out of it. One of the worst attacks possible. And what kills me about it is I watched a video and it was from a little girl. And I mean, this girl's got to be like 5, 6, walking with her dad in Beirut, and she's doing like a selfie thing where she's got like a cat mask over her face and all this, and she's like, they're enjoying the sunshine, they're on a walk, and all of a sudden the first missile hits, and you don't even like really see it, you just hear it, and like this little girl starts shrieking, screaming, everything else. Her father grabs her, runs her into a fucking like building and all this, and then you just start hearing those fucking bombs drop. Right, you start hearing these bombs drop, and like you can tell the little girl's in terror and all. But yeah, so Israel immediately, part of that 10-part framework, and they're trying to say no, that's not something we agreed on. It's a miscommunication about our ceasefire. Now, granted, America's not hitting them. They're not hitting America at this point. They did lock down the fucking strait again, like immediately. So you want to know why prices on barrels of oil dropped for maybe, I don't know, like 6 hours, 12 hours, something like this, and then shot right back up, is because they've locked down the Strait of Hormuz again. Because they said Israel has violated the ceasefire. And, yeah, Israel just completely went in there and fucking just started annihilating targets. And J.D. Vance has come out and said, look, it wasn't part of the deal. We can't control Israel. They do what they're going to do. Well, then you know what? You need to start decoupling from them. I'm sorry. If you... Oh, this is the part that fucking pisses me off to no fucking end. And I'm going to put it in video game terms because this is how video games and shit work. Twisted Coral and myself, when we used to play a game called Atlas, we were in an alliance together. And granted, we formed one company together. But I trusted Twisted to have my interest, and he trusted me to have his interest when we were allies. Twisted fucked up one time and put in the chat, while there was an enemy company, a big-ass enemy company, by the way, in chat that, you need me to come over there and kick these guys' asses. And, of course, he put it in the live chat. He meant to be saying it in the alliance chat. So they started attacking our island, like out of the blue. Now, I backed Twisted up 1,000%. He never did some shit like that again either. My point being is that if you're really in an alliance with somebody and you're really friends, mistakes are going to happen. But you don't do everything to undermine your friend and their interests. Trump's trying to find an off-ramp. Look, I can give the man credit. I think he was sold a bill of goods. I think he believed it. I think he really, truly believed he was doing what was in the best interest of the American people, and that the Iranian people would rise up and take control of their government, and we'd have, Iran from back in the day under the Shah and all that kind of stuff. I really do. I think that was the bill of goods he was sold. I think he made a decision. I don't think it was, they influenced him and everything else. I think they just gave him shit intelligence on purpose to kind of persuade him that this would be easy because we just did Venezuela. And it didn't work out that way. It never works out that way when it comes to this kind of thing. I agree with you 1,000% too. Real allies, they do. We hold each other accountable. We never argue out in public either. That was one of the rules in my group, that Twisted could do some dumb shit and get fucked up. I could do some dumb shit and get fucked up. To our enemies, we said, good game, well played. You got us. Ha ha ha. And then behind the scenes, we'd be motherfucker everything up, but you never let your enemies see that you were off page and that you were nothing more than unified. Bibi went and gave a speech and told everybody in Israel that basically, yep, this is just a pause and we're going to continue and we're going to finish what we started. That was the summary of his speech. You can find it online if you guys want. I can't even watch that fucking, the Grim Reaper, that little fucking piece of shit. That fucking piece of shit, dude. Because at this point, I do not hate the Israeli people. I do not hate Jewish people. I don't fucking hate it, but you know what? That fucking government and the people that are in charge of it and the shit that they're doing, like all they're doing is dragging us in, and we don't need to fucking like, hey, let's go destroy them. Let's go do this. Let's go. No, just decouple. That's it. Just say, hey, look, you know what? You guys are big boys. You like to start shit. You like to bomb people out. That's great. That doesn't align with our values or what we want in this world. So you know what? You guys are on your own. Our funding to you is now cut. We're not sending you fucking missiles and everything else. You guys are big boys. You can build your own fucking missiles and kill people with them if you want. We're fucking done with you. That's it. And just walk away. And you know what they're going to do? The moment we do some shit like that, they're going to go over to a place like India and start licking their fucking boots and licking their ass and getting in their ear and telling them, hey, you know, this, that, and the other thing. And they're going to sell them the bill of goods, and then they'll link up with India and kind of fuck America over. If I'm to be honest with you, because they're not out for our interest as well as their interest. They're out for their own interests. Your actual allies are out for your interest as well as their own. And they're not out for our interest. They're out to spend our money, fucking kill our soldiers, everything else. How many fucking troops did they commit to, if we had to put boots on the ground going into Iran or taking Karg Island or any of this? How many troops were they willing to commit? The answer is 0. They would provide air support and hit strategic targets that they chose. What the fuck? That's not how it goes. There's a reason why Twisted, even though he led his own company, I led my own company, we were known as the Bash Brothers. Why? Because the two of us would fight back to back and side by side, and we would march into shit that would fucking tear everybody else to pieces. But Twisted was beside me, and I knew he had my back, and I was never going to get shot in it. And I had his back, and he knew he was never going to get shot in it. And together we were able to conquer shit that we shouldn't have been able to conquer. The real problem here is you have somebody who's a businessman who, again, I don't hate Trump. I don't have TDS. I think he does want what's in America's best interest. I think he just listens to the wrong people sometimes because he's smart. He's a smart man. What he does is he'll ask everybody around him what they see. He's no dummy. You can't say, oh, he's fucking retarded and he's, you know, this, that, and the other thing. No, he's smart. Make no mistake about it. He may say some fucked up shit out in public, but behind the scenes, he's a smart dude. And I really do believe that he has a good chunk of America's interest at heart. Granted, more for his donors than the American people, in my opinion. But I do think he has America at heart, too. He doesn't want to see us fall. He doesn't want to go down as the worst fucking president in the history of the U.S., Nobody does. Nobody sets out. Besides that, you know, like Joe Biden, it's going to be hard to beat him. I hear you. Yeah, YouTube's going to block them comments because right now, normally I got like 7, 8 people watching. I got 5. Normally I got like 20 views. I got 12, which means that the algorithm's already throttling me. I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to say what I got to say. And if they want to censor my voice, you can censor my voice. The people that hear me, even if it's one person, that's more than enough to hear what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling, and how I'm seeing shit. And if they don't like it, fuck them. JFK had snakes in his ear. All presidents have snakes in their ear. It's a matter if they listen to him. The other part of the problem is that, you know, like Trump proudly declared that the Adelsons gave him a ton of money and they're huge donors and their only fucking thing was Israel. So, like I said, it's nothing against the Israeli people. Hell, it's nothing even against their government. It's certain elements of their government. It's definitely nothing against Jewish Americans. It just is what it is. It's the truth. You know, I don't think they're fucking evil and all this other shit. But at the same point in time, their values do not align with what I believe is the average American's value, which is feeding your family, maybe getting a piece of land. You know, if you're younger, getting married, having kids, having a family, being able to work a stable job that feeds you and that family, you know, these kind of things, being able to enjoy life and not be fucked with. But yeah, so that ceasefire deal was basically like torn up the moment it was announced. It made barrels of oil drop per day, and that was about it. And right back to where everything's right back to where it is. The only thing is we're not actively striking things, and the Iranians at this point, unless something has changed since I started streaming, are not attacking American targets. But Israel and Iran, they're not going to ramp down. That's never going to end. It'll never end. It's never going to end until two sides have annihilated each other, because it is not about anything other than land that God was promised them, for one. And for two, it's also about which God is the real God. And when you have that kind of argument and that kind of thought process, you're fucked. And it's like, again, I can't look at somebody and say, I want you to sacrifice your children for this. I can't say there's a reason why the people's sons, daughters, wives, husbands, mothers, sisters, brothers, cousins, aunts, whatever, uncles should have to be put in harm's way because of this shit. There's no reason why a good chunk of the world has to suffer because my God is better than your God. Well, fuck both your gods. How about that? Come get me. Because if both your gods just believe that they're the righteous one and that, you know, you need death upon others, then your God is a weak ass God. Because you can't create that, you can't create that life. You can take it all you want, but you can't bring people back. And I ain't down for it. I'm just not. I love our troops, and God bless every last one of our troops. And you guys do what you got to do, and I support you 1,000%. I don't give a fuck, because I'm an American first. But if you want me to get rah-rah about other countries and possibly annihilating them, not even to the Stone Age, but just destroying entire civilizations, I'm not down for that. I'm not. And like I said, I think Trump is doing the right thing. I think he's trying to find an off-ramp. I'm thinking he's trying to figure some way to get the fuck out. Again, if I were to make a peace treaty with Iran and I was in Trump's shoes, at first I said, you know, if you want the war to end, this is what you do. You attack their infrastructure, everything else. The other part of it is, if you really want the war with Iran to end, you decouple from fucking Israel. You decouple from everybody else too at the same time. I'm not just saying just Israel, but because you're calling them our closest ally, you got to decouple from them because their values don't align. And then the other part of it is, you go to Iran, you cut some kind of deal with, okay, you guys control the Strait of Hormuz, you're making passive income off every ship. You cut us in for half of it, and we'll help defend the Straits of Hormuz with you. You enter into some kind of partnership. But they treat their people horrible, but the poor people. Poor people can rise the fuck up then and sacrifice their own lives against their fucking fascist regime. Okay? That's not my fucking problem. We're talking business. And I agree. I think people are weaponizing religion. You're right, Perry. If you go back and, like, you know, having watched through Vikings for, like, I don't know, I'm in like season 5 of it again. That's how they justify like 90% of their shit, is either Odin or you know, Jesus in the Bible, and doing horrible things to each other, and then preventing horrible things from happening by using the same scriptures. It's fucked up. And like both kings are corrupt. Like Ragnar and Egbert are both like, yeah, are you corrupt? Yes, I'm corrupt. And they do that shit on purpose because they know people will listen to it, people will follow it and believe in something bigger than them and fight for it. But yeah, I'm to the point where it's like I don't like being gaslit. I don't like being gaslit by human beings in my life. I definitely don't like being gaslit by a giant ass government that is way out of control, way bloated, and like reality is all they worry about is getting reelected instead of what they're actually doing for human beings in this country. Focus here. That was the whole point. Focus here. Industry. Bring back industry. Make us independent. Make it where we're not reliant on a trade deal. Make it where we're not reliant on others. I've done that in my own personal life. Why wouldn't I do that on a huge scale? I agree. I 1,000% agree with that right there, Stranded, what you just said. You guys want to fuck this up? We're decoupled from you. From now on, whatever they do is what they do. Iran, you go do whatever you got to do to them. And, but here's the deal between you and I. Let's talk money. Let's talk shop. Let's talk business. Because I'll tell you what, you're like $150 billion or something like that. I think a week or something is what you'd make if you took $1 million or $2 million off of each ship that was shipping the oil. So if you do a $2 million thing, Iran keeps 1 million, you keep 1 million, that's passive income to the US. Everybody wins. Everybody involved wins. Except for the neocons. They don't win because then they don't get to blow shit up. But what the fuck do I know? I'm a retard on the internet. I don't know my ass from a Cheerio, if we're to be honest. Basic skin tone. Let me see what else I've got. I don't speak for everybody. I'm not that fucking important. I'm not an elected official. I can't affect policy, nothing. I can't do shit for shit. But the one thing I can do is call bullshit when I see it, and I'm seeing a lot of just bullshit. And I don't like it. Not one bit. That's basic skin tone. I need an undertone for this. Like that. Do I want to go in with the airbrush and hit this? Actually, you know what? I'm going to just dilute it, I think. Might do the airbrush for the overall flesh, but for the undertoning, I will go with just a little bit and dilute the shit out of it. Gam for president. I don't want that fucking responsibility and that bullshit on my plate. Plus, I'm not, as Perry said, I'm not corrupt enough. My soul is not corrupt enough, and it would not end well for anybody involved, especially not for the fucking neocons, because guys like Lindsey Graham would come in, Mr. President, we gotta get out of here, you neocon twink. You get the fuck out of my office now. Matter of fact, fuck it, hang him in the public square right out in front. Just hang him. But Mr. President, you can't do it. Fuck that. I'm changing the rules. Because he's like, Bob said this, and Bob, shout out to Bob. Bob's 1,000. He's like, yeah, but Lindsey Graham makes a ton of money for South Carolina. That's well and that's good. So you're telling me that, death, destruction, and everything else is what makes that money? Then I'm good on that blood money. I don't need it. I don't need blood money in my life. I don't need that. I don't want it. You can keep that money. It's your money. Enjoy the shit out of it. You know, it's not what the American people want either, from what I can see. I don't think I'm alone in this. I really don't think that the average American wants their money to come from blood money. I think the average American wants their money to come from some kind of legitimate means that they've worked hard for. I mean, granted, there are people that just want the free ride and all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to discount that. But at the same point in time, gotta thin that out. I'm just, no. And I wouldn't want to be president. I don't want to hold any kind of power. I want to live I want to be like fucking Bilbo Baggins. Go on I had all my little adventures. I'm old now. I just want to enjoy life and watch my children do the adventure, you know? Pass it on to Frodo, so to speak, and just enjoy life, because my adventures were when I was young. And I had a ton of them. I made it through. I probably shouldn't have made it through some of them. Got lucky. Or was clever. Figured ways out of it. That kind of thing. But, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be president. And that's the other thing. I crave no power. Hell, guys, I don't even fucking grift YouTube for money, you know? Like, the easiest grift would be like, pick a side and just fucking ride on it. Oh, well, you know, Trump's right about everything, and, you know, he can do no wrong, and he shits golden snowflakes and that kind of stuff. Or pick the other side of Trump does everything wrong and he's a fucking evil asshole. And I'm just kind of trying to call it up the fucking middle, because it's just the, you know, what I'm seeing. And like I said, I also don't think he's an evil man. I don't. I think he's got some evil fucking people around him, but I don't think Trump himself is evil. I don't think he's stupid. I don't think, you know, he's made it too far in life with too much on his to be stupid. Stupid people do not get that far. Stupid people don't build entire empires. Stupid people don't accomplish what he's been able to accomplish in his life, and that's got to be recognized too. My way of thinking, I mean, there's 4 people watching Stranded, so not everybody likes my way of thinking, because there's definitely been more that have just tuned out from this whole entire conversation. And they're more tuned into like woo-woo and bullshit than they would be with anything I've got to say. Like, I play the Art Bell segment, I'll probably get like 8 people watching, 9 people watching. Right? I go into what's wrong and what I would change. People don't want to fucking hear it. Because, oh my God, how could you? How could you have an opinion and see things in a different light than everybody else around you? Not because they're cowards or anything else, because that's not entertaining for them, or maybe it goes against a narrative that they have in their head, and instead of being able to intellectually say, yeah, you know, I thought shit was going to be one way and it's not, therefore I'm pissed, and, you know, this is the truth of the matter, they want to bury their fucking head in the sand like an ostrich. And that's fine. You know what? People are entitled to that. If that's the way they want to be, that's the way they are, that's fine. I don't fault them for it. I get it. I was like that for a good chunk of my life. I'm just at a point in my life where I can have a microphone, can have a voice, can actually say what I'm seeing, and trying to call it as true as I can see it, and what's up the middle. No, his daddy and all that did not. You can say that, look, mismanagement and wealth and everything else from one generation to another, Perry, if you're being honest with things, most people that are second generation might carry that wealth a little further, but then it always falters, fails, and they end up losing it because they didn't have to work hard for it. Trump did get a jump start where he was able to borrow X amount of millions from his dad to start his own companies and everything else, but he built those companies. He built everything else where now his children are in charge of that generational wealth, and they're going to push it forward to their children. And we'll see in another generation or two what happens, but you got to give, like I said, you got to give the devil his due on certain things. And he did have, you can say he had a jump start. That's honest, but you can't say that, he was just some crumb bum who got lucky the whole way through either. He made choices and everything else, and he failed too. I mean, if you think he didn't fail, just look at Atlantic City, which is why he would never win New Jersey in an election. He can come close, but anybody that remembers Atlantic City that grew up there like me, you had a family member that when the casinos got all fucked up and he ended up going bankrupt on them, that they had family members who lost their job, whether it was a bartender, a blackjack dealer, a fucking, a casino boss, whatever. They lost their money. They lost their livelihood based on that stuff. And some of them, like Borgata people, didn't even get paid. They ended up so fucked. So that's why, like, people in New Jersey, you ask them, like the older ones, they'll be able to tell you all about it. Like, oh yeah, my uncle got screwed he was a contractor. He worked on the Borgata. He got screwed. Because that kind of shit did happen, but it's also he went bankrupt. And the thing is, I don't even fault Trump for that, because what he did was play the smart game. It's the smart game that the rich and the elite can play, that people that are poor, like me, like you, like everybody else, or middle class, it can't. We don't play those games because it's like, oh, it's tax time. Well, I'm paying my taxes, right? I have to, or I go to jail. They find all the loopholes. They cut millions and billions of dollars. Now, granted, they've also paid out millions of billions of dollars throughout the year on employee fucking salaries, healthcare, all this other stuff. They have to match your stuff, your taxes out of your pocket. So it's a whole fucking racket. Like, reality is you just need to reform the tax system at that point and make it where there are no loopholes. Everybody pays like a flat rate. So 10 to 20%, somewhere in that range. If we had it where everybody had to pay 10 to 20%, then you're looking at, with no loopholes to it, well, a billionaire would be paying out more than his fair share in taxes. The lower end would be paying out their fair in taxes, stuff like that. Instead, what you get is catchy phrases like no tax on tips. Yay, no tax on tips. No tax on tips. That means I never pay taxes on tips. The fuck you don't. You pay that out and then you get a voucher at the end of the year when you claim your taxes back. So the government still takes your money from you. You're just getting a little bit of it back in your own pocket. Oh, thank you for letting me keep some of my own fucking money. Shut the fuck up with tax on tips. Every last one of us is devils, so you always give the devils their due. So I can whine here online all I want about things, and you're 1,000% right, Stranded. At what point do we make those changes? At what point? Well, we tried. I mean, if you're going to be honest, anybody that voted for Trump tried. You voted against foreign wars. You voted against the elites. You voted, it's just Trump didn't hold up his end of the deal. So people are trying. People are voting with their conscience and trying to do what's right for the country. That's the white pill in this, is that the average American is trying. They're trying to change things over. They're trying to vote in better people. They're trying to vote in the no new wars, no new taxes, whatever. People have been trying forever. It's just a matter of having somebody who can't be compromised when they get in that office. And the unfortunate part is, in order to get in that office, nowadays it's all about, billions of dollars in a campaign or millions of dollars in a campaign. And getting those people on board, the people with money are only going to help you out if they're making money off of it. If there's no money to be made, then it's technically what would be known as a bad business investment. Like even Elon Musk, who gave all that money, what was his big thing? H-1B visas. Well, guess what? Apparently, not only are we bringing in a bunch of Chinese students, but also a bunch of Indian people to the country, which, I have no problem with any of them, but legal or illegal immigration, I think we got enough immigrants right now. Just saying. I think you just need to shut it all down for, 10 years maybe, and just work with what we have in here, because we got a fucking mess. And go from that point. Let's see in 10 years where we're sitting at. Is the country better? Is it worse? Do we have less of a welfare state? Do we have a bigger welfare state? Did people, adjust to the American way of life? Like I said, shout out to Beans. Beans adjusted to the American way of life. She doesn't sit here and espouse shit from fucking like her home country. She's completely Americanized. That's the type of immigrant I want. Somebody who wants to be an American and they want to uphold what America should stand for, and if we're to be quite honest, that's some Superman shit is what America should stand for. Truth, justice, and the American way of life. You're a joke, and all right, Perry, no worries. I'm sorry, dude. When I get on one, I get on one. And you're right. It can't just come down to the president. It's got to come down to everybody coming to a consensus. It's got to come down to both sides of an aisle. No matter how extreme, sitting down and saying, here are the things that we agree on. Let's push this shit forward because it's what every American citizen agrees on. Child sex trafficking. Evil shit. This should be the thing with it. Okay, let's write a law. That's all it's about, is just that one fucking law. It doesn't need to be 20,000 laws where now all of a sudden we need, a shrine built in the middle of Illinois to victims of sex trafficking, for example. So we're going to give them $100 million. And then we're going to give, anti-abortion clinics $100 billion or whatever. Or any abortion places $100 billion, just like the statue over in Illinois. Those are the compromises that they're making right now, and all it's doing is wasting fucking money, time, and everything else. No, just come with common sense. Fucking look, it's as simple as this shit. This is where I'm at with it. Right. And you know what? You're right. 1,000%. Celebrities, fucking all that other stuff. Although there's never been a celebrity that swayed the way I look at my politics, if I'm to be honest with you. So, but I'm also maybe for people that aren't following stuff, maybe if they highlight it and come up with some common sense shit instead of just hating one side or the other. That's the problem. You've got too much division. And instead of bridging those gaps, people are worried about getting a soundbite on the internet or getting famous on TV or whatever. And it's like, bro, you're a politician, not a fucking celebrity. Politics is supposed to be shitty, boring, and tedious. Make it shitty, boring, and tedious again. Don't make it like this whole spectacle. Yeah, well, and that's just it. They can't talk about what matters because if they do, they have to recognize that the system is broken, Perry. If you recognize that our system is fundamentally broken, not because the system that was originally put down is broken, but the fucking monster that it's become, that it was never supposed to become, is broken, then what do? You're putting yourself out of a job. You're you're going to have to tear down parts of your system that are in there, but that's going to hurt your fucking donors. So you can't do it. Because if you do, then it's going to bite you right in the fucking dick. Then you're going to go out of power. Then you're not going to have a voice. It's the same reason, you know, like Joe Kent, you know, shout out to him. He called it right up the middle. And like everything he said was going to happen, it was going to happen. He even put out a video when Trump announced the ceasefire. He goes, now if they can just keep Israel from fucking up the ceasefire, he called it right then and there. That this, you know, they're going to fuck it up for us because he's been saying that. The one I'm disappointed in is Tulsi Gabbard. But at the same point in time, I'm also thinking that that's why we're not hearing from Tulsi Gabbard and she's keeping her fucking mouth shut is because she knows she can do more good in the role and just keeping her mouth shut and flying under the radar and trying to do stuff on the back end versus everything on the front end. If she comes out and quits and all this other stuff and resigns and protests and all that, yeah, we'll respect her and everything else. But at the same point in time, what kind of fucking son of a bitch are they going to put in power? One of the other things that blows my mind, guys, and like, can anybody explain this one to me? Because this made me scratch my head today. And I didn't even get to watch the interview with her. Or any of that stuff. Melania Trump out of just left field comes out and starts giving a whole statement on how she was never on the island, never on flights. Like it was all about Epstein. And it was like, yo, nobody's even talking about Melania with fucking Epstein. Where did this come from? Did you guys all see that shit today? Because I was like, what? You rarely make appearances and you're coming out and you're just going to drop all this fucking nonsense on us all at once. They can to an extent, Perry. It's the same thing where, you know, like Bernie Sanders' big idea is if we tax the billionaires at a huge rate and everything, if you took away all the billionaires, every one of their dollars, it's not even going to dent us. You know, it's really the middle class and the poor that carry the country, if we're to be honest. And really more the middle class than anything with the billionaires. They just provide industry and stuff like that. They could make a slight difference. Elon Musk tried. Look what the fuck happened to that man. They were burning down his fucking Teslas. They were burning his dealerships, like smashing them up and shit. They fuck with him hard, and he barely did anything. He just wanted to fucking try and clean up some of the corruption in Washington, went in, did so, and guess what? They undid all of it. So I don't think it's... I think this is a multi-pronged problem that the only thing I can do is tell you about it, because until you have unity amongst all the people, left, right, center, to say, yeah, we fucking had enough of this, ain't nothing going to change. It's going to come down to the American citizenry doing what, you know, voting people out, trying to go about this in a legal sense. And not even like, oh, well, we need to go burn them down and kill their families and all that. Don't do that shit. That just makes you look like a fucking nutty asshole. Right? But figuring legal ways of taking them down that are smart. And then coming together as one people with one voice and saying, enough is enough. We're fucking sick of this. And fundamentally changing shit. I agree, Eugene. I agree. But you know what? There's hope that maybe one day there will be. Maybe one day people will get to that point. There's always hope. I never give up on hope that things can change. If you have no hope, then it's already over and you've already lost. Even if it's an unlikely probability, all it takes is that 1% chance. That 0.5% chance, you still got a shot. Because I think this is still the greatest country in the world. I think we have the greatest people in the world here. I think we have the greatest military in the world. I think that we have some of the most intelligent people, if not the most intelligent people in the world here. And I do believe that it can be fixed. I mean, I'm not going to piss on your faith. I'm just not. I can't piss on anybody's faith. But if Jesus were to come back tomorrow, how would he fix this? You know? He taught you how to think and a way of teaching and all that, that from everything I see is pretty good. Pretty good. You know, it's a kind, gentle, and peaceful way of thinking. And I enjoy that about Jesus' teachings. But when it comes down to it, and you need effective change, how did it end for him? They nailed him up to a fucking cross. That's how it ended. So he may be able to sway people, but that's just it. People always get this mistaken too. I don't think Trump is a Christian. He's not Jewish. I don't think to be honest with you, I don't think he is anything. I don't think he's religious at all. And people always make that mistake and think he is. I mean, I don't even know what to think of Tulsi. Think she's doing what she can. I don't know. I'm not in that office. I'm not in Oval Office. I have no knowledge that anybody else has, or like it's not like, oh, I know exactly what's going through her head. Oh, that's way. This fucking thing's starting to piss me off too. I got way too low on my pressure there. And way too low on my fucking mix too. So I'm not going to get the toning I want out of that skin. I need to fucking tighten up that paint. That's way too liquid. I'm blowing way too much out of it. Bad move. Clean that off. Let's try again. Sticking that up a bit. Yep, you're right about the Bible thing, Perry. He hovered his hand over the Bible. That's true. And then somebody commented, we're not mad enough to do. Maybe they're right. Some are mad enough. Some are still asleep at the switch and don't even realize what's going on, too. They're more worried about woo-woo bullshit and everything else than to focus on what needs to be focused on. The thing is, more and more people are starting to wake up to the fact of what they should be focused on and what is going on. More and more people are waking up to the fact that, hey, something ain't right. I'm getting kind of railroaded, and I don't like getting it put in my butt. People are starting to realize just what is happening. And I don't know that that's a good or a bad thing. I mean, look, 1000%. It'd have been like Kamala Harris in there. Yeah. Yeah, things would have been really, really fucked. Like, this would have been a nightmare. So, I can't even advocate for, well, you know, if the left wing were in power. No, they're actually worse. They're still fucking worse. That's how bad it is. As stupid as a lot of this shit is, the other side's still fucking worse. My compressor is on. It's on and running. It'll start running here in a second. I didn't airbrush all that much shit out. But yeah, that's a good call. That was hysterical last stream. It was, I'm like, damn, shit's not coming out of my airbrush. What's going on here? Shit, am I jammed? Like, cleaned it and everything. I'm like, what the? Oh, the compressor ain't on. Good call, Stranded. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out the Melania thing, though. Why all of a sudden did she come out and say she's not yet? Are we going to get a drop here, guys, that says Melania and Epstein were friends and all kind? Something. Like, why would you just... It's like, hey, guys, you know what? There's... let me tell you about the time that I was playing baseball with these three guys, and out of nowhere, Perry's like, yeah, I had sex with the dog twice. Like, wait, what? Like, what does that have to do with the baseball story? I don't understand. Well, there's a war on, and all of a sudden, Melania's just like, yeah, me and Epstein weren't friends. Like, but wait, what? Why does that even come into play? People's kids... you know what? It's going to be more than people's kids going hungry. People get mad then, Perry. But really, when people's kids start dying, that's when people will get really fucking mad. Somebody goes hungry, you can feed them and, well, you know, give them a Snickers and they're not so angry anymore, right? According to the commercials. But you start taking lives away from the youth, that's when people get pissed. It's part of the reason that to be honest with you, that's part of the reason why I started paying heavier attention, is because I have a son who has a business, and I watched his business that was thriving all of a sudden start hitting all these snags, hiccups, and fuck-ups, and it was all around the tariffs. And I was like, what the hell's going on? And then having him explain, well, you know, before I used to be able to get these parts in and all this other stuff for this price, and now I can't, because the tariffs make it where people will just go on Amazon and buy them. They're going to a bigger corporation that can eat those costs, and I can't. And I just watched his shelves got a little bit more barren. Certain products that he was carrying, he can't carry anymore, stuff like that. And it really made me stop and like look at it and go, well, wait a minute. If this is going on with his business, then what about other businesses? And then started looking around at other businesses and seeing the same things, except for like big ones like Walmart, Amazon, stuff like this. All of a sudden, no problem with them. But all the little guys, you're strangling them. And that's one of those heartbeats is the mom and pop shop. I'm scrolling, Stranded. I'm looking for the comment, too. Oh, okay. You're talking about the Melania thing, about her saying that she was sold to Trump and stuff like that. That's, you know, but the whole thing is, the fact that you're addressing it, that's giving it air. Like, if something's clearly false, you just come out and say, yeah, it's some bullshit. You don't have to give a whole speech about it. You just say, yeah, no, that's bullshit. Look into it for yourselves. It's bullshit. If you're going to believe that, you're a fucking retard. Next. Like, it's not difficult to do these kind of things. It's when they start giving full-throated speeches and trying to debunk stuff themselves, it's like, Okay, you're going to accuse me of something. Oh, yeah, here you go. If somebody says Gam beats his wife, I've never taught, I would never lay a hand on my wife. Never have, never would on any woman, unless it was in a way where I'm spanking her butt or something. That kind of thing. If somebody were to say that, I would just say, no, that's bullshit. And they'd say, oh, well, you got to prove it. No, how about you fucking prove it? Because I'm not the one who's making outlandish claims. I'm not the one who's, trying to defame somebody. So please, you prove it. As a matter of fact, my lawyer will be in touch because what you just did was defame my character. I'm suing you because you better have all the evidence, and I want everything in discovery and all that other shit. You don't have to go out and make a whole speech and say, I'm debunking this now and all. That doesn't work. All it does is put a spotlight on it. And I think it's a mistake to put a spotlight on something if it truly is bullshit. Well, it's my meat. I'll do what I want with it, Perry. It's my shit. I'll beat it if I want. And when food gets cut off, a lot of people will wake the fuck up, but it's too late at that point. That's another part of this problem, is that you're going to have stuff happen, and it's no good at that point. Like, it's already too late. You're already in too deep. Things are already screwed. But again, it's not all, I got to always remind myself, not everything is just, it's a black pill, everything's awful and all that. No. I think as time's going, more and more people are seeing how the game's played. They're seeing the truth to the con. Because the whole thing is, that's just it. In a con, somebody's got to prosper. Who's prospering? Right now, it ain't the American people, I'll tell you that for sure. So who's prospering? And then you look at those people and you realize the people that you have to take the power away from. I don't want some other form of government. I like I like the way America was built and structured and all that other stuff. I think it's worked out for all of us, and I think it's the greatest experiment in the history of governments. But at the same point in time, I think the founding fathers wrote in there, if your government ever gets out of control, becomes this way, that way, and the other way, which is kind of what it is now, then, you need to find a better way or tear down that government and rebuild it. And I think that's kind of the point we're at, where our government has gotten big, bloated, and out of control. It's gotten away from us. And it's always kind of been away from us, but now it's like noticeable how far outside of us it is. Like the lies that before you could lie your way out of shit. You can't do that nowadays. People just nail you out for it now. It's like, well, that makes no sense, and here's why. And you can't even argue with them. Like, that's part of the problem, is that we've lost the ability to say, oh no, well, it's not that way, it's this way. And it's like, oh no, it clearly is that way, unfortunately. And what can you really do about it? Nothing, because it's going to take all of us. It's not going to just take one or two of us, or maybe one man with a voice that can actually lead people. And I'm just, like I said, a retard on the internet who's talking shit. So I'm not the guy to lead anybody into any kind of revolution or to go in there and want to be president or fix things, because I'm clever, but I'm not brilliant. I'm not smart. And you need somebody who is on game smart, and this would be their entire life, is just fix it. Trying to get in here and get subtle with it, with this undertoning, because the undertoning was a little too heavy. I really want it to blend. Like right there is actually way too dark. All the money out of government. Anything like, politicians, I said this, one way you fix that, with politicians in particular, you really want to make some effective change in Washington, whatever the median income is in your state that you're representing, if you're in Congress, that's what your salary is. Breeds competition. Oh, well, the median income in Kentucky is $40K, or Alabama is like $12K a year or something. I'm a congressman. I'm only going to make $12K a year. Well, then you better want to represent your people and boost that so that you get a bigger paycheck, but it's boosting everybody else there too. And I think that's part of it. I think you're right. Oh. Trying to go in here and get heavy on this. The only problem is, I also don't want to fuck her up too bad. So right now I know it looks like she has some kind of fucking disease on her face. Skin tones are always the biggest pain in the ass. That's why I don't do the Henry Cavill Superman yet. So I got to perfect getting that tone in the skin and getting it where it looks good with all the undershadowing, everything else. When I go back over this again with the flesh tone, like the pure flesh tone, it's going to look a certain way. But I don't want to see anybody suffering. I want to see everybody prospering. And that's what I really hoped was going to happen, and it didn't. Actually, it's almost quite the opposite at this point. But I kind of want to get away from the black pill shit. I mean, I'm waiting because I haven't seen any counter arguments either. And that's kind of what I was hoping I was going to get, to be honest with you, so that this way I could be like, you know what, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe I'm looking at it in a very black pill kind of way, but I'm not getting, everybody's kind of like in agreement with me on it. And it's kind of terrifying on its own. So taking out Charlie Kirk, I think that's definitely a possibility. So the whole thing is, it's now pretty much come out that the reason why he was given Tucker and like Megyn Kelly platforms to say whatever they want is because he wasn't allowed to say it. So he would tell them, famously, he told Tucker, like, go Max or whatever. Go Max, and all that stuff. Because Tucker's like, yo, I don't have to talk about Israel. I can talk about other stuff and everything. And he was like, nope, go Max. Because Charlie Kirk could not say it. He could say, well, I'm defending somebody's right to have and hold these opinions, but I can't say it myself because they will defund my entire platform. But you can get away with it, and they're not going to defund you. You know, he was playing a smart game because he also would have lost his closeness to the White House. And he definitely had Trump's ear. Like, he really did. You know, I know there's a lot of theories with Erica Kirk, and she had a whole double life, and she was really a bad guy and all this other stuff. Maybe she was. But even if she was, she couldn't control Charlie Kirk. So I think Charlie Kirk actually did. He played a more important role than I realized behind the scenes. And I can tell you what, I think we've all felt since he was gone, because I wonder what he would have said to Trump on the side. The only person I know of that actually was against the war, has been vocal about it and all that actually did have Trump's ear before it began, was Tucker Carlson. And look what they did to him. He's completely been outsized from everybody. Yep, he's the enemy now. He's prime enemy number one as far as Republicans go, because he doesn't agree with this, and he tried to talk Trump out of it and all that. From one of those things that's slowly been leaking, and the whole thing is, who's the leaker? If I'm to be honest, it's somebody who knows the General Kane. I think General Kane is actually part of the leaks, because he doesn't want to go down as the guy who commanded our military into a no-win situation. So it's kind of self-preservation. But I think that there's been leaks that apparently a good chunk of the administration did not agree with everything that's going on in Iran right now. That they didn't want to see it happen, try to talk them out of it, and Trump made his own decision like Trump always does. Like he took everybody's advisement and then just did whatever the fuck he wanted to. So I'm not entirely sure. Dear Lord, working out skin tones fucking sucks. Going back in, going back over, going back in, going back over. Trying to capture the blood vessels under the skin, trying to taint it out so it doesn't look muddled. Offsetting the tone, resetting the tone, doing undertones and highlights. Tell you what, guys, pain in the ass, and looks fucking funky as shit when you're doing it. I just gotta hope what I have in my head is actually what's gonna come out through the brush. But yeah, guys, I mean, anybody got anything interesting? Anything that I missed? Anything else crazy going on? I mean, I can talk about like some of the fun stuff I've been watching. Fun stuff I've been watching is, and shout out to Kino Casino. Ashton and Andy. Shout out to both those guys. They are currently in the midst of just shredding the shit out of Jeremy over at the quartering, because apparently Jeremy, behind the scenes, was trying to get him taken off the air, trying to get him deplatformed and everything else. Mr. I believe in nothing but free speech and everybody has a right to say whatever they want on the internet, trying to take him down. And they've gone scorched earth on him. And apparently that is one of those big no-nos in those type of circles. Is it's fine if you're going to fight and be assholes to one another, but the moment you move to try and deplatform somebody, get their shit taken off the internet or whatever, the entire community on that end of the world will take you down. And there's people that Kino Casino have taken the piss out of for a very long time that came out in their defense. And watching it from afar, I'm just like, oh, this is not good for the quartering. Like, this may be just the end of him, to a point where I think tonight Brittany Venti, if I'm not mistaken, is doing a stream and she's going scorched earth on Jeremy too. Why is your jaw swollen? Sparring? Gotta go gentle, bud. Shouldn't be that banged up from sparring. You gotta learn to take it easy when you spar. Learn how not to throw full contact. How to pull the punch at the very last second. It's sparring. It's not supposed to actually be trying to actively take each other's heads off. Damn, lightening that fucking tone. Problem is, every part of me wants to paint the hair so I can see the contrast in the paint. And it's like, I know the moment I do, I'm going to fuck everything else up. Like I did with her helmet. This way I can see the contrast between her skin tones and the paint. How are your teeth? So there's two things it could be, to be honest with you, outside of if you haven't been hitting the jaw, Eugene. The two things are your teeth or your ear. If your ear is wax impacted, it'll put pressure on your jawline and it'll send pain down that nerve. To be honest with you, that was one of the things I actually do miss about having teeth. I could tell when I had like a wax impaction in my ear from wearing headphones too long, because it would transition and translate down into my teeth, and it would be like, oh, my fucking teeth hurt, what's going on? And then come to find out it would be like a wax impaction or something. Which I, as clean as I keep my ears, because I clean them all the time, has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with wearing the headphones as long as I do when I'm like streaming and stuff. That's why I try to keep them off, because it softens everything up in there, and then you'll get a wax impaction. Let's see. Yeah, I got a pop highlight on it. Getting there. I think we're getting there with the skin tones. I just got to highlight some spots. Of course, I got to do the lips and the teeth and the eyes and everything. Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, if it's your teeth, I definitely recommend getting that checked out, because you might need root canal or some kind of fucking brutality there, which they suck. Although, especially if you got to get it capped. But your ear, you can technically do it yourself with some hydrogen peroxide, some cotton swabs, maybe a little high-end isopropyl alcohol with a water mix. You got to be careful though. You don't want to smoke your inner ear. You're going to be dizzy after it happens, but you can actually clear that yourself. If it's bad enough, you'll need antibiotics too. You need to go to a doctor. I'm not a doctor. I don't give medical advice. Save that for the fucking experts. But I'm just saying what's worked for me. Gout in your fucking face? I've never heard of that, to be honest with you. Lower joints, knees, hell, maybe elbows, hands. I've never heard of it being in your jaw. I don't even know how you get gout, to be honest with you. I know my one buddy used to get gout all the time because, well, he drank way too much beer on a consistent basis. But I never got gout once in my life. I mean, he used to drink like 24 pack a day. Good night, Stranded. Thank you for being awesome. Hopefully I didn't bore you with my little ranting and raving there for the minute. Or, black pill you. That's the one thing I don't want to do to people. I want everybody to know that there's hope, that we can make it out of this, but we just got to do it together as a team. It's going to take not one person, but a whole group. We do have a way out of this, but again, it's as a people, one American people, not as a bunch of little separate groups, unless those separate groups come under one banner. Look at that underjaw. Something about this right in the eyes. It's because of the way the mask sits. Lighten them just a little bit. When I come across with the highlight, it should pop more. Thing right under her nose on this side. Like I said, toning up flesh tones are a pain in the ass. That's awesome, Stranded. Yeah, get some rest. You deserve it. I mean, you can, until your doctor tells you what it is, be honest with you, you can spitball on anything, come up with any medical term you want. It's a reason why they go to college for as long as they do and all that kind of stuff. That's why I'll never profess that I'm medically knowledgeable. I can just roundabout guess at things. But I'm no clinician. And I'd never purport to be or tell you, like, because one thing I did learn from working in the pharmacy and all that other stuff and knowing people that are actual medical professionals is that I'm a fucking idiot. I mean, just pharmacists by themselves, and they're nowhere near, well, some are near where doctors are, but they can look at something and be like, oh, the drug interaction between this, that, and the other is going to kill somebody. I couldn't see it. I mean, like, I know what happened to me with my back and my shoulder and my neck and everything today with the dog, but I couldn't tell you exactly what got fucked up directly or anything else. I'd have to have like MRI scans done and everything, because whatever it was not good. To be honest with you, I'm actually shocked I fired up the stream at all tonight. It's the way I was feeling even before the dog thing, just with everything going on and what I was seeing happen. I was like, man, I don't even know where to go with this. I don't even know if I want to play any Art Bell. I don't know, like, if I should just shut the fuck up, let things rest for a little bit before I come back on here, pay attention to shit. The only other thing that it's really happened outside of me rebuilding computers and all this other stuff and file systems and everything. One thing did happen that was actually pretty interesting. I heard about Supergirl. the wife actually has been paying attention to the Supergirl film and everything going on with it. And apparently it's going to be like buddy cop to an extent with Lobo in it. And she said that basically they're going to turn Lobo into a simp and Supergirl into a lesbian. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, dear Lord, did you guys fuck things up? My wife was fucking furious because she's like, Lobo, you know, the main man, the dude who has beaten Superman in every fight they've ever had, you know, can go toe-to-toe with the biggest badasses of them all, is now a simp for Supergirl? Like, what are we doing here? Like, what the fuck? I think that's actually got it right there. I think I actually got her skin tone. That was a lot of mix up and paint and everything else for nothing. Jesus. I don't know. I feel like I'm doing you guys a disservice on the mic tonight, though. Like, should have something running in the background. Maybe I should look up some Art Bell. Maybe I should go to stuff that's non-inflammatory. Only other funny thing I've got, well, actually, this one was funny because I got all excited. So Piers Morgan, I guess last week, they had Adam Sosnick. Anybody who watches PBD podcast was on there. And he debated Dave Smith, and Dave Smith handed him his ass. I mean, it was probably one of the most embarrassing debates, one-sided debates I've ever seen, where Dave Smith just demolished him. And it was so bad in the internet, it was so bad that PBD actually went and addressed it on his podcast. And Piers Morgan's team, of course, is watching PBD's podcast, said, we've offered to host the debate. Adam Sosnick said, okay, let's do it again. Dave Smith came out. And it was before he did his podcast, this announcement came out that he will debate Dave Smith again, right? Like he's agreed to it. Dave Smith said, yeah, I was gentle last time. I'm going ham on your ass. I don't see where this works out for anybody, but I'm telling you now, I'm not going to be nice about it this time. I'm going directly after you and I'm going hard, right? So today, the Piers Morgan, the second debate was supposed to air because they were supposed to do it on Tuesday. Adam Sosnick backed out of the debate. Said, I have a scheduling conflict. In other words, I'm dodging. I was disappointed. I'm not even going to lie. I don't like that dude a little bit. But yeah, I was actually kind of disappointed because I really wanted to see Dave Smith go in on him. Because I think Dave Smith, you can say whatever you want about him. You can like his positions, not like him. He's very well argued. He knows his shit. He would have fucking just gone ham on this dude. He would have destroyed him. Like, because he even said it like, I'm not going to be nice. And anybody who knows anything about stand-up comedians, you got to be fast-witted and on your feet and everything else for hecklers. And I've watched comedians handle hecklers and destroy them. And that's kind of what he did in the first debate, because all you have is ad hominem attacks or how the other person did in a different debate, but you're not beating them. That kills your credibility. And that's kind of where this was at. It was fucking nuts. And I really fucking do not like Adam Sosnick. Makes me disappointed in the name Adam. With that fucker having that name. He needs to change his name to like Benji or something. I don't know. Just get off the name Adam though, dude. You fuck it up for all other Adams on the internet. Anyway, I feel like I'm an army of one talking to an army of none, so let me see. I'll go see if I can't find us some Art Bell to listen to. Oh, almost forgot. Wicked is doing their wild card model. It's going to be Ozzy Osbourne. That could be interesting to paint. Let's see. What do I want to do? Let's see. Art Bell. Gonna put in Art Bell. Let's see what we got. I guess we can go with this one. I've never heard it. It's from 7596.
Ford B24.
Hit mute on it. It's called Arts Parts. Oh, God. I'm going to have to pay attention to fucking ads. All right. Art Bell it is. Let me see. Grab my earphones. Now I got to actually put on the earphones. Somebody in the chat, do me a favor. Tell me if this is coming through, because if it isn't, I need to know right away.
Desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, as the case may be, across all these many time zones, from the Hawaiian Tahitian island chains, where the girls dance in grass skirts, all the way across flyover country.
Oh, looks like it's going through to me. You guys got to let me know.
Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, where they don't wear much more, down into South America, where who knows, north
Donka,
to the
Eugene.
pole, where
Donka.
they dress warmly, and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell, and I've got some interesting news for you. All of this, as usual, came down about 30 minutes prior to airtime. I'll tell you, I have a lot of help in opening my mail. My wife and I open my mail, and my wife, the majority of it. And we've got another letter from the man who sent the Roswell materials and more. It never fails just before airtime. For those of you that are not caught up on this story, let me rehash just a little bit. Several months ago now, I received what was purported to be Roswell crash materials. Very odd stuff. Then about, I would guess a month later, I received a second shipment purporting to be from the skin of the crashed craft. There have been extensive tests performed on these materials. You're going to get another report on them Sunday on Dreamland. And there are some very exotic tests planned that I cannot talk about. These materials include what appears to be 100% pure aluminum in very strange configurations. 9999 aluminum in very strange parts. Those photographs are on the internet. It includes what is purported to be from the skin of the spacecraft, which is made up of a very strange set of elements, 3 elements only: magnesium, zinc, and bismuth, which is thought to be anti-gravitic in nature. So we've got something very serious on our hands. All of the nation's best rare metals people, industrial people, the people at our nation's national security locations, none of them are able to explain what we have. Now, I really can't go into any more detail than that right now, except to say there is a complete scientific report on the internet, on my webpage, with electron scanning, microscope photographs, and graphs of spectrography and all the rest of it. Now, that brings us to this evening. I have received another letter, and I'm not going to be able to give you all of it, but I'll read what I can, okay? Dear Mr. Bell, against my better judgment and my wife's advice, I once again am sending this information your way in the hope that it will assist you in your efforts. Thank you for stating in your broadcast that I reside in blank. It has been most helpful. Actually, I reside in blank, but am able to visit the South Carolina region on military hops out of blank Air Force Base. That's why these, and I'm putting in the blanks, that is why these letters have been so sporadic and have a South Carolina postmark. It is a means to protect myself. I know that you and Ms. Howe understand. I did send a letter her way with additional information, but since she has not discussed it, or have you, perhaps the information in that correspondence is still being examined. Okay, regarding the precise location of the crash site from Granddad's journal.
The Blue Dingus.
And here's where I really can't read. I won't read. He describes in degrees, minutes, and seconds the precise location. He describes it, let's put it this way, as within a 30-mile radius of Roswell. Okay, regarding, the reason I'm not going to give you the precise location is we're going to want to look at it, and I don't want a bunch of people getting there before we do. Secondly, regarding the second set of samples dispatched, meaning that from the outside of the craft. Sample extraction radiated light for a full 3 hours, originally located on the central underside of the wedge-shaped disc. Speculate some type of shielding, to enable craft and crew to survive accelerated entry into the atmosphere when the craft was experiencing uncontrolled descent. Pile of blackened ash was analyzed, and the ash was confirmed of the same elements of layering. Ash consisted of fibrous dust and residue. Ash and all debris swept into bagging. Bags then placed in tagged boxes. Boxes placed into metal footlockers. Initial examination off-site conducted at New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology. Secondary examinations at Los Alamos facilities. Footlockers subsequently airlifted by courier to Wright Field, Ohio. I sincerely hope this has been helpful. I have considered calling your broadcast or sending the journal itself, but frankly I am afraid. Why? Well, in all my years of involvement with this subject, I have only confided in one other person outside my family. He and their plane, a C-130, crashed and burned within hours of my conversation about Roswell. This happened in the late 70s. Since that day, to the day I first contacted you, Mr. Bell, I have been silent completely on these matters. You see, Mr. Bell, my friend was carrying a Roswell sample. I have reasons to be fearful. C-130s don't normally get hit by lightning and explode. I'm not trying to be melodramatic or paranoid on these matters. I've been as factual and truthful as I can be. Experience has taught me that virtue is the better part of valor, and silence can speak volumes. Frankly, sir, it is not easy hiding in plain sight, as I've had to when it comes to this subject. I'd better go. I hope this letter helps. Signed, a friend. And he included something very interesting with the letter. It is a photograph, and I need your help with this. It is a very ancient photograph. I can tell you that it is very, very old. It is kind of yellowed, and I'll tell you what it says on the back of the photograph. It says, a B-24 carrying the Roswell debris to right field. Large contingent is security detachment. 2 bodies of aliens on board B-24 along with foot lockers. Now, as I said, this is very difficult to see. It's an old photograph, and I have scanned a number of photographs of my father in the Marine Corps and my mom that had the exact same yellowish, very old tint to it. It's obviously genuine. Now, I am not an airplane person. That is, I am not a person who easily identifies aircraft. But what can be seen in this photograph at a distance is an aircraft that could be a B-24. I don't know. I would say, and it's very difficult to see from here, but it looks very much like 40 or 50 or 100 troops near this B-24 in a line. I cannot tell you any more than that. I can only tell you about 30 minutes ahead of airtime, I scanned this photograph and sent it to Keith Rowland. He probably has got it up on the website by now. So any of you who are familiar with aircraft, what I did is I pulled some of the yellow aspect of the picture out, which turned it back into more or less a black and white. When I scanned it, that's all I did. I just pulled the color intensity down to 0 and brought it back to black and white. Otherwise, it is a pretty good representation of the photograph I have got in this letter. So anybody who would like to go up to the website and take a look, I would very much appreciate it. The website that contains all of the information on the parts received, the testing done, and now this new photograph can be located by going to www.artbell.com. That's my website address, www.artbell, no space, ARTBELL.com. Of course, the obligatory http:// then www.artbell.com. Or with a browser, you can just put in Artbell, and it is the first web page listed. So there you are. That is the latest. I'm withholding a couple of things, the man's real location and the specific exact area of the crash site. Other than that, that is the content of the letter, and you now have the photograph up there, and I would appreciate anybody who knows anything about aircraft going up there and seeing if there is anything you can recognize that would help us out. A more detailed report is coming this Sunday.
Relaxation doesn't always look like spa days or fluffy pillows. Sometimes true relaxation is simpler.
Yay, ads.
It's when those pesky tasks you don't have time for, like hunting down your credit card perks, are handled.
Now, it is Friday night, Saturday morning, or if you're hearing this Sunday night, Monday morning, so be it. The President of the United States, the one and only Bill Clinton, said today, the economy is in the best shape this generation. Arguably, he is correct. Unemployment is at a 6-year low. There have just been 239,000 new jobs created, many of them construction jobs at high pay. The average pay for Americans, lagging for years, is now significantly on the rise. Housing markets are good. So the president arguably is correct. The economy is in good shape, and the forecast is it will be in better shape. The market didn't like that one bit. It points toward the possibility of inflation, interest rate hikes, almost a damn sure thing now from the Fed, And so the Dow Jones went down almost 115 points on the day. So it is typical of the market to react this way, and I bet it's going to be a bad Monday. This is, though, on balance, bad news for Bob Dole, because people vote their pocketbooks. That is the one truth, absolute truth about elections. I doubt that people care much about the president's dalliances, whether they occurred or not. Whitewater's gone nowhere. I've gone through this whole litany before. The FBI files mess seems to be going nowhere, should be, but isn't, probably because of all the battering the president's been getting. So, on balance, my judgment continues to be this president is going to be reelected. And he'll be reelected because Bob Dole is not going to be a good contestant, but most of all, because the economy appears as though it's going to be in very good condition. That reelects presidents. So there you are. Crime. Get this. Crime for juveniles, young people,
You're fine. Who's next?
is up 68% in the last 5 years. Latest on NBC and LA gang video. What a piece of work this is. It shows gang members indulging in arson, bomb making and exploding, and attempted murder. By the way, this is in a better part of LA. And I don't know. It's a horrible time we live in. People document their bad deeds for later enjoyment or something. I've got several unrelated things now. Art, after hearing you read the new letter on the demon seeds, it began to hit me they may be for real. My first reaction was to urge you to burn them, but that'd be wrong. Clearly, you can't risk planting them, but I think you should send at least half of them to Linda Howe so she can arrange analysis. I'm sure they can be germinated in a secure lab under controlled conditions and possibly DNA analyzed.
Gotcha.
Have you heard, by the way, the Saudis say they have evidence the army barracks bombing was arranged and financed not by Iran, but by Syria. If that proves true, it'll be quite a shock. We've been coddling Assad for an awful long time. We've been warned by many other countries he's no better than Saddam. I guess we never learned. Later, Rick in Reno.
Crazy. I don't know if you guys heard that conversation or not.
All right. Seems like a good topic. So listen to this. Dear Art, been listening to your show for about a half year. Enjoy it.
Pause that real quick. I don't know if you guys heard that conversation or not. But the wife just came in. She said Nick Pope died of cancer. Apparently he was a big contributor on Art Bell, which we haven't played any of him yet. Died of cancer today. And she said in 14 circles, that's huge. Also, Sissy Spacek died. So shout out to Sissy Spacek. Of course, the main role I know her from is Carrie in the old Stephen King movies. Showing the wife the undertoning and everything and the color on the model. She agrees. She thinks it looks good. So hopefully I'm on the right path. If she looks at it and she goes, yeah, your color variation, the makeup, everything is looking tight. It's good stuff. Back to Art Bell.
Don't know what your topic is for the evening, either do I, but here is something that I've been considering sharing with you. A couple of months ago, you had a gentleman call in claiming to have shot and killed a Bigfoot, actually 2 of them. I know this is getting to be a well-worn topic, but I, too, had a close encounter with Sasquatch many years ago. Being a professional person and well thought of in my field, I've been reluctant to share my tale with any but a few close friends. It's a long story, but I'll be brief. First, let me say I was born and raised here in the Rogue Valley of southern Oregon. I've been an avid outdoorsman, backpacker in my entire life. 22 years ago, while packing deep in the Marble Mountains Wilderness area, Northern California, Southern Oregon border area, myself and 2 companions were terrorized for an entire evening by the beast. We spent that night in a large madronic tree. That's M-A-D-R-O-N, madrone tree, I guess. That's an E, I'm sorry. Tree, and the next day, while packing back down the trail, the animal flanked us for about 3 miles. I'd like to go into details, but space here does not permit. Suffice it to say, we saw the animal close up several times. Art, they really do exist. One of the people that went through this with me recently moved back to the area. We plan to repeat our journey this fall, this time a little better prepared. If you'd like to know more of my experience, possibly I could mail you the whole story. It is quite interesting. Signed, Keith. I've got a phone number here, too. So there you are. All right, I've got more, but I don't have more time to get it all out right now, so let me take care of a couple of things, and then I'll get the rest of this out to you, and then we will have a night of open line. You name it, anything you want to talk about, talk radio. Stay right there. I'm telling you, I've got to be the collection point for all the world's weirdness, because you should see what I've got.
This digital calendar, lightening my mental load, makes it worth every penny. I wasn't fully convinced the Skylight calendar would be able to do it.
Right. I've got an article from a 1957 edition of Fate, that's F-A-T-E, Fate magazine. It's entitled Silver Chaff from the Sky. The fall of metallic shreds was mysterious enough. Then, even more mysteriously, the chickens died. Monday night, August 27th, 1956, was cool, the sky slightly overcast in Chemung County, is it? C-H-E-M-U-N-G County in the southern part of New York State. Above the overcast, the moon rose late, full, and blood red. It was still rising when Mr. and Mrs. Charles Reese of Sagetown, which is 8 miles south of Elmira, went to bed after feeding the 2 watchdogs on their chicken ranch. Shortly after midnight, a light rain began to fall. A little later, after 2 a.m. Tuesday morning, Mrs. Reese was awakened by the dogs, who were barking angrily in the yard. She rolled over, went back to sleep. Her husband, sound sleeper, slept through until morning. At about 6:30 a.m., Mr. Reese left the farmhouse to attend to his chores. Rounding one of several chicken coops on a 2-acre ranch, he discovered thousands of bright, shiny, metallic shreds scattered all over the ground. He said later that an offensive odor assailed his nostrils at the same time. The shreds were silver-colored on one side and lavender-tinted on the other. Each segment was about 1/2 to 1 inch in length and about 1/2000th of an inch thick. They resembled brightly colored Christmas tree icicles. Also scattered about the area were several pieces of a substance resembling cardboard, evidently the remains of a container or containers in which the metallic shreds had been packed. Mr. Reese discovered on the roof of a nearby chicken coop had been dented by an object apparently that had fallen from the sky. Undecided about the identity of the substance, Mr. Reese notified the town of Southport patrolman Robert A. Loomis. The police officer collected some samples of the substance and contacted the county airport manager, who investigated and had made an immediate air search of the vicinity. A light liaison plane of the Connecticut National Guard had been reported missing on a routine flight on Monday between Albany and Camp Drum, New York. Though this is far north of Elmira, the airport officials considered the plane might have wandered into the area and blah, blah, blah. Let me go on. At any rate, his chickens, began to die. And there's a lot more to the article. Now, as usual, they have sent me these metal shards. I have the metal shards. I also have some of the roots of the plants that died. Yes, that's right, plants died as well. So now I've got these metal shards. And I've also got the phone number of the guy who sent me this stuff. Let's see, roots and stem, which were gathered along with the tinsel. Blah, blah, blah. So, I don't know, I've got the demon tinsel here. I don't know what this stuff is, but I've got the article on the original story. And I've got some of the tinsel. Apparently I have been the designated collection point for anything weird, dangerous, or unexplainable. And I don't know what I'm going to do with the tinsel. And I don't have unlimited funds with which to go testing this stuff in labs. It's a very expensive process. And without going into detail with regard to the Roswell fragments, we're beginning to go into some rather expensive testing, and that's really all I can say about that. So, there you are. I've got more, but I'll hold it. Let's go to the phones. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, I'm interested in that photograph you got from Roswell there.
Yes, sir.
There's a couple of things about that. You could probably take a look at it in your own house there.
I've got, by the way, what I've got, so everybody knows, is actually the original photograph. I was not sent a computer photograph. I've got the original one.
Okay. There's a couple of things to find out if it's original. There's things that they can do to deceive it. I'm not saying that it's fake or anything, but there's a couple of things you could do right now to take a look at it and see what. Basically, I'm not sure if you're familiar with developing pictures or not.
Not really.
Basically, the last step in developing is putting it into the fixer solution.
Yeah.
And if you dip it in there for 2 minutes, it should be a pretty good photograph. If you dip it in there for like 2 seconds, it'll come out yellowed and almost looking like it's been...
Well, now, wait a minute. I don't know about that, because when I wrote my book, you know, the Art of Talk book I wrote, I got a lot of old photographs from my mom and my dad when they were in the Marine Corps. And they frankly looked exactly like this photograph in terms of the yellowed oldness, almost identical.
See, putting it in the fixer solution for about 2 seconds will do almost the same thing. Does the photograph look like there's any, like the gloss on it, does it look like it's kind of tattered or?
Yeah, wrinkled would be the word.
That's a sign there. It's not a definite sign. Also, on the back, what's the material on the back of the photograph? Oh, does it feel glossy or does it feel...
No, it's not glossy.
Is it like fibers?
It's like, it's like paper. White. It's white on the back.
And
you know,
is it anything like Kodak or...
Yeah, you know, it's almost erased, but there's some kind of date here. I can't quite read it. I'm maybe with a magnifying glass.
If you could get a magnifying glass, and you said there's handwriting on the back.
Oh, yes.
Basically, by looking at it,
yeah, I think you know, obviously a photographic expert could date this. I'm not that.
If you could take a look at the ink though itself, you could do it yourself with a magnifying glass. Take a look at. If it was a ballpoint pen, it would be kind of a long, smooth streak. If it was like one of the old quill-type pens, you'll see it kind of jagged, dotted, almost pattern.
Well, what I'm going to hold out for, obviously, is some people who would go take a look at it on the web page, and before the night is over, you can be darn sure we're going to get some reports.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested because basically you got two things from this guy now. One of them, you know, your parts obviously are extremely difficult to determine what they are. This photograph could be the truth or trash of it all.
I agree.
You know,
I agree, and I'm willing to submit this photograph for testing. Believe me.
Yeah.
So
I would be kind of interested to see.
So would I. Although, let me tell you, sir, the parts are not as difficult to prove as you might imagine. We've come a long way.
Okay.
So thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it, and listen through the night. I'm sure you're going to hear more.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Take care. You know what I think I'm going to do?
Usually getting a phone for $0 is too good to be true. A hassle. But
how can I do that? Let me think.
Gotta love commercials.
I'm tempted, this guy's way back in New York, so it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. But you know, I'm tempted on this tinsel he just sent me. I'm tempted to call the guy. So, John, back there in New York, get ready if you're listening. I think I'm going to call you. God. I want to know what this stuff is. If it killed chickens, then it's potentially dangerous, and I'm not sure that I want to have it around. So, let me see. Let me get some work done here, and maybe I'll pick up the phone and try to call him. Probably wake him up, and he'll be angry. All right, I'm unable to reach John. I got his answering machine, so I guess we're going to have to follow up on this later. And until then, I'll keep this tinsel in a safe place. Killer tinsel that fell from the sky. My first reaction was that it was chaff, but I don't think this is chaff. It gave off an odor. It killed chickens. It killed trees, and now I've got it sitting in the other room. Probably killing my cats or something. Something has happened. I've become a collection point for this weirdness, and I don't know what to do about it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Art, this is Ray in Kansas City.
Hi,
How
Ray.
are you?
I'm fine.
I've just been wondering, well, I better call you later, Art.
You better call me later?
Well,
turn your radio off. That is number one. Okay? Reach over and turn that sucker off. Okay?
I called you a few months ago about the international conspiracy to form a global government.
Yeah.
You know, I've been listening a lot to shortwave, and I've heard that some terrible things could possibly happen at the Olympics.
Well, there were 2 shakeups at the Olympics today, matter of fact. One Olympic security guard was hit by a stray bullet, and somebody else crashed through one of the barriers, so it's not an auspicious beginning.
Also, I'd like to mention or bring up Norio Hayakawa.
Yes.
What conclusions did you come to about what he told you and all of us out here?
All right. Well, now listen on the air. I don't come to conclusions about things guests say. Maybe that has occurred to you by now after listening to the show for I don't know how long. I listen to and allow guests to unwind their story. It does not mean that I buy into it. Frequently, the audience, because I allow my guests to tell their story, assume this means I acquiesce, I agree. It is not necessarily the case. I am not one of these people running around in deep fear of a one-world government. That's just the way it is. I'm not. And so I didn't necessarily at all agree with all Norio had to say. I nevertheless gave him a forum in which to say it. And that is the way I do business here on the air, in case you haven't figured that out yet. I don't bring a guest in here and put a third-degree light on him and batter him and with everything he says. I just don't do it. It's not my style with a guest. I have all of you for that. When I have a guest in here, I let him say what he wants to say. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Turn your radio off.
Okay.
That's good.
Is this Art Bell?
Yes.
Oh, hi. I am Dawn. I'm calling from California, and I just wanted to say how much I really enjoy your show.
Oh, that's sweet. Where in California are you?
I'm in Santa Maria. It's just about 20 miles.
Oh, I know where it is. That's KSMA.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, indeed. All right. Well, how old are you?
I'm 26.
26. You sound like you're about 12.
Oh, thank you. I love you.
Do a lot of people tell you that?
Oh, yeah, I get that quite a lot, actually.
I mean, like you answer the phone and they say, is your mom home,
yeah,
please?
is my mom home? Is my dad? Can my dad come to the phone? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you enjoy the show. It is never the same on any night.
No, it isn't, and I love every minute of it.
Wonderful.
My husband was the one who originally, he works late nights, and he came home, and he told me one day, you've got to listen to this show. It's great, and I've been hooked ever since.
Well, thank him, and I thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That's very nice. Yes, you may have noticed I don't follow any particular format. We just do whatever we do on any given night. That's the way I like it. And so this program is never, ever predictable. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
All right, when did this
Well, thank God for small miracles.
happen?
Today. Oh, you mean when did it originally occur?
Yeah.
In 1956.
Oh, okay.
I've got the entire article right here that was in Fate magazine.
Oh, I thought this happened a couple days ago or something.
No, the recent aspect to it is it just got to me.
Oh.
So wonderful.
Okay, that explains it, because something like that would have made the papers.
Yeah, Silver Chaff.
Not too far from there.
Silver Chaff from Scott. Oh, where are you?
Utica, New York.
Utica. Well, I'm not real happy about having it. That's why I tried to call that guy just now.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, maybe I'll try later in the show at, say, 3 o'clock or something my time. That'd be 6 o'clock your time, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir. Take care. Silver Chaff falls from sky, kills chickens, kills plants, and he sends it to me. Yikes. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Well, hello.
Hi.
Well, this is wonderful. I've enjoyed you for about a year. My name is Dan, and I live in Grass Valley, California.
All right.
And I have a little offer for your audience here. I would like, I'm one of the people out here that has been working with pyramid power and Mobius figure eights and those sorts of matters. And I would like to hear from the various people.
What's a Mobius?
A Mobius figure eight. Think of a figure eight when you twist it, like if you take a rubber band and you twist it so that the axis does not touch.
Yes.
Okay, well, a Mobius figure eight is can be thought of in that fashion. That way the energy can travel through it without short-circuiting itself in the center.
What energy?
Okay, Mobius figure eights are used in the conventional sense. They're cooled and used for lasers. But people that have been using what is often called the aura have been using Mobius figure eights for thousands of years. They're known by various names, but that's basically what they are.
I'll be darned.
Yeah. And so I invite your audience to, I'd like to mention one other thing here. Those of you who are interested in pin-based computer systems, here's an interesting little fact for you. If sighted people would have learned or could or choose to learn a form of ink dot-based braille, the cost of the hardware and the software of those units would go dramatically down. Do you follow me, Art?
Yes.
Because the braille does not have an identity. It does not have the variables in it, which script or print does. So
you're jumping around. You're jumping around a lot on me here. We started out with pyramids and
right. Okay. The project that I'm working on actually uses a form of braille in it, and I'm getting ready to build model number 2, and I'm hoping to tie this in to some high-tech accoutrements. And the bridge between the pyramid energy and the other involves braille codes which are placed within the tubes of the pyramids.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So you're kind of out there a little bit. A lot of people aren't going to be tracking with you here because
Well, the reason why I gave you that extreme example is that I do know that there are people out there that are working with pyramids and various other configurations. So I decided, since I enjoy your show so much, to offer something that I knew would be really way out there. And I just want you to know that I really look forward to hearing you, and I hope that I'll be listening for a long, long time.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for the call. That sounds a little like you might be sending me something. Uh-oh. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
South Dakota.
Yes, sir.
Have you seen Independence Day yet?
Not yet.
Oh, I saw it tonight. It was just absolutely the most awesome movie I think I've ever seen.
I know.
They had about 500 special effects in it, in the whole movie, and they even made some reference to Roswell.
I heard that. I've also heard, and I'm asking people to listen. I got a fax from a man and his wife who both say in one of the war room scenes. Now, I don't know what that means. In one of the war room scenes, they heard my name mentioned in background chatter.
Really?
Yeah, and so I'm asking that people would go to see ID4, listen for that so we can see if it is true.
Well, I'm going back to see it Sunday, and I'll make a special
You're
effort.
going back. You must really have liked it. Huh?
Oh, it was really good. Hey, if I don't get to talk to you again, have a great vacation.
Oh, well, that's not going to be until August.
I thought you were going here in July.
No, I'm leaving August 2nd.
And you're going to Russia?
I'm going to Russia. I'm going to Scandinavia. I'm going to Germany and Britain and all over.
Oh, that's really nice. Are you going to cruise over, or are you going to fly over?
Well, no, we're going to cruise. We're going to fly over and then cruise about.
Oh, that's
so
great.
It's kind of both. Thank you very much. Yes, it would be a very long cruise indeed to take on the Atlantic. No, thank you. We'll do the cruise when we get there, and I'm looking forward to it. It's getting closer now. I'm getting caught excited.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to brand your business? We print banners and signs that help you stand out, and must-have merch.
So yeah, anybody who's got YouTube Premium, I hope you guys realize just how many damn commercials a normal person has to endure.
And stranger. For those joining at this hour, I can't repeat all I have. I will in the next hour. But what I will tell you now is there is new information on the Roswell parts, significant new information. We've got a photograph which purports to be a B-24 loading. Well, let me see if I can find it here. I've got so much stuff. Which purports to be a B-24 loading to take the parts to a Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And I've also got some others. Let me read you what it says. It says, B-24 carrying Roswell debris to Wright Field, large contingent means of military troops, is security detachment, bodies of aliens on board B-24 along with footlockers. This is from the man who sent me all these parts. Now, I've received these two faxes already. I've got that photograph. It's an old photograph, folks. So it's not in the best of condition. And I've got the original photograph here. I scanned it in, took the color intensity down to bring back the black and white aspect of the photograph. That's the only thing I changed about it. Added a little contrast because it's very faded. But that is now on my website, along with a whole bunch of other stuff. You've got to make it up to... If you know anything about aircraft, I want to know, first of all, if it is a B-24. Here's what I received so far. Art, Roswell photo. Just looked at the picture, and there would appear to be about 60 fully geared paratroopers waiting to board, although that plane would not hold 60. The blob in the upper left-hand corner, weird by the way, may be another B-24 coming in to pick up the rest of the troops, but why paratroopers? And then this, from the desk of Bob, and I won't read the last name, Hi Art, love the show. I viewed the photograph of the airplane on the webpage. It sure is a B-24 bomber. I'm also faxing you a picture of a B-24 so you can compare it for yourself. Keep up the good work, Rob. So apparently, I've got to hear from more of you. It is a B-24, I guess. I'm not an airplane expert, but I do have the original photograph, and by God, we can date it. Now, here's where it gets even weirder. Behind the scenes, over the last month, I would say, we have had a scientist working with us, whose name I am not going to give unless he wishes to give it. But he sent me a fax just now, which says, Dear Art, I'm sure that I should not be faxing you at this time. However, I just heard your letter concerning Art's parts. I was visited today by the DIA, that would be the Defense Intelligence Agency. If you will contact me either tonight or tomorrow, I'm willing to provide...
So, yeah, the Independence Day, on repeat viewing, does it hold up? Not really. I mean, it definitely has holes in it, but it's fun. And, like, the best part of that movie is the speech that Bill Pullman gives as the president. It's an amazing, like, we will not go quietly into that good night. That is just amazing. Why'd you say Bob? Bob's not even here, I don't think. I mean, to be honest with you, Eugene, I think it's just you and me watching. Like, well, not watching, but we're the only two that even are on this stream at this point. Nobody gives a shit. Moment I started talking about everything I was talking about earlier, I knew the stream would start dying down. I knew it would kill me. I knew the algorithm would kill me. I knew YouTube would kill me because they're not going to promote me when I'm saying stuff like I just said. You know, so whenever I get wound up, a lot of people just tune out because they don't like it when I get wound up. A guy named Bob. Well, who knows? Maybe it was drunk Bob. Bob called in drunk and he was just like, yep, you know, let me tell you something, Art. Tell you what's going on in this here Navy. Almost makes her look like a unibrow right now. Jesus. I mean, I was even showing it to my wife. As soon as I actually get this thing to focus. I think her face is coming out pretty. Once the helmet's fully done, she'll look good. I still got to do the damn eyeballs. Always the worst part of it. I have to put the head on the body and position it like when it's actually mounted, so this way I know which way the eyeballs are painting. Definitely rough, but I think the faces are, I think I'm landing them. I think they're coming out pretty. Let me see if I can't get it to actually focus on the face. Yeah. Yeah, I know I got to clean up right there. But, I mean, if you look, there's the tip of my finger and how big I'm actually painting that. It's rough. It is a rough one. Trying to keep a female face very pretty is definitely difficult.
Information I was hesitant to speak of and did not give to Linda last weekend. This can be confirmed by calling Linda and asking about our conversation. The information I provide will fill in many gaps and go far beyond the hints I have provided thus far. It is fundamentally important that this information be gotten out before some unforeseen event occurs to me. I have not contacted Linda because I feel her conversations are being monitored. There is more than one person scared at this time. I'm concerned for my wife and children as well. Personal regards, signed by the person you're about to hear. So I've called him, and here he is. Welcome to the program.
Hello.
Hi. I'm going to leave it up to you. What do you want to be called?
Why don't you call me Dan?
Dan.
Yeah.
Okay, Dan. Dan, why don't you give the people as much of a background as you can with regard to who you are or what your background is and how you came to be interested in these Roswell materials that I possess?
Well, probably the easiest way is just to summarize it in a couple of sentences. I have master's degrees in computer science, aerospace engineering, and physics, and a PhD in physics. I worked for the Air Force from 1973 through 1980, and I've been following all of your information since it appeared a month and a half, 2 months ago concerning Art's parts.
Right.
Initially, I wasn't real interested in the materials because extract aluminum can certainly be made, forged, and punched out.
Yep.
But I quit sleeping at night, when I heard about the bismuth parts that you had talked about.
Right.
And certainly became more concerned when I saw the first EM scans that came down that you showed,
right.
About 2 weeks ago.
Ones that are up on the website.
The ones that are on the website at this time.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, after thinking about it long and heavy, I faxed you last weekend. And since that point, we've been in contact virtually daily.
Right. And you have been in contact significantly with Linda Howe.
Yes, I have. I've been in long conversations with Linda.
By the way, Linda will give a report this coming Sunday, but they've done a polished cross-section of the bismuth, magnesium, zinc. And I can't give you the exact figures, but the magnesium is 97%, 98%, something like that. The zinc varies from about 6 to 7%, and the bismuth is pure. And with all the people we've talked to, Dan, nobody has the slightest idea what this is, how to make it, or what it would be used for, but you have some hints in that direction, don't you?
Yeah, I have actually quite a few. I was involved over a 7-year period as basically a research physicist with the Air Force, and I worked out of 2 locations primarily, one being Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the other one being Edwards Air Force Base. And as a part of my responsibilities, I was given quite often, or I was asked to perform quite often, reverse engineering tasks.
Reverse engineering.
Reverse engineering.
Now, what that means is you've got something and you don't know what it is or where it came from, and you, in effect, try to figure it out in reverse. Instead of inventing, you're sort of trying to figure out how it was invented.
Yeah, a good example would be back in the 70s, a MiG was flown into the China area, I believe. Not China, but, I guess into Hong Kong or one of those areas.
All right.
It was flown across the border. And the military gave the aircraft back within 7 days. But over that 7-day period, I virtually worked 24 hours a day because all of a sudden things started showing up in my lab, asking me to try to determine what they were and verify them.
Right.
Now, in most cases, it was tube-type electronics, and they were very easy to figure out and determine their purpose. But that's an example of the type of reverse engineering, is to figure out what they did, bandwidth performance, if it was jamming equipment, and things of that nature.
Sure. So that was the conventional kind of work you did. Did you back engineer anything, shall we say, more exotic?
There was quite a few times when all of a sudden I got a call at 2 o'clock or so in the morning stating that there were people waiting for me at my front door. At that point, I lived in Ohio, Springfield, a little town, Springfield. And in 15 minutes, they'd pick me up. Well, 10 to 15 minutes later, there'd be a knock on the door, and it would typically be either an E8 or an E9 waiting for me to go on a trip with them.
Right.
And one trip I can remember in particular, an E9 came. He first asked for my identification, and I thought that was relatively strange to go through all the details that he went through to verify I was who I was. I got in the car with him, a sedan, and was driven to Wright Field. On the way, he asked me if I would leave him with my watch, of which I was very hesitant to give him. It was an HP01, which was one of the original calculator watches.
Oh, yes, I recall.
And I was concerned, this is a $750 watch. You want me to give it to you?
Yeah.
To which his comment was, don't be concerned about it. It won't be damaged. If it is, it'll be replaced. So I gave him my watch. Climbed on the aircraft, and we departed Wright-Pat. About 4 hours later, we landed. I knew that we flew west, but that was about it. There was virtually no contact between the cockpit and myself. And I found that a little frustrating because in my background, I have about 10,000 hours airtime, and I am typed in an N265, which is basically savers, or T39.
Okay.
And so, but anyway, that was kind of the nature of the beast. Anyway, we arrived right at sunup. The sun was just coming up, and it was obvious that I wasn't at Edwards. I couldn't tell where I was, and to this day, I'm not sure where it was. There were a few hangars around. But anyway, I went into labs and spent about 2 weeks at a lab facility that on my TDY orders was identified as Edwards.
Okay.
Now, I don't know whether I had flown into China Lake or where it was, but it certainly was not Edwards Air Force Base.
Gotcha. Can you tell us what you did?
Well, I was provided some materials and asked to identify the materials and what they were. And I was given some samples that were about 5 centimeters on a side and about, I'll convert this to inches to make it easier, about 3/4 of an inch thick.
Right.
There was a spherical radius, which means it was curved on all sides on the bottom. So it, where it came from, I had no idea, but I was asked if I could identify the material and explain what it was to the people. There was a lot of individuals that came in and out of the lab, and with the security arrangements that you go through, it was real simple. If you were in a lab and someone came in, they had a right to be there. I guess all of my work was virtually top secret at the time.
Gotcha.
And so that was one of those basically things that you knew. If someone entered the lab, they had a right to be there. And I had visits from not only the Air Force, but from the Navy and a lot of other agencies, some black suitors of who I don't know who they were.
So this is the kind of work you were doing, and I presume to this day you can't really divulge the specific details.
No, I can't. About 99% of what I do, I can't provide or discuss.
I understand.
And I guess the reason I'm talking to you is I was so upset and nervous when I heard about Art's parts. I just basically didn't want to do anything with it at all.
In other words, when you began to hear about the reports coming in on the skin of the craft,
yes,
obviously something resonated in you with regard to what it was.
Oh, absolutely.
What is that? What is that?
What is that?
Yeah, what is that resonated inside? What do you think we've got, Dan?
Well, I think you have portions of what I describe as a lifting body, or portions of the skin of a lifting body. I was exposed to material that was virtually identical to what you're discussing and have been discussing. It turns out that the material was layered about 30 layers of alternating pure bismuth,
yep,
interlaced with primarily magnesium,
yep,
with about 3 to 4 microns of the bismuth, with about 20 to 25 microns of the magnesium compound, and then that was interlaced all the way up through the body of the material, or through the entire mass of the material.
All right. Linda Howe interviewed you to play back this last Sunday. We didn't play it back on purpose, so it didn't air this last Sunday. She's got that interview with you, though, and may play it, for all I know, this Sunday. I don't know, Dan. But what I do know is you've been in private conversations with her, as I have been with her, and by fax with you. Now, all of a sudden, something's happened. You had guys show up today?
Yeah, I had 3 people show up today and spent about 2 hours with me.
Defense Intelligence Agency?
Precisely. They're concerned about communications and if I had been in contact with Linda Howe or anybody else concerning Art's parts.
Yeah.
And I basically stated that, yes, I had been in contact with Linda Howe.
This is exactly what I was afraid of. All right. Can you relate? In other words, you admitted to them you'd been talking to Linda Howe.
Oh, sure. There's no reason to lie because I'm sure they were sitting there with a recorder of all 3 hours of conversation.
I'm sure they were. And did they have any advice for you? In other words, they obviously know your background. And they're afraid, obviously, of the connection between the information you possess and the information you could convey about these parts?
That's what I assume to be the case.
So where does that leave you standing? Did they threaten you?
No, I don't think the organization. I've been in contact with the organization before. I took quite a number of trips over the years after I left the Air Force into Europe, and it was always a 3 to 5 hour setting session every time I came back, wanting to know exactly who I talked to, where I went, and what I did. And finally,
I'm going to interrupt it right there for a second. So one of the important parts that Art is talking about is, well, actually the caller too. They're talking about how the metallurgy on it is coming back, and it's basically bismuth and manganese, like a mixture or whatever, but they're on atomic layered levels. What's interesting is that bismuth is one step above Illirium-115 on the periodic table, and it's been proposed that is basically it's like a weaker version of Illirium-115. So just a heads up on that one, which is supposedly the power source that Bob Lazar claimed was stable in what they used to power the sports model that he worked on at S4.
that quit about 10 or 11 years ago. And so I felt that maybe it had finally gone away. But it's one of those things that I don't think it ever goes away.
Huh. When you say lifting body, can you give us any more than that? Lifting body.
Well, basically, I'll try to use simpler terms. Lifting body could be considered an airfoil, or something that could be used in the atmosphere to create lift, such as in an aircraft, a powered aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I referred to the material from a lifting body is some of the tests that I was able to conduct over a 2-week period with the material itself. Bismuth is a very, as I call it, phenomenal product that hasn't been discussed virtually at all in the aerospace industry or in a good portion of the publication.
Well, there's a very interesting aspect to this, Dan. There was a lot of discussion about bismuth in the early 70s, and there were a number of scientific papers published leading in the directions of discussion with regard to its anti-gravitic nature and so forth and so on. And then all of a sudden, all papers and all information on bismuth simply disappeared and stopped being published, and there hasn't been anything since. And everybody we're talking to is incredibly tight-lipped about it.
Yeah, and that's interesting. There was an individual that published a series of 3 patents back in, I believe, 1971 through 1973.
That's right.
By the name of Wallace. And Wallace worked for General Electric, and he produced a series of patents that basically proved in a small scale type setup. He had the information provided on his patents is basically what I would consider test equipment, the way he had designed it and tested it. But he was pretty much able to prove that there's some very interesting properties that go with bismuth. And this is all in the public information. There's certainly nothing classified about it. Anybody can pick these patents up and look at them.
All right, Dan, we don't have much time before the bottom of the hour, but I want to ask you this. Dan, I'm perfectly willing to let you give your name on the air, your full name, if you want to. The best, you say in this fax, you're concerned for your safety and your wife and children, and I don't blame you. The reason I've gone public with this the way I have, and the reason Linda has, is for exactly that purpose. In other words, once you're public, if you're not giving away government secrets, which you are not, then you are safe. When you're not public, you're not so safe. Things can happen. And that's why I called you, to give you the opportunity to go public. So you be as public, Dan, as you want to be.
Okay, well, I think it might be better for me to just go, at least today, with my first name.
All right.
Because I'm doing some hard and careful considerations. I put together about a 20-page letter that fully describes everything that I was involved in this area back in the 70s. that will be mailed out to you if it hasn't already been mailed, so that you have a copy of it by the end of the weekend.
Okay, my advice to you would be to get that letter off quickly, and I will hope that it makes it here. At times I've not had a lot of luck with the U.S. mail, so you might pick some sort of carrier, some sort of private carrier. That's just a bit of advice. Dan, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll come right back to you, all right? All right. My guest is somebody we'll call Dan and not give the rest of his name right now. He is a scientist, a physicist, and he knows a lot more than he's told so far about what we call arts parts. We'll be back to Dan in a moment. Remember, the new photograph of whatever that airplane is up on my webpage now. That's www.artbell.com. Please go take a look. Back now to Dan at an undisclosed location. Dan, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Dan, I'm just a talk show host, I have an interest in these matters, but I'm not a scientist. And all of this has fallen in on me like a house of bricks. I mean, it really just has been kind of a heavy load over the last few months. And it's driving me crazy, frankly. People keep sending me things. I've got a recent shipment of some strange materials that killed fowl, and I'm telling you, it's driving me nuts. Look, none of us, well, I won't say none of us, but most of us listening are not scientists as you are. So can you give us a layman's version of what you think about this bismuth material? What is it? How does it do what you theorize or think it does?
Excuse me. Bismuth is, it shows some very interesting characteristics, specifically in the area of magnetic permeability, the ability to absorb magnetic waves. There's basically two ways that you can think of things moving as either a wave or a particle, and that would get us into quantum mechanics and into a relativity, which we don't want to get into. But bismuth is somewhat like hydrogen in that it's what's considered diamagnetic, or it tends to expel or push away a magnetic field or reduce a magnetic field that comes around it. And you're right, it's probably very, very confusing to people. But the bottom line is, if with something that has an interesting magnetic permeability, is if you connect it to an electric charge, there has a tendency to actually repel the magnet, somewhat like a magnet pointing towards a compass, where the compass will always point to north.
Sure.
Diamagnetic material will basically not do that, and it won't work like a piece of iron. In the way iron works with a compass, it has a completely different effect. Almost, you could almost consider, in some tests that have been run, primarily back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, that the magnetic characteristics of bismuth repel magnetic fields. It tends to push them away.
What could you imagine the purpose of layering it with magnesium?
Well, magnesium is a much lighter material. Bismuth is a very, very heavy material. It's only, 2 protons less than lead in weight, basically.
Right.
But it's also very elastic, which means it will stretch to 400 or 500% its size. Now, this gets down to an interesting point. If we assume that we have a body, let's call it an airplane wing,
right,
that has a layer that's a half-inch thick of bismuth intermixed with magnesium, and it's interlaced where you have 2 parts of bismuth to 20 parts of magnesium.
Right.
Well, if it was being used, let's say it was on a jet and it was flying in a war zone, maybe like back in the Vietnam era, and a bullet was shot at it, and the bullet actually penetrated the surface, what would happen is the bismuth would extend to about 500% its size, so it would go from like 2 microns to about 10 microns before it would break. but with a 20 micron separation, it wouldn't allow one layer to interfere with an adjoining layer. And by setting up 30 or 40 layers of this stuff, all of a sudden you can have what would look like, from a electrical standpoint, a continuous piece of bismuth. Now, because of its mass, you need to intermix it with something that's a little bit lighter than itself. Well, if we would assume that there was a very, very large charge placed on the bismuth, and I'm talking in the neighborhood of 1 to 2 million volts, positive charge,
Right.
One could theorize that you could create a situation where the magnetic fields would become very, very small, or actually become negative.
In other words, you could actually repel gravity.
Theoretically, it might be possible. Now, Einstein says that can't be done. In all the work he did, he released the last major release from Einstein was actually in 1929, when he released his unified field theory, which was basically pulled back quite early after he had released it, because he saw some major holes in that. And there were probably two holes that I can think of. One of it was, in that time period, there was very little known about electron spin, or actually how the electrons spin in their orbits. And that would have had to have been considered in his unified field theory, and I'm sure it wasn't. So to correct his unified field theory for that, it would take it would not be a simple job to rewrite the work itself. In fact, it would be a very arduous task to rewrite the electric field theory. But another portion of it is, one of the things that's always remained constant since Newton's time is that gravity is a fixed value. It has a fixed, gravity has a certain fundamental basis that's supposedly not changeable.
Right.
And so all of his work also considered the fact that gravity is a constant. Well, if it was found that gravity was in fact not necessarily constant, so that you can make it scalable, or a scalar type value, then that opens up the whole world to do some calculations and to rewrite virtually all the work that's taken place since the 20s forward, or actually since Newton's time forward.
So when you saw this material, or the cross-sections of it, the electronic scanning microscope cross-sections, it was a jolt to you?
Well, it became much more apparent as the time.
On the U.S. Civil Rights Trail podcast, experts take us inside the pivotal events that shape the movement. Listen to the U.S. Civil Rights Trail podcast, available.
Yeah, I don't think I will. I think the fact that you had to buy advertising tells me all I need to know about your civil rights podcast there, sir. You can go fuck yourself. Have a nice day.
Theorizing what it could be. You know, I kept trying to find out more and more information of what it was. I've been asked if I've ever seen a UFO, and I can say, in terms of ever seeing an unidentified flying object, that I haven't. But that kind of leaves the door open if the right questions are asked, of whether it is or whether it isn't.
Yes.
So,
all right, look, did the DIA mention me?
No. They mentioned they were just interested if I had any conversations with a scientific journalist on the East Coast. Yeah.
That figures. Well, you know she's been everywhere. She's been to all the rare metals people, the best of them in the country. She's been to Sandia, I believe, Los Alamos. She's been all the very best people, and either they won't talk or they say they just plain don't know. I mean, all the people who might manufacture something like this or might have either haven't or say they can't. One of the two. So we're really stuck with this. Where do you think we go from here?
Well, I've given Linda quite a number of contacts back into Sandia and back into Los Alamos, getting around some of the people that she's talked to, because she's talked primarily to the heads of the departments.
Right.
And I'll be really frank, Los Alamos, it's my opinion that Los Alamos and Sandia both are playing games with her.
Yeah, that may be.
I re-reviewed all of your tapes that she had done over the last few days. You have them all on your webpage.
I do, yes.
And it became very apparent during about 3 of those conversations that they don't know, or they're not saying. It turns out that, for example, if you go into Los Alamos and start doing database searches, that they have about 20 papers discussing bismuth, and you can be quite certain that there's at least that many, if not more, that are classified top secret or above.
Well, they wanted our samples, Dan, and there's no way in hell. There's no way in hell we're going to send them back there. I just know we would never see them again.
No, you wouldn't. As a matter of fact, they'd probably give their eye teeth right now to get the samples that you have.
Well, they've been asking. So, I don't know where to go with this. I want to protect you. I don't want anything to happen to you, Dan, and you sounded, particularly in the first half hour, pretty scared. Is that accurate?
That was very accurate. Well, yeah, I think I have a right to be somewhat nervous.
Yeah, I do too. So, you think about it, Dan. If and when you decide you want to be completely public, which I honestly consider to be your best protection, I told you that off the air.
Okay.
You think about it, and when you want to go completely public, let's do it.
Okay, I think the advice that you had given me was to go public, and I think the time is probably virtually imminent that I need to do that.
Yeah, so do I.
I want to make sure that some information that I've sent out is in other people's hands, and once it is, then my concerns drop off considerably.
Well, what I did with the materials that I got is they are geographically scattered around the country in the hands of science people and so forth and so on in such a diversified manner that it's now too late for them to get control of this.
Well, that's good.
Where do you think, just speculatively, Dan, that this is going to lead?
The search? I think we can perhaps find some hardcore answers that people have been asking for the last 50 years. It's going to certainly take more than me, because one person can be so easily discounted and trashed. You know, it doesn't take much to get rid of one individual. But I think if some other people can come forward, then we might be able to get full disclosure on what's going on.
Dan, I appreciate your time. I appreciate your testimony, and be safe.
I will be.
Take care, my friend.
Okay, thank you very much.
Right. That's Dan at an undisclosed location. So now maybe all of you get a sense of what I'm in the middle of here, that I'm not all that happy about being in the middle of. A lot of people would say, wow, how exciting, getting these parts. Yeah? For a little while, it was pretty exciting. But you have no idea what this has led to. Now, I've received a number of other faxes. The latest we'll review at 1 o'clock. Here is a typical fax. Art, I have examined your photograph of the alleged B-24. After performing some enhancement using my PhotoMagic software, I would agree. The plane is definitely a World War II vintage B-24 Liberator. I am familiar with the plane from having built models of it and many other aircraft from that era. Listening to you on KHOW Denver from Robert. So the mystery continues and deepens. Back to open lines now. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art, this is Gordon in Columbia, Mo.
Hi, Gordon.
How you doing tonight?
Well, you've been listening.
Yeah, I have. This is, it's kind of shocking in a lot of ways, I guess. I mean, you know how that is.
Yes.
In fact, I've had a completely shocking day, so.
Oh, you have?
Oh, well, I live here, you know, in Columbia, and it's pretty peaceful, I guess. It's not Mayberry or anything like that, but the guy next door to me got murdered this morning.
Oh, my God.
And apparently I slept right through it, the gunshots and everything.
How did it occur? I mean, somebody just walk in and shoot him?
Yeah, apparently a couple guys came to the door, and I guess he answered, and they blasted him. It was probably a thing with drugs or something like that. I don't know. You know, they. I tell you what, I'm kind of a late night owl. I sit and listen to your show and blah blah blah, and after your show will go off here in Columbia or in a news break, I'll go to the kitchen to get a drink of water, and these folks are outside partying, you know, at like 4 a.m.
Yeah.
So, you know, they end up getting shot, so, or at least one of them did, and the other one got shot twice, like grazed while he was running away.
Well, one good thing about it,
You know, what's that?
they got the right house.
Well, you know, that's interesting. That's what my roommate and I discussed. It was kind of a...
Managing multiple credit cards can feel like you have 50 extra mental tabs open. Switching apps, trying to remember which card earns what.
We thought... Well, and then, oh, yeah, and I was going to tell you one thing about this, the whole Filegate muck, you know, that whole mess.
Sure.
You know, the thing is, if somebody was to break into your house and then they get caught, I don't think the police are going to care one way or the other if they were there to read you a bedtime story or there to kill you. I think the point is they broke in, and you really give a lot of slack to these people that, you know, I mean, it's cool that they dig Bill Clinton, I guess, but, you know, you got to just learn when to, by the way, it's not the Republicans that put the name Gate behind everything. It's the media. I mean, it was Iran.
No, that's
Gate.
right.
Well, anyway, you kind of give a little bit too much slack there. I mean, wrong is wrong. Wrong is wrong. He got the files. It doesn't matter what he did with them.
No, I don't give any slack at all. My only comment has been that there has been such a battering over things that have really, for good or bad, gone nowhere, that the public is damn near numb about it all. And so Filegate came along and they went, it's just one more thing.
Yeah, I guess you're right there. But
I think it's horrible. Absolutely horrible. But I'm beginning to realize now why the public is not engaged. They've just been, it's like, to me, the Kennedy assassination. There are so many theories, so many conspiracy theories, that if somebody were to go to a podium and announce the real truth tomorrow, when it was all said and done, it would just be one more theory.
Yeah, well, okay, well, here's one last thing then. I mean, why isn't something like this recognized where we've got these human rights violations all over China? I mean, everybody knows about that, and the tank there at Tiananmen Square, or
yes.
it was.
Yes, yes.
And, you know, still they have favored nation status, and people want it taken away because there are human rights violations. And Clinton and the administration, and really, I guess, Congress, everybody's to blame in the government that, you know, is in that part of that the foreign affairs type thing. I guess that would be the administration, wouldn't it? Yeah. Well, anyway, they don't, like, stand up and say anything until some CDs are copied illegally. And then all of a sudden we're going to take away their status. Like, money is the only thing. Really, I mean, that's a clear definition. Money is the only thing that made us take a look at China.
You're absolutely correct.
Well, all right. Hey, you have a good night. Thanks for having a good show.
Thank you, and take care. Sure, money motivates. Who's kidding who? Money is what makes the world go round, baby. And nobody denies that. And one of our biggest export items are motion pictures, music, CDs, videos, you name it, we export it, that kind of intellectual product. And when they begin to dip into that to the tune of billions of dollars, you bet we react. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Nonpartisan Tim in San Diego.
Hello there. Get good and close to your phone there, Mr. Nonpartisan Tim.
I'm into it.
That's good.
This guy you've had on for the last hour?
Yep.
I vote trash.
Well, on what basis?
Well, you never verify these guys' credentials or anything.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I have verified his credentials. I simply have not aired them by his request.
This isn't like the guy who was talking about suspect number 3 in the Oklahoma City bombing last.
No, this man has been in communication now for some time with Linda Howe and myself, and I chose not to air anything about him until I got this business on his visit from the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, today. At that point, I phoned him and I said, "Look, you're better off going public. You'll be safer." So I asked him to go public. He did not ask to come on the air.
Oh yeah, I understand that. But
and with regard to his credentials, we are well aware of them and have been for some time.
Okay, so I can trust in your judgment that this guy is legitimate.
As best as I've been able to determine, yes.
Oh, okay. Hey, you know, I was watching on C-SPAN today the convention for the Libertarian Party.
Not Ron Brown.
Harry Brown.
Harry Brown is the nominee, and we'll have him back on the air soon.
Yeah, you know, if these people that are always calling up and bitching about the government, if half of them would just take the time to listen to what these libertarians have to say.
I know.
I think we'd see some change right now.
Well, I would say that is correct. And this, I heard Harry earlier saying, look, the big two parties could not have done us a bigger favor this year. We've got two inside career politicians. It's our best chance yet. I saw that interview on CNN, and he is correct. The only thing I would say is, darn it all, if the libertarians would only modify a little bit of their ideology, a lot of Americans, a lot of particularly conservatives, would embrace it that otherwise are hesitant to.
Yeah, I've heard that, and I'm not real knowledgeable on all their platforms, but I didn't see anything during that televised convention that sounded so out there, and none of it. It sounded exactly like what everybody that calls your show and says they wish would happen, that's what they're saying.
I quite agree. I quite agree. The only sticking points for me are, for example, in the area of drugs, but we have talked about that many times. At any rate, I'm in touch with the Harry Brown people. They called me prior to the convention. I said, let's see if he gets nominated. If he does, call us back. We'll have him on the air, and so it shall be. And as promised, she barely made it in for the room cloned, I think. Ramona is up on AOL. My wife is on AOL. In the chat room, known as the Grassy Knoll. Interesting name, huh? What you do is go on AOL, hit keyword up at the top, and just type in the name Art Bell. With or without a space. It will take you to the right area. Then you check on Grassy Knoll, and boom, you're in the chat room. So she's up there right now, hopefully answering not embarrassing questions. Now, callers trying to label you from Gary in San Diego. I believe we are much alike in our views. When I am asked where I stand on the political spectrum, I respond a conservative libertarian. This is not to be confused with a Republican Party platform or the tinge of chaos and lack of values that may follow a libertarian government. After all, there are moderate Republicans, conservative Democrats, Reagan Democrats, etc. Try this on for size and see if it fits. I don't know if any label fits me, as you can well tell by now. Art, if you ever decide to retire from radio, I can see you and Ramona in bib overalls and straw hats running Art Bell's Emporium of Weirdness on Highway 395, the Celestial Highway. Actually, it's the, I think it's the, what do they call that, 395? It's the extraterrestrial highway, isn't it? Think of it, Art's Parts, the Demon Seeds, and now the chicken-killing chaff from New York. All on display for the edification and amazement of the masses of Art Bell fans, yeah. The Museum of Weird, maybe with a two-headed snake thrown in. Dear Mr. Bell, will you kindly reread the part of the letter regarding the radiation of light from the bismuth sample? It's very important. Well, actually, it was from the bismuth magnesium zinc sample. And it simply said that after the crash, glowed for 3 hours. And that wasn't from Dan. That was from our anonymous friend who sent the samples. Dear Art, the most simple explanation for the chicken-killing foil stuff you just described is chaff. Yes, we know. Military aircraft have dumped jillions of tons of it in exercises and war since World War II. Even gets shot out of cannons. I'm surprised an old ham like you didn't recognize it. Well, it doesn't look like chaff, sir. Chaff is simply tinfoil, yes, I know. But it shouldn't kill chickens. Maybe if they pecked at it and choked, more likely the farmer was just trying to get his pound of flesh out of the government after getting a bunch of chaff dumped on him. But who knows? Yes, you're right. It doesn't look like chaff. I've seen chaff, sir. And this does not look like chaff. And then this, Art, regarding Art's parts, if the parts are what we believe them to be, as advertised, that is, with the enormous risk the government took on to cover up an event of such significance with all the people and possible security leaks involved, they surely would have a game plan for what is happening now. Interesting times. Best, Will. Interesting times indeed, Will. And the plan, for all I know, I'm part of the plan. I'm not surprised that Dan got a visit from the security people. I'm not surprised at all. Because he is the link, or at least I could see how he could be a link, to closing the gap between the information we have and what we think it is. So it makes sense. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, good morning, Art.
Good morning.
By the way, congratulations on a good webpage. Did you do that yourself?
No, not at all. That's Keith Boland's doings. I contribute, of course, a lot of the material that goes up there, but Keith puts it all together.
Well, tell him he does a good job.
Well, I do that
pretty
all
impressive.
the time. Yes, it is.
Now, the fellow you had on earlier, he said that Einstein worked out the unified field theory. Correct me if I'm wrong. My impression was that that remained unresolved at the time of his death.
Well, I'm not sure myself. I think he thought he had it, and then, as Dan said, I think he backed away from it to some degree. So I'm not very clear on that myself. I'm not a scientist.
Well, maybe somebody out there knows and could call in and resolve this question, because that didn't sound right.
Sure. Where are you?
Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Tuscaloosa. All right. We'll see what the audience says.
Now, another thing that you said, you disagree with the Libertarian Party in regards to the drug war, and I'd like to disagree with you.
That's fine. If it were up to me, I'll give it to you straight. I'd decriminalize marijuana, and I would take several very hard steps to try to eradicate the harder drugs, which I consider to be very dangerous.
Well, I agree with you. They are very dangerous. However, outlawing them in no way can eradicate them. What it can do is raise the price, which brings in the criminal element, as well as corruption.
Yes, I know.
And
I know, but if
creates a great deal of property
I know,
theft.
sir, but if you're going to go for what you're talking about, we covered this yesterday, then you've got to go all the way. It's either all or nothing.
I agree. I would say it's all.
It's all. Well, I wouldn't, because I would say the result of all would be 2 or 3 times the number of addicts, or even more than we have now.
Actually, history does not bear that out. They said the same thing.
Yes, it does, sir.
With alcohol.
Yeah, it does, sir. And if you look at what occurred in China.
Hey, snack lovers, meet your new obsession. Gimme seaweed. Light, crispy.
Needle Park in Switzerland, whatever you want to look at, in areas where it's suddenly been free, open, and unbothered, the addicts have begun to add up to the point where in China they had to begin to behead people.
Well, actually, I've done some research on this. In regards with Needle Park and anything of that nature, I think what you're talking about is a more highly visible problem rather than a more prevalent problem.
Well, what about China?
Well, what about it? China never legalized anything.
The opium, sir.
They were forced by the British. There was a case of something being aggressively marketed, not a free market. Or a forced market.
All right, thank you, but I think it's ludicrous to imagine that if opium and crack and heroin and PCP and all the rest of them were openly allowed, even if not condoned by the government, openly allowed to be sold, transferred, whatever, you would end up with a lot of addicts. I don't think there's any magic. You don't have to be a rocket scientist for that one. And so my position is that marijuana should be decriminalized and that the other drugs then should be separated from marijuana and the hemp product. And we should go after them like crazy.
Hartville has it
right. Go after
right.
them where they're grown. Go after them as they come into the country. Go after them at the street level in every way we can. Then you would have a legitimate, in my opinion, a legitimate a war to wage. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes. I would like to know how he's generating the profits for the experiments that he's doing.
Who are you referring to, sir?
Art Bell?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not generating any profits, and
well, how are you paying for them?
What testing has been done and will be done comes out of my pocket and that of Linda Howe.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow, I was right, yeah.
Yeah. Have you asked for any contributions that
No.
people might? No. Have you thought about that?
No. No, I'm just going to do what has to be done.
Well, I was going to ask you, is there any way that I could possibly send you some money?
No. Please don't.
Okay.
Okay, I appreciate the offer. I really do, thank you, but no.
All right. Well, just keep up the good work and be careful.
Yeah, take care, my friend. No, we'll just do what has to be done. I'm not all that happy about it, but, you go along a trail, and you get volunteers, scientists who volunteer to do a lot of very serious work, and it's been done for free, electronic scanning and all the rest of it. But for more involved tests, which I don't want to discuss right now, there's a charge, and so you do what you have to do. We'll be back in a moment. Oh, as usual, my wife is on AOL right now in the Grassy Knoll chat room in the Periscope area. And as usual, there's a fake Ramona Bell in there. Now, let me tell you, that is a fake. It's probably some big old fat-bellied guy with beard who went in there with the name Ramona Bell. Well, wrong. That is a fake because my wife is in there under my name, Art Bell. So that the name Art Bell is really Ramona. She's the one on the computer. The one who says Ramona Bell, that's total fake. That is a fake, and that is a problem, and that's a low-life kind of person on the Internet, low-life kind of person in cyberspace, those who would assume the name of others. So my wife is the one that says Art Bell. The one that says Ramona Bell is a lowlife. Just wanted you all to know. She's up there now on AOL, not actually on the Internet, in AOL in the Periscope area. And you can get there just by going on AOL and enter keyword, the keyword category, and enter Art Bell. It'll take you to the Periscope area, and then just put in check Grassy Knoll, and boom, you'll be in the chat room. But I just wanted you to know that is a fraudulent Ramona Bell. The real one is operating with my name, Art Bell. So when you see Art Bell, it's really Ramona. Now, having said that, let me tell you a little more about what I don't know about women. And that's quite significant. Absolutely fresh flowers is what I do know. What I don't know is why it affects women the way it does. I know with Ramona it works. She gets flowers, and it's just an emotional blast. And with absolutely fresh flowers, it's a bigger emotional blast because you get more flowers. This giant triangular box just packed full of flowers. Oh, I'll tell you, in tight bunches, they come straight from a flower farm, and so they cut you this magnificently, exquisitely large shipment. They put a card in there with your message, handwritten, and your name at the bottom, flower, preservative, and next-day delivery anywhere in the contiguous U.S. of A. You call now. They deliver tomorrow, during the week. The number is 1-800-562-6438. That's 1-800-562-6438. Anybody who would fake their name like that, as far as I'm concerned, in cyberspace, is a true bottom feeder. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, sir. Art.
Yes, sir.
Jeremy in Florence, Alabama. Your third call from Alabama today. How you doing? Just fine. Listen, a quick story for you. I think you'll get a kick out of this. I'm actually from a rural area here in Alabama, and the largest industry in the area is poultry. And that being the case, we have a large population of Spanish immigrants that come in to work in that industry.
Yes, sir.
Standing in my front yard yesterday, and one of them come rolling by in a car and wants to know where a local goat farm is. Now, I don't know if all your readers are familiar with the Spanish culture, but they barbecue the goat and eat the goat. I just kind of in a half-hearted chuckle just said, no, we have no idea, but go ask the local chupacabra.
I knew it had something. I knew it had something to do with the chupacabra. I knew it.
They looked at me in terror and just never said a word and left. I thought you might get a kick out of it, but also I understand that you did serve in the Vietnam War.
I did.
Well, unfortunately, I didn't get to make it through last night, but I wish you and every other American veteran, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's very kind of you. Thank you, sir. And there haven't been a lot of that. I didn't, fortunately, thank you very much. I did not serve a full tour in Nam. I was at Kadeen Air Base on Okinawa, and when the first casualties began coming out of Vietnam, they were flown directly to the continental U.S. I mean, they were flown out of Saigon directly to the continental U.S., and the newspaper got hold of that fact. And it wasn't a bright idea, but that's what we did at the beginning of the conflict. And when the press got hold of it, quickly from the top, the word came down, can't do this. Minimal treatment on a long flight like that is not the way this is going to happen. So at the beginning, we started flying them then to Clark Air Base in the Philippines, and I TDY'd there. And then to Da Nang. And so that was, and I was there for several months. That was my experience with Vietnam. Quite sufficient, thank you. I was a medic, and it's a kind of a funny thing about those years. You don't want to remember, and yet you do constantly. It's one of those things that your mind sort of holds at bay, the horrors, and there were a lot of horrors. So your mind holds all that at bay. Sort of a protective mechanism, even after all these years. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. How you doing there?
Okay.
Good. This is Dave from Eagle Point, Oregon.
Yes, sir.
And I went and saw Independence Day today. And I thought it was a drag, to be honest with you.
What?
I thought it was a drag.
You didn't like it?
Not at all, no.
Oh, you're one of the few.
I was about a 2-star out of a 4, I think. It was pretty average.
Pretty average. Boy,
yeah.
You're really one of the few and the disgusted. I haven't heard too many like that. Most people have been very excited.
I'll be honest with you, it goes from exciting, scientific, to love scenes, and back and forth.
Well, you got to have love scenes. I mean, if the end of the world is coming, not that I know that it is, but if it's coming, I mean, there's going to be a lot of love scenes.
Well, it's hard to get a fix on what the movie's about.
I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, if saucers are coming down and blowing up the White House, I know that much and a lot more. Cities are melting. You know, what you're going to go out in a blaze of love.
Well, I'm trying to get a fix on the movie, really, to be honest with you. It just bounces around from being exciting.
Well, now, I don't want to give away the movie because a lot of people have yet to enjoy it or be disgusted by it, whatever the case is. But I guess I'm going to have to go see it soon. I can't hold out much longer.
I think you're best.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. So there's one who didn't like it. Well, it's like anything else. ID4 or any of the materials that I've received or the inquiry, scientific inquiry, there's always a critic for everything. And so you just do the best you can, and some are going to like whatever you do, and some are going to hate whatever you do. That's something I've learned doing this job. When you talk to millions of people at one time, no matter what you say, no matter what you do, there will be critics, there will be people who will not believe it. That's why I say no matter what kind of smoking gun for the existence of aliens or anything else that you would come up with, we are now in a day and age where it's not going to be believed by everybody anyway. So you do what you can. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, sir. This is Robert in San Francisco.
Yes, sir.
And I haven't seen Independence Day yet. However, I must say that from what the previews see, that it seems to be, well, I don't want to give away anything from what I know, but I haven't seen it. But it seems like to me that they've gotten away from appealing to a story in a lot of the recent films that I've seen, because sci-fi is making a slight comeback on films. They've made a comeback towards appealing to popcorn eaters instead of making a good story like they did.
Oh, yeah, I'm a popcorn eater.
Oh, I know. But it seems like that in the past they didn't have to do that.
Well, now you're criticizing without having seen it. I'm not sure that's fair.
That's true.
I'm not sure that's fair. And maybe there is a story that my last caller simply didn't grasp.
I wanted to hear from him whether or not he was a fan of the medium anyway, being sci-fi, so on and so forth. But he didn't say, so I didn't really have a chance to reflect.
I can tell you this. Earlier tonight, I saw on television that ID4 has now surpassed all records for, as long as it's been out. It's knocked down every single record, including Mission Impossible's recent record. And people are calling me and telling me they're going back to it again and again and again. You don't go back to movies unless you really, really like them.
That's true. That's very true, especially repeated viewing. Okay, well, you have a good night. Thank you very much.
All right, thank
Bye-bye.
you for the call, and have a good morning. That's one test. I'm not a person who, generally watches a movie more than once. Ramona does. She'll do that all the time. Occasionally, though, if a movie is really, really good, I will watch it more than once. And I've had quite a few people in their personal review of ID4 say they're going back tomorrow. So when you start to hear that, it's got to be something. Anyway, we're going to break here at the bottom of the hour. I'm Art Bell, and you are listening to the most unpredictable radio program on the air. It's called Coast to Coast AM. Day to day, never the same. And that's exactly the way I like it, and apparently it's the way you like it too. Glad you're here. We'll be right back. Well, everybody, are you having a nice weekend, a holiday, a good long holiday weekend? We're here live, in case any of you are wondering. This is not a repeat. We're here live, and we will, by the way, be here live Sunday with Dreamland as well. Coming this Sunday, should be interesting, Kurt Southerly, author of Strange Encounters, UFOs, Aliens, and Monsters Among Us. That'll be fun. I like monsters. I really like monsters. Anyway, here is a fax typical of that which I've received regarding the second-hour interview this morning. It's really typical. From Dick in Hawaii. Who do you consider the best actor of our time? Robert De Niro, Sean Penn, Nicolas Cage, they're all great. I doubt any of them could call you as an act and have the same underlying quiver of fear that I heard in your caller Dan tonight. Dan came across as totally legit. The guy was scared to death. And I don't know any actor who can fake that tone of absolute fear. That was not some guy calling Art Bell to put over a hoax. I believe the guy, and I wish him luck. Typical. Thank you. That's Dick in Hawaii. Anyway, back to the lines. First time caller line. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hello?
Hello.
Is Art Bill?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Art, I wanted to call you. I'm first time calling David from California.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to dead air it for a minute there. I got to get this damn headset off. Getting a headache from working so tiny and intricate. Shoulders aren't helping anything. I think I got one person watching, maybe Eugene. Maybe that's the only person still here. You know what? That's the only reason why I'm continuing this stream in particular. Is because of that one person who's watching. They fall off, then basically I'm just going to end the stream. Just a heads up on that. And then I'll just sit here in pain, I guess, and quiet. Or watch something else that I can just throw on YouTube in the background, since nobody really gives a fuck. Oh my God. I am fucked up pretty damn good. Maybe I just need to cut streaming for a couple days. Something. Oh, I gotta finish her out. It is. Man, doing pretty faces is a bitch, guys. If you are watching this part, doing the pretty faces is rough. I mean, she is coming out. I think she's all right looking. Still got to get eyes in on her. I definitely got a little bit of white in there, I've got these little tiny spots that I've got to go in with a brush and try and get to the individual hairs. The smarter way probably would have been just to masking tape off her face and just flat out brown airbrush everything so it just saturated. But I'm afraid to do that. You know what? I may just do that anyway. Fuck it. Because that is, I'm seeing a lot of spotting, especially if I bring it in nice and close. If I can actually hold my hands steady, which is, my hands are fucked too right now. I mean, I've got some highlights going on with the hair and everything, but this entire side of the hair to me looks like shit. So I may just tape off that face and spray that in there. Or maybe just go in the front end. Just do a ring of tape. This one I can hand paint in there. The helmet's not a big deal. I knew it was going to blow out, but at least I got pretty good fundamentals. My fucking hands have had it because my neck and my shoulder are fucked from the dog. And anybody who was watching when the wife came in, I even told her that I thought the mic was muted, and I was just like, yeah, my fucking, I'm fucked up. The dog fucked me up because of a long-legged doggy, so not good. The other part is I've got to figure out what I'm going to do with this belt. I have not decided yet what to do with the belt line. Like I said, it's blue or what have you. I know I've got to go silver on the zipper on her chest. Probably going to go silver on the band around her head and her ear thing and the microphone. And maybe even a steel, I'm not sure. I don't know. Don't know what I'm going to do yet with all this. Like I said, I think I got like one person watching. Nobody really gives a fuck what I'm painting anyway, so. Everybody stuck in for the rant. We'll see what happens. We shall see. Like I said, in a way, I kind of feel like I should just take it offline and work on shit. But I still got one person watching, so I can't do that. I have often said, as long as I got one person who's watching, I'll keep painting online. It's just, fuck me. I just don't want to blow out my work on that face because that was a lot. Definitely took its toll on me too. I still got to do her eyeballs as well, which I'm dreading. Talk about a narrow angled focus. It's going to be rough as hell when I do that. Also, shout out to Spock's beard. Even though he drops in from time to time, watches and everything else, rarely says anything. But shout out to that dude. He's awesome. Just read something, the podcast purge has started. I don't know what that headline's about, but that's interesting. They're starting to take people down, starting to thin them out and kill them off. So I'll tell you what, makes sense. Wouldn't shock me. Wouldn't shock me at all. 1,000 different opinions in a flooded market, that's going to happen. All right. Let's see if I can do this without fucking anything up. Definitely do not want to damage that paint job. This is real difficult to paint. Should get some silly putty. Probably the easiest way of doing it without lifting any kind of paint. Probably the smartest way too. I know I have a masking paint that I put on there. Can peel off, but I don't even want to fuck with that. I don't want to oopsie it. So I'm just going to have to hope that this masking tape does not rip off too much of the paint. Because yeah, my hands simply can't take it. Do this and try and be real controlled with it too. Try not to fuck this up. Figure I might as well just turn the fuck off Art Bell. I don't even feel like listening to him anymore. An interesting combo, but you know, fuck it. Why am I playing out somebody else's shit all the time? That's not good either. And last time, interestingly enough, I got hit for copyright things for songs that weren't even in the fucking podcast. I went back and looked, and I was like, what the hell's this? It's saying that there's songs, and right where they cut the breaks on the Art Bell shit, that's where the songs had played. But they're not playing in the background. We didn't have remnants of them, so they basically have it now where it's like, oh, well, you're playing Art Bell, well, then it's going to automatically have these songs in it, and those people can go fuck their mothers. It's kind of where I'm at with it. Make sure this shit is clear, because I still have that highlight, unfortunately, loaded in this airbrush. No, that's not my my airbrush clean right there, but fuck it. It's my actual brush wash. Matter of fact. Use that to clean out the brush wash. Clear. A little thinner. A little leather brown. Move this pretty face over here. That body over there. I don't want any blow off hitting it. Make sure that's tight. Yep. Like I said, the market has spoken on GAM streams, so appreciate everyone. We'll just take a little time off, I guess. Which is fine. It's absolutely fine. I can use it, I guess. Nice and easy. Get rid of all them white spots. Gotta hit off this side too. Take out some of that brassiness of the other brown. Should be good. It should do it for her hair. And we got those subtle highlights in there, and the hair should be nice and dark and filled in. So nice on that. Good fucking God. I feel like I could puke too. I don't know why. Had amazing sups. I had an amazing dinner. It's not dinner. Just, I think it's just pain in my neck. I'm gonna be honest. Oh. I mean, now I'm thinking about it. I'm wondering if the one person watching me is stranded, left her phone on. Just to give me the extra viewer because she's cool like that. I don't know. Whoever's watching, let me know. Who's watching? Just give me a thumbs up in the chat or any of that stuff. If not, I'm guessing it's stranded, left her phone on. Because I'm not seeing any movement in chat at all. Which I appreciate you, Stranded, but I ain't going to hold you to it. All right, airbrush is clear. Cool. All right, let's hope this fucking masking tape didn't just rip her entire fucking face off. Here we go. Nice. Didn't. We got some nice brown hair. No thumbs up in the chat. No nothing. No movement. So, yeah, it's stranded. Thanks, Stranded. What amazing backup you've given me. Poor thing's exhausted, still tuned into the show. I can't say thank you enough, Stranded. All right. Last of the most hard details on this fucking thing. The eyeballs. And of course, I'm going to have to look up what color her eyes are. Because I'm probably going to fuck these things up 6 ways to Sunday if I'm to be honest. Wasp 60's. She's got light blue eyes. Of course she does. Of course she does. Well, that tells me all I need to know right there. It is a silver on the belt. That's awesome. Made my life just that much easier. Let's take a look at this picture. Yep, silver. And she's got blue eyes. So we got to go blue to the eyes. Silver there. Actually, the belt is black. and those two little bars are silver. So that's got to come in silver. The ear things are silver. The mouth with the, is silver. The antenna are black, if I'm looking at this picture here. So we're looking at silver, a metallic blue, which I believe I own. And then her antenna coming off are black. And then her belt, you can see. Those are steel, and the actual belt itself is black. Oh, dear Lord. This is going to be a bitch. This is going to be what I'd like to call a whore. All right. I'm holding off on them eyes till later. I'm not ready for that. I'm going to kill myself if I do. Let me go to an easy part so I can loosen up a bit. Let's loosen up a bit. Because I'm getting in here with heavy black. And try not to fuck this up too bad. Oh yeah, that brush needs to get clean. I'm dropping things. My hand ain't working. That is not good. God damn it. That's not good. Hand ain't working. Awesome. No amount of stretching, cracking, nothing is going to loosen up that shoulder. Thank God I love my puppy, because he fucked me up bad today. Oh boy. And of course, I can't believe I snapped that little piece off either. What the fuck? Why am I not getting paint on that brush? Standard black. Speaking of which, I gotta go back. Before I forget it, let me clean up this spot too real fast while I got the black out. I've removed that drip run. Get that blended in nice and tight. Patch that black. Bad juju. All right, good shit. It's a bad day, not a bad month. Fucking more than that, Beans. More than that. Good to see you. Says Beans listening the whole time. That's awesome. Yeah, don't worry, Beans. Ain't nobody typing in fucking chat, so unfortunately you're alone. As soon as I went off about Israel, the government, and everything else, that immediately queued up, and I knew it was going to. Queued up because, and this is where I'm going with that, my little rant earlier about guys with much bigger platforms than me being afraid to talk shit on YouTube about what's actually happening. Because That's what happens. The algorithm doesn't start suggesting your video. Instead, your video drops down. So now, instead of having random people tune in, watch for a little bit, liking what they're seeing, subbing or whatever, I'm going to get nobody, because YouTube is 1000% in the tank. Like, oh, well, shit, he's talking about actual Israel. Like he said Israel. Oh my God. Or Epstein. Epstein's the other one. Apparently those are your two new keywords that are like saying COVID back in 2020. Which is why all the fucking sweaty nerds that are like still call it coof and all that kind of shit. It's like, stop being cowards. Just stop being cowardly. YouTube was being, we'll just say gay for me too. And at first I thought it was just me being, like having a new PC and setting it up and everything else, because it kept skipping back. And I'm like, why is it skipping back? I don't know what the deal is, but it's something like, I don't know, cyber attack. They're looking for a way to blame it. So this way, oh, well, we're not censoring voices. We're not, cutting people off from discussing, topics. But yeah. Yeah, no. It's something to do with this bullshit. It's 1000%. I mean, I watch a guy, and shout out to that guy. He covers shit pretty much up the middle and stuff. But he even started saying the E-files instead of the Epstein files. Because he's like, yeah, every time I do, all of a sudden my videos aren't getting the traction that they normally do. And it's not, people don't want to hear what he's got to say, because I watch him all the time. But he even said I have to go start saying the E-files. So people with bigger channels, they get channel managers. Basically, and the channel managers will warn him of, this is the new landmine. And he basically had said, not that it came directly from YouTube, that manager, but it was definitely suggested to him that he calls them the E-files instead of the Epstein files. Just saying. And that's, to me, that's an act of cowardice. If you're going to call shit out, you call shit out. I mean, look at what I just went off about, though. Like everything that happened, that's been happening in the world. They definitely want to shut stuff down. Like, I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck happened with Melania. I don't know why out of nowhere. It was like, nobody is talking about the Epstein files right now. Everybody's talking about like war with Iran, and all of a sudden you're going to come out and present, your case of why you're not friends with Jeffrey Epstein, and that's not who introduced you to Donald Trump. And I get it. Somebody explained to me like, well, that's because somebody accused her of like basically being a sex slave to Trump or whatever, which I don't buy. I don't buy that shit at all. But at the same point in time, some Joe Schmuckatelli says something, you basically just say, nope, go look up the facts. You'll figure it out. If not, fuck you for not, being able to recognize the facts, and just let that stuff bounce off you. Why would you spend so much time focused on it? It made no sense to me. Like, that shit was suggested a long time ago too, and there was no response to it. So I don't know what the drill is. I don't know what's going on anymore. I know that dude Todd Blanche said, well, anything to do with Epstein from here on out is pretty much a dead subject. And like, fuck that guy completely, because it ain't a dead subject to those victims. Nobody was held accountable. It's not a dead subject to me. Everybody wants to scream justice when it suits them and makes them money. Nobody wants to talk about it when there's no profit in it. Yeah, check out the Melania thing. It's really weird. Cause like I was just, I don't, like I said, it to me it was like it came the fuck out of nowhere. Cause she doesn't normally get on the mic and talk or whatever. And just out of nowhere, it's like she did like a little mini press conference and completely just started addressing stuff to do with Epstein. You're like, what is this? It's one of those like it's the meme of nobody, and then all of a sudden like I had sex with a dog twice. Like what? Wait, what? Like I said, I'm pretty sure that everything going on in Iran was partially to distract from Epstein files because it was starting to blow up really big. The thing is, hopefully, people haven't forgotten. People are still like dogs holding on to that bone. Because I personally feel there's been no resolution to it yet. Which rumor has it that Howard Lutnick might be let go soon because of everything that happened with his lying and all that. But who knows? Who knows what the actual truth is? Everything's fucking bullshit lately. Way I look at it, even if I get kicked off of here for my opinions and everything else, I'm still going to voice them because why the fuck not? I'm at least, if I'm going to go out, then I'm going to go swinging that I told the fucking truth the whole way through. Might as well. I would rather be known as somebody who preached what he believed and followed through on it than a fucking coward that just dropped it out of fear of being canceled. It's kind of what I said. People can believe in whatever they want or don't want. I'm not the arbiter to tell you what your mind should do. I'll present a counter argument, stuff like this. You're still going to believe whatever the fuck you want to believe, right? It's like trying to change somebody's religion. You can't do that. It's up to them. But I'll be goddamned if I'm going to be the one that's a coward about it. All right, so now we know these little bad boys. Her little antennae are black. Which makes sense. because I'm thinking Ant-Man has silver antenna for some reason. Which is weird that her suit is red and black, but that's how the 60s version was. And his whole helmet's got to get redone too, so. But getting that flesh tone on was a lot more difficult than I anticipated. Getting her makeup right is also one of those parts where I was definitely like, oh, fuck. I knew that going in, though, that I didn't want her face to be, like, ugly or goofy. Oh, snap, crackle, pop a lot. Fucking Rice Krispies back. Which part's going to happen? My back's definitely, you know, snap, crackle, popping. Which part? That they're going to fire Lutnick? I mean, I don't know. At this point in time, with this administration, I have no idea what's going to happen next. I am so off base with it and everything else and all fucked up. I do know JD Vance going in and running point man for negotiations and all that. That ain't by accident. That's because he's going to run 2028 regardless of whatever the fuck they're saying. Unless everything collapses and it becomes a whole boots on the ground fucking war. Then they'll back the fuck off. That'll change things, I'll be honest with you. Because then JD will run with the excuse that, well, I have a new baby and I've got to focus on family. But if the peace talks work out, all this kind of stuff, we don't decouple from fucking Israel. It's not going to make a fucking shit's worth of difference because we'll make a peace deal and Israel's still going to hit them anyway. And to be honest with you, they'll probably accidentally hit us, you know, accidental on purpose, that oopsie. I do not trust that government at all. Like, I just don't. They seem to keep working against American interests. And in no way or shape or form, if Donald Trump, like his whole thing falls apart, I'm going to blame that. It's 1,000% because of it, because of Netanyahu. I mean, you got to blame Trump because it's him ultimately making the decisions. But the reality is, it's fucking definitely Netanyahu who put the bug in his ear, we'll say. It's like the guy who doesn't really want to get into a fight. And they have the girlfriend that keeps telling them, don't worry, you can kick the shit out of this guy. And then it doesn't work out. And they're like, no. You got him next round. pretty much what Netanyahu's been doing at this point. I love this blue. I rarely get to use it. Oh yeah, we're 1,000% there for a different reason. We were there. I mean, politically, it drew attention away from the Epstein files. First and foremost, right? We went in there believing, and again, this comes down to, I think, just bad intel. Well, greatest intelligence and like also kind of bullshit intelligence, that the Iranian people would rise up. We'd be able to liberate them. We would be seen as heroes. And that's what we kind of went in for. And what they went in for was regime change to create a disheveled state so that this way they could attack them easier. You create a failed state and you get another Syria, another Lebanon. Well, Lebanon's actually rebounded, but now they're destroying the shit out of that too. So to me, it's just like I can look at it and just not even picking a side and just going, yeah, this definitely looks fucked to me. And our boys and girls on the ground, they're following fucking orders like they're supposed to. And to be honest with you, it seems like it ain't even our generals at this point. It just seems like it's coming from up top. And it's not good. I agree. America first and only. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, and I agree with that 1,000% too. Decouple. We need to decouple, just not from them, but from others, and that's fine if you want to have trading partners and all this other stuff. We need to get the fuck out of NATO. Like, just, you know what, Europe, you fucking handle your shit. Right, but we can't do that. Stop being woke in like little P55Ys. I almost called them the F slur there. But stop being like little bitches. You guys, you know, all about defense and all that. Well, you go be all about defense on your own. Why do we got to carry your fucking burden? Sorry. Not sorry. We can trade with you, but that's about it. It's fine. By the way, what are you thinking of these faces anyway? Hopefully you can see them. I don't know if you can or can't. How did I do? Did I get the makeup right? Yeah, I'm going to finish off her helmet. Should really be able to see it once the black and everything's in there. Oh, God damn. Wait, Bob was giving who hell in chat? Wait a minute. What's going on there, Ian? You're going to have to tell me about this one, bruh. I mean, you know what? You might be right. And that would be brilliant if that's the case, Beans. But thank you. Yeah, I was curious about the skin tone. I had asked the wife. She said, yeah, you're nailing it out. But that was also before like the third pass on this. Yeah, well, I mean, look, if I'm to be honest, we shouldn't have attacked Iran. We should have taken Cuba. You know, sorry, Cubans, but I think we had a better chance of regime change in Cuba if you were going to do this regime change shit. Wait, anyone that wanted it, Bob was just going off? Bob went ham in chat on ABL? About what? Have I become a bad influence on Bob? Is that what you're saying here, Ian? Like, was Bob yelling, don't take shit from anyone while he's tearing everybody up? So he was going after people. Why would he be going after people? Like, do you even know what the subject matter was? Like, I mean, I can understand if you just bopped in and out. That's interesting. Bob's usually really calm in ABL chats, unless somebody's going after Devin or Atomic. Then he gets all on point with them, but Bob's really like more chill. Yeah, just drive, don't type. Pay attention to the road. Like, to be honest with you, I've had plenty of conversations with Bob where Bob completely disagrees with me, and we keep it respectful and don't really go off on each other. So shout out to Bob, because he's never treated me with nothing less than respect, I can honestly say. Even when I joke with him and tease him and stuff, like he's still very respectful. So for him to go off is odd. Yeah, but what was he calling him out for? Did they have bad takes, or? Like, did you tell somebody, like, fuck you, you don't know what you're talking about, you goopy bitch? Like, were there a bunch of people trolling, like, like leftists that jumped in and stuff like that on the chat or something? Like I said, it's very un-Bob-like. Put out my cigarette and focus. I don't want to fuck this paint job up. It was towards you think it was towards ABL? Like call it like fuck you, I'm more from the streets than you are. I could see Bob saying that kind of shit. That's definitely some Bob stuff right there. He said that multiple occasions. Yeah, I'm more from the streets than ABL is. And if I'm being kind of honest about it, from what Bob said from when he was growing up, like his stories and everything, I'm going to say Bob's actually kind of not wrong. It's real easy to discount somebody, you know, until you hear their story that they're from the streets. But once you get their full story and you can hear the cut in a man's jib when they're talking and all that, you can kind of tell. And yeah, Bob had a very rough upbringing, to say the least. Came through smelling like a rose, so I'm sure if it was something like, yeah, well, I'm from the streets or something like that, I could see Bob going off. Oh, I got you. He was still the respectful Bob we know. Okay. Oh yeah, and you're not wrong, brother. You can always tell somebody that was like, yeah, I had it rough when I was young, versus somebody saying, oh, I had it so tough and everything else. My dad didn't buy me a Corvette on my birthday. I only got this Camaro. Like, what? What the fuck is that? Well, you don't understand. Everybody else had Corvettes. I had a Camaro. I was the odd man out. Like, bro, that ain't a rough upbringing. Matter of fact, I would have rather had the Camaro, you bitch. But I mean, yeah, drinking or not, I always respect Bob. Like, even when I'm telling jokes, and he goes, why are you always lying on me? I do that as humor. It's just humor. It's the same way my buddy Twisted. If you ever listen to some of like, well, and we'll never hopefully get into him on a stream or anything, but some of the tales he's told about things that happen in a certain area of his life, you would think are bullshit right up until you hear like his brother tell the same story or his wife tell the story or what have you. Or you catch him like the one where he was drunk last Friday. Shit like that. Like, no lies spoken there, brother. Yeah. Well, like I said, you know, I've actually come to consider Bob kind of, he's a friend, you know. And I don't know why he always says, well, thank you for the ear or whatever, because it's like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, you're good people. Come hang out. I get it. I don't have many friends anymore either. You know, like your old school ones are either dead, gone, or you didn't want nothing to do with them. Ooh. Forgot how hard it was to inlay this black around these earpieces. Meticulous. That's the way I would describe this. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. I think we all have friends like Bob at one point in our life or another. I mean, not, friends that go and will watch a sneak into a drive-in on a hill and watch a porno with another guy, but, definitely friends like Bob. Lord. I almost blew out right there. I think I'm going to have to switch up to the smaller brush to get into that interior and those lines. So close to fucking up the whole paint job. Just going to have to paint off as much as I can before I go to the real tiny brush. As a matter of fact, I'm not even going to bother trying that. I'll go and paint the top of the helmet again. Simply because I don't want to blow out right now. One blowout and I'll be pissed. I mean, I think maybe Bob does feel the same, to be honest with you. I can't speak for Bob. But like I said, the fact that he's told us all so much about his life, just random strangers on the internet. And be honest with you, I haven't heard him judge anybody too much for their life story other than, Smurf putting butt plugs in. That's about it. Shit. Got this little tiny lip there. I'm going to have to go back in with that blue. And get this shit unloaded from the brush. And my tiny brush. Get my strong brush. Clean that up and then switch back to black. Let that dry, paint right over it. This way it'll cover up the little blowout I just made. I blew out. I just blew out into the fucking blue. went in just a little too heavy. So I got a little blue blown out in the black, which I'm going to fix. Black blowing out in the blue, though, is a little bit more difficult. Let me see. Can I even see it? Yeah, unfortunately I can. Fuck. Still got a little bit more here I gotta hit too. Might want to go over that in blue one more time. Man, I'll tell you what, my butt cheeks are clenched doing this the whole time. Well, I know all it takes is one slip and it's over. Smurf is a stand-up guy. Like I said, two of us can argue. He can be a dickhead to me. I can be a dickhead to him. But when it comes down to brass tacks, it's like, we're both dicks. So we can just, move past it. Nice, dude. You got a projector? Would you get an HD projector? I mean, I need to take a moment and just breathe for a second here. Matter of fact, I'm going to go grab some ibuprofen here in a second. But yeah, it's setting up my new PC or whatever and just seeing, like, even though the difference is, I think I got a 4070 NVIDIA card in my old one and I've got the 5070 in my new one. The difference is night and day on my monitor at how tight that shit runs. It's unbelievable. Like, even my wife, who doesn't really give a shit about that kind of stuff, is like, oh, I can see the difference. All right, let me go grab ibuprofen. I'll be right back. dear Lord. Fucking nuts. That's pretty awesome. I mean, I know my wife, she has like a wall projector or whatever in the bedroom that she uses. I never touched the fucking thing, but she's got like her phone hooked into it. And she legit has it posted on the ceiling. So she'll fall asleep with The Office playing and post it on the ceiling while she's passing out. And I pull late nights like tonight. Yeah, I mean, look, whole thing is like the weather, man. That is some bullshit. Weather is bullshit. You can kind of predict patterns, but you can't be 100% sure, and nobody ever gets mad at them. You ever notice that? It's supposed to be sunny today. It's thunderstorms. Well, I can't be blamed. Yeah, I mean, I think that's epic, though. All right, I just want to look at this. I'm going to get a zoom in. Just want to see what she looks like on camera right now. I mean, yes, I have to touch all this up. I just want to see how the face is coming out. I think I did all right with the makeup, the eyebrows. I got black to paint in, tighten up. See a little tighten up right there on the interior of this antenna. That antenna's fine. And let's look at her other face. I think that face is pretty well set. Although I would like to get a little bit more highlight in there. I'm afraid to be honest with you. Actually, I'm going to have to get in there with a little bit more brown right here on the interior. Yeah, right here and here. You have hair that's hitting her face that's got to get browned. So, oh, definitely rough. I bet you 1,000% women would be better at painting faces than men are. Simply because of the makeup application. Be like, oh no, that's not the right color foundation. That's not how the cheeks should look. That kind of thing. That's why I keep asking like Beans for her opinion on the face. Stuff like that. Any of the females that are in chat. I even try to message Melissa, which I haven't seen her yet. I don't know if she's here or not. Because she would have better insight on makeup application than I have. Even asked the wife when she came in. Us guys, we don't know shit about makeup. I mean, if you think we don't know, if you think I'm lying about that, then just go look at Christy Noem's husband, and you'll see that man can't do his own makeup. Because if he had makeup on, he still looked like an ugly dude with big old fake boobies. Which, according to Christy Noem, her and her husband are going to work it out. I mean, wasn't she plowing that guy or whatever, letting that guy plow her rather? So I don't know how you work that out. Apparently it was an open secret in the White House too, about her husband and about that dude. God damn, you had to dodge trash cans? That's fucking craziness. That's a storm. Ooh, here's the rough part. Good Lord, I can't imagine if I was doing like a Maleficent with her headpiece. Ooh, it's a tight ass edge. This one's going to be even more difficult, I think, because of her microphone. God damn. I'm like going slow as fuck, guys. I'm sorry. Ooh. Dude, that's awesome. You're actually planting crop, huh? My daughter used to do peppers every year. I can always tell when they pop up because she used to plant Carolina Reapers and ghost peppers and all this kind of stuff. And they still pop up just naturally without me maintaining them. I can always tell because the outdoor cats will come around the side of the house to get their, breakfast or supper or whatever. And they're all fucked up. Like they're just completely like all their eyes are fucked up and stuff. I'm like, what the hell? And they ran through the patch. Holy shit. I can unclench my butt cheeks a little bit, I think, guys. I think I can unclench them a little bit. Nope. I still got this little spot down here I've got to clean. Seeing right where that tip's hitting and trying not to fuck it up. Let's see what her heads look like. Not bad. I can dig that. This one's still a little wet. I got to be careful. Come on, camera, pick up her face. Just need to look at it. I think that's not looking terrible. What hurts? Everything. So I told the story early on. When I woke up today, I took the dog out because that's the way he is actually a very good dog with that. Until Daddy wakes up, the puppers don't get out to go potties. He'll hold it for hours and hours and hours, no matter how long I'm passed out for. Until I get up, I put the leash on him and I take him out in the yard. And if it's like when we first wake up, a lot of times he'll dart, so I know to tense up and hold the leash tight because it's an 85-pound, for the better, he's a mix, but a good chunk of him's pit bull, and he's well muscled. I've kept him healthy. I've kept him well muscled. I play with him all the time, stuff like this. And the moment I stepped outside, he took off, like he started to take off. I tensed up. That was fine. We get out past like my front shrubbery, and there was this long-legged doggy, this big, tall, brown, long-legged doggy in the yard looking at him, and he looked at it, and it ran off into the woods. And yes, a long-legged doggy is a deer. And that dog, I saw it and didn't tense up to hold the leash, and he whiplashed me so hard going after that deer. I just felt everything in my back give out. I felt all the muscles just like fucking, he tore me up. So it fucked up my shoulder a bit, but the bigger thing is it jacked my neck. And when it did, because I have those compressed nerves and damaged discs in my neck, when it whiplashed me, it basically compressed all the nerves. So my hand, which is already shaky, is, if I'm holding something like this, it normally shakes. I'm legit having to hold it down and trying to focus on not making it shake. And same thing now for my right is a little off because of it. Oh, that fucking sucks. Yeah. My dog rarely potties in the house. It's a rare occasion. But yeah, it happens here and there. It's going to happen. This part should be a little easier, but still difficult. That's German gray. That's not it. Natural steel. I think that's the color I need. And I actually have a BB in there, which tells me shake the fuck out of this one before applying. I mean, look, dogs are, they're going to do what they're going to do. Like they're good puppers. My entire game room is kind of ruined from our old dog because as he got old, he got a bit senile and all that. And he would just go back there and like when nobody was looking and pee. And we didn't even know. Pretty much have to tear out all the fucking carpeting. I don't know if I'm feeling the steel look to this. I may go to the silver because the steel is nice and all that. From my perspective, though, it looks like it's kind of blending into the black. So I'm thinking silver will make it pop. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch up to silver. Like this bright ass silver. I mean, I appreciate that. I don't know. We'll see. Sometimes I heal quick, sometimes I heal slow, and the older I get, the slower it seems I heal. So who knows? I mean, I didn't even yell at the dog. It's not the dog's fault. He's doing what he's been trained to do, which is if there's an intruder in the yard, the house, or whatever, you go after it. So I was just like more like, ow, fuck, and like as soon as I did it, the dog kind of stopped chasing the deer, turned around like, oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. I didn't mean to fuck you up. Kind of looked at me like, Daddy, you're bitch made. Which I'm sure now that I'm talking about him, he's going to have to go out here in a minute. You guys know how it goes. We do all kinds of stuff for our pets and tolerate things from them because we love them. Did you hear what I was saying earlier, Beans, about the Supergirl movie? Apparently they're going to make Lobo a simp for Supergirl in it. Which would be the biggest fucking mistake in my opinion. That's the rumor swirling around it anyway. The most difficult part is about to happen. So I know it might be hard to see. Actually, if I zoom in, bring the fucking titties up here, you guys should be able to see it. There is a zipper. Runs straight down the center of this shit. That's the rumor, is that she's also going to be a lesbian. Yeah, that's actually a rumor. Now, how true that is or not, we'll have to wait and see. But that is a rumor at this point, that she's going to be a lesbian. Which, in my opinion, is a huge fucking mistake. Because I don't think she was ever a lesbian in the comics. What is a popper? I'll be right back, guys. I gotta walk the pup. Oh dear Lord, I'm back. He was a good boy. I was like, Vinny, take it slow. His dog's name is Fenrir. And I'm like, Vinny, take it slow. And he went out the door all gentle, waited for me. He didn't yank like normal. So that's just it. Again, these are rumors. It's it's rumor. Take it with a grain of salt till we see it. But, and I've had this argument just recently that I've seen a lot more less woke stuff is doing much better in Hollywood now. Like Hollywood is kind of starting to turn the corner on the whole woke thing. They're still doing movies here and there. And those are going to be the ones that win the awards. But the ones that are actually going to make money are actually the ones that aren't woke. They're kind of moving away from it. ABL is on tonight. Wait, isn't tonight Thursday? Did I fuck up on my days? Yeah, I agree, Ian. The second trailer for it looks like anything they're doing on Eternia and He-Man is actually looking not bad. But anything they do in the real world looks like shit. And Bob, we were talking about you apparently going off an ABL chat. What's up with that there, Bob? Make sure you smash the like too, Bob. Yeah, Ian came in. He said, I dropped in ABL's chat the other, stream or whatever the other night for a minute. And he's like, and Bob was going off on people. Bob was just getting angry. He was being angry. But no, actually, Ian just said that, like, you were definitely giving somebody hell. Who'd you go off on? And why? I was like, Bob, really? I was like, Bob's usually pretty damn respectful unless somebody's messing with one of his friends. Like, what were you going off about, Bob? What has angered our friend Bob? You don't remember? How many beers were you in? Usually that's the only time you don't remember. Hitting this fucking little fucking line of zipper. Sucks. It's actually two different zippers. Don't know and don't care. Bob just is zero fucks given, Bob. Yeah, I was talking smack on you, Bob. I said, you know, we all consider you a friend here, and you're always respectful when you're in here, even when you disagree. I was like, there's shit Bob disagrees with me completely on, and he's still like, he'll be in a conversation with me and totally respectful. Dude, that's hysterical, Ian, by the way. Yeah, you missed it, Bob. I was talking all nice on you. No, you ain't ever going to believe it, but I was. I blew out just this one little drop, and that's what I got to repair. Shit. Can't believe I did that. Still can't believe I broke that fucking shoulder. Yeah, I mean, even then, I think I've kind of pissed you off at times. You still never fucking laid into me. All right, time to finish out this helmet. Which outside, you know what? I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to go to the tight lines first and then go to the inside. Which again, fortunately, we're working silver black, so I can just paint over if I fuck up. So both colors will override the other. Wait, they were talking about a rapper fighting? Like in MMA or just in a fist fight with somebody? I mean, your political show, sir. I mean, it is if they actually let Ivan speak his piece. My opinion, too many times Ivan's called in, started to say something that instantly gets like muted. You know, I would love to have a discussion with Ivan personally. You know, just on argument. Debating which one I like better. The silver worked better on her belt. But this microphone might be better. Let me look. I'm painting in the steel right now. I just want to see which one I like better. Do I like the steel or do I like the silver on that? Fuck. I think the silver. I think the silver looks nicer. ABL Live is turning into Uncle ABL. Well, Uncle ABL is dog shit. That's not good. Why the hell would you turn your show into Uncle ABL on purpose? It didn't catch on. Nobody gave a shit. You know, you were obviously successful doing your political takes. So why not stick with a formula that works for you? Rather than going to one you experimented with and it failed. Feels ass backwards to me. I mean, like I said, that dude Jeremy from the Quartering, he's getting his ass shredded right now. Shout out to Kino Casino. Like his shit's been on like a nasty downward spiral. Like his shit's so bad. Like, so I looked into streaming on Rumble. I would need 15 subscribers before I even ever get to stream, which means I would have to do a whole bunch of videos to get people invested enough to start streaming, right? And he apparently tried to do a gaming channel on there, and he was like asking for, and now granted, supposedly according to him, he has like 10,000 people watching his Quartering streams whenever he does them on Rumble. He couldn't get 15 subscribers to sign up. So that kind of told me everything I needed to know about how he's actually doing. He buys his views, shit like that. They've kind of shown that allegedly. Kino Casino. So, I mean, the call-in thing, I don't think they're as staged as they are selective. For example, if Bob tries calling into ABL, he's going to pick up the phone right away. If I try calling in ABL, ABL won't answer because he doesn't recognize the number. And I think he's had too many people like, and I've definitely heard this, so I can attest to it, where somebody will call in and just yell the N-word real quick and then hang. He's like, wow, really? You know, that kind of thing. So I think he tries to stay to safer waters because he doesn't want to be caught off guard, and he's got enough people that call in on a regular basis that he knows their numbers. Even if he doesn't have them written down, he just recognizes, like, you know, alien spaceship calls in, he's going to answer the fucking phone for him. Because he knows what the conversation is going to be. Hey, great stream I'm watching and all this other stuff. And you're always on point with all your stuff. And this is what I think. And it's all in agreement with him. I think it's the same thing for Ivan. Like, he knows exactly when Ivan calls in. So, if the whole thing with the Melania thing, I don't know, but like I said, I don't think the Iran thing was solely about Epstein. I think there's other factors involved, but I do think that played a part in it, where it's like, if we change the news cycle from Epstein, I don't think Iran has proof of Epstein, but I will tell you now, I don't know how many of the speeches you've seen come out of there, or statements from Iranian officials, and what they're fucking saying. But they're calling Trump the island man. Like, we will not bow down to the island man. And they make a whole bunch of references to Epstein and the island and stuff like that. Like, and they're doing it on purpose to try and piss on Donald Trump. Go ahead, Bob. You can ask your question, brother. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know about Saudi documents on Dunn, but you know what? Maybe that could be why Melania tried to get ahead of news. I mean, would not shock me. It doesn't shock. Nothing shocks me at this fucking point. One night, Bob called in stone cold sober, and after that, I was like, well, that's it. All bets are off on everything. I'm not surprised by anything anymore. You could tell me that it turns out Epstein's Island was really, they were just harvesting people's souls for fucking aliens to eat, and I'd kind of believe you. I mean, does anybody have anything they want to ask of Bob? Bob's doing an AMA. Just not on Reddit, but on YouTube. Ask Bob anything. I mean, my big question was, who the hell were you going off on last night? Unfortunately, you had no answer, sir. Yeah, I mean, it kind of has been. I see the multi-tier to it, and the idea and the driving forces behind things as far as it goes. And like I said, I don't think Trump's evil. I think he had, multiple reasons for doing it. One of them was the Epstein files. It's going to kill the narrative for a while. I also think he was sold a bill of goods, but still, ultimately, he's the one who made the decision. I'll tell you who lost their fucking shit when it was announced there was going to be a ceasefire, though. Fucking Mark Levin melted the fuck down. Like, I was like, what the fuck, dude? Like, take your decrepit ass out there and go fight a war then. Pick up a machine gun. You want to go fight them so bad. You go fight them. Stop putting other people in you know, harm's way. Mr. Tough Guy. So, okay, so you're talking about like the rescue mission there, Beans? Because I've heard a rumor. And it lined up with what Bob had told me because I didn't follow the rescue all that tight. I just know that we went in, we rescued a dude and all this. And Bob was the one who actually told me, like, well, look, let me tell you how the operation went down. You know, we went in 400 miles away, all this kind of stuff. Again, rumor, speculation, just some shit I heard, right? But rumor has it, and supposedly you can look this up on a map too, where our guy was, they went 400 like kilometers from wherever old buddy was supposed to be rescued and staged like this whole side operation to draw all the enemy there, right? And everything else. The thing they're not telling you is that apparently it was near Fordo or one of the other nuke sites is where the other operation where they went down to, you know, distract the enemy, quote unquote. But supposedly there was no down pilot. And yeah, there was no down pilot. And they actually went in to try and extract fucking some of the nuclear material that was buried. Now, I didn't give this much credibility, but then I started to think about it. And can anybody in chat tell me what the name of the pilot that got shot down is? Because that was the one thing I was like, oh shit. I was like, what is the name of the pilot that got shot down and why haven't they released his name? Usually with shit like that, everybody is always talking about, you know, like Fox News. Here's this war hero. He was shot down. Tell us your harrowing tale of how you were, you know, like how you survived and how you know, all this other stuff. The pilot never was brought forward. It was all like generals and Pete Hegseth and all that and Trump talking about it. But they never had the pilot come forward and talk about it. I thought that was kind of odd. Bob, we're used to you. You're not going to piss us off. But yeah, I mean, if it feels off to you, after I heard that, it kind of felt off to me too. I'm like, wait a minute. If we did go in there and go after nuclear material instead of rescuing somebody, it would explain why we had to abandon all kinds of equipment and everything else if they figured it out and started fucking hitting us. Like, at that point, you would start destroying your equipment and everything else. Like I said, now that's all rumor speculation. I don't know for a fact one way or the other. It's just something I had heard. And what makes all that even worse is that it was something that was just running in the background and I wasn't even fucking paying attention. Wait, Private Jessica Lynch. Couldn't have been. That's impossible. There is no pilot named Private Jessica Lynch that would have been flying. It was a colonel. So it couldn't have been a private. No, I mean it's enriched uranium ore. And yeah, Private Jessica Lynch, unfortunately, you're looking at colonel in the Air Force is what got shot down. I know that much because they had said it was a colonel. I mean, now I'm thinking about it. Maybe that name, because I've heard that name before. Is that the girl where they ambushed the two soldiers? The one dude in like DC ambushed those two National Guardsmen and killed one. Yeah, exactly. So that's just it. Like, I mean, Bob would actually be the one with the military expertise here, but I'm pretty sure they've said it was a colonel, and a private would not be up in the skies like that. They would have to have gone through like officer school to be a pilot, as far as I know. Right, Bob? Like, I think even Navy pilots have to go through have to be like a commissioned officer in order to go through and become pilots for some reason. I don't know why that sticks out in my brain. It just sounds right. Oh, hold on. Let me grab Bob. And thankfully we got an audience where they can tell me, wait, I'm not seeing you in my Discord yet there, Bob. See Bob live on the side. I'm just waiting for him to jump in general, guys. You guys will have to let me know that we can actually hear Bob. Once he gets in, I'll let you know. Oh, it's the girl that got rescued from the Iraq hospital. Okay. Yeah, there you go. That makes sense. That makes sense. But yeah, I know with like most times your flyers, because they're not just going to put that in the hand of anybody. You know, you're in a multi-million-dollar fucking plane. All right, Bob, say something.
Can you hear me?
There we go. Now I can hear you. Can the chat hear him? Give me a thumbs up in the chat for Mr. Bob and smash a like for Mr. Bob. Our firefighting seaman.
I'm not sure I like that.
Why?
Firefighting seaman? I'm not a seaman.
You're a firefighter.
I'm a fireman.
Oh, you're a fireman. He's a hose handler.
Yeah. Okay, so
Ian's got the thumbs up. You're good to go, Bob.
Okay, good. So there was a question in the chat, and they were like, well, what does this mean or what does that mean, right?
What does what mean?
Pull up YouTube.
Right.
Well,
What did you mean about Saudi? Well, hold on. Let's start out with something simple, Bob, because I can just ask you flat out. What did you think of the whole ceasefire shit?
I think it's honestly, I think it's a pause so that we can reload, take a nap, and resume.
What do you think about Israel just going to ham immediately after and knocking the shit out of Lebanon?
I think Israel is using this time, and this is just my opinion. I'm just
fine.
some old drunk guy, you know. I think Israel is using the time where we're attacking Iran, and they're using this time to go and get the territory that they want. And they say, "Look over there, don't look over here."
Yeah. So for me,
that's just
because
my opinion.
Yeah, I got you. I watched Netanyahu do a speech earlier today, and he pretty much he was like, "Yep, don't worry, we're still going to follow through with exactly what we want. This is just kind of like you said, a pause in the fighting or whatever. But don't worry, we're going to still continue until everything's complete with what we had on our agenda." Is basically what he said. And he was addressing people on Israeli television or what have you. Like he was basically he's basically saying, well, so I need to reverse myself because I'm sorry, Bob, I jumped ahead on you. But he basically was saying that so this whole ceasefire thing, I said it's pretty much just bullshit. Trump said they put forward a 10-point plan that was, I think Trump is trying to get any kind of exit ramp he can, to be honest with you. And without looking like we're soft or we lost. But apparently they try to keep the fact that they were even having peace talks from the Israelis because they were afraid of them killing whoever we're negotiating with. The 10-point plan was put to us about a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, by Iran, and the list of demands are ridiculous. Now, I don't know if that's still the 10-point plan they're running off of, but it seems to be because that's why they shut down the Straits of Hormuz again, almost immediately, is because one of the things in the 10-point plan that had come out that Iran released a couple weeks ago was that Israel will stop bombing Lebanon. And the only thing that can fuck up the ceasefire is, Israel bombing Lebanon, right? And what did they do? They went and hit the fuck out of Beirut.
Okay, let me ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
What is Israel's conflict with Lebanon?
Hezbollah.
And
they don't have a conflict with Lebanon. They have a conflict with Hezbollah, which is based in Lebanon.
That's correct. But what does that have to do with what we're doing with Iran?
I don't know. It was just part of that 10-point plan. And the moment they hit Beirut, they locked up the Straits of Hormuz again and said that Israel has violated the ceasefire.
Okay. The U.S. and Iran are in a conflict. We're in basically a shooting war, right?
Yes.
So what does Israel have anything to do with that?
Right. Okay. So here's the part. I don't know if you caught it or not, Bob, but going into this, we gave equal decision power on military operations to Israel.
Okay. So you're telling me something I don't know. So you're telling me that the U.S. said, we want to hit this, this, and this, and then we had to go to Israel to say, is that okay?
Pretty much. They have just as much decision-making in the attack as we do. We went in as an equal ally force. So, where Trump's telling them, like, don't hit the, this infrastructure or that infrastructure after they've already hit it. Like, they'll hit something like, they bomb like that one oil field, the Parsa oil field. Remember, Trump came out and said, yo, don't hit that. It's because they're operating autonomously, but in conjunction with us, and they have decision-making power with us. That's one of the things that, like, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, like the ones that everybody's all pissed off at, like like the Mark Levins, the Ben Shapiros, that's why they're kind of pissed off at them on top of everything else, is because, they've come out and said, like, yo, why are we giving Israel the same ability to make decisions on which targets get hit? Like, how come they're not operating under us? They're operating equal to us. That was one of those things. It's a joint operation. Like, both teams have the same amount of decision-making power on it for the most part. And that's one of the reasons why everybody's all pissed off, because it's like, yo, their goals don't align with Americans and what they want, like what the American values were. Trump's plan, get all the nuclear, we want guarantees you guys aren't going to start doing nukes again. We want you to reduce your ballistic missiles, which he added on. Your citizenry, you better stop killing the fucking protesters, shit like that. And Israel's was, like, we want Hezbollah out of Lebanon and all this kind of stuff. And the whole thing is, it's really, like you said, just an excuse to start expanding borders.
Okay, well, I'm learning stuff, and I'm an old man, so I don't learn much. But
I mean, look, you know what, Bob? That's fine. You know why you don't know that? Because nobody in the mainstream and all that kind of stuff is really talking about it. It's all the, like I said, you don't watch Tucker Carlson, I don't think.
No, I don't.
You don't watch Megyn Kelly, right?
No, I don't.
But you do watch ABL.
I watch ABL. Watch ABL. I watch. I actually split my time. You're going to find this weird.
No, I'm not.
I split my time. I split my time between watching Fox News and CNN. Okay?
I got you, because you want to be well informed.
Well, no, I just want to know. I have my own slants. I have my own thoughts. But I want to know the other side.
No, exactly. Like, if you don't know what the opposition is saying, how are you going to form a coherent argument against it to prove that you're right? And that's intelligent, Bob. That's good. You always want to be listening to all sides of an argument so you can make an informed decision. But that's what I'm saying is Fox News, CNN, have you noticed this too? Here's one of those little fucking things that nobody is really talking about all that much. How come the Democrats aren't flipping the fuck out? The Democrats are always on Trump's ass about everything he fucking does, but they're not bitching and complaining about this war. Why is that?
I did not notice that, to be honest with you.
I mean, think about it though, now that I've mentioned it to you, and think. Have the Democrats been going after Trump hard for the war?
No, they've been going after
abuse of power, only Congress.
Epstein files.
Right. But I mean, okay, so there you go. There's Epstein files, right? Because they think they incriminate him and it's politically useful against them. But now think about it. Why aren't you going after him about the war? Like, hey, you know what? You started this military operation. Look, gas prices are so much higher because you've done this. And, why? Because they're getting money from the same people that Trump is getting money from, which are the AIPAC lobbyists. So if they speak out against it, they're technically speaking out against Israel and what's in their interests. because they're all on the fucking take. The ones that do speak out against it, you're seeing what's happening to them. They're getting stomped. Like Trump's doing everything actively to stomp them into line, including campaign stops for a guy who's trying to primary out Thomas Massey. You know what I mean? Marjorie Taylor Greene. She spoke out against it. She had to leave fucking Congress because they started threatening her family. But you're not seeing the Democrats.
She quit.
Right. But the Democrats, why aren't the Democrats taking advantage of this? Because this is a fucking weak point where you can say, well, you know, I never would have started a war. Or, you know, our candidate wouldn't have started the war. All this kind of stuff. A war of choice and all this kind of bit. Instead, you're seeing conservative people that were MAGA that I don't think are MAGA anymore, like Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, stuff like this, speaking out against it. That's odd. And then you have the Ben Shapiro's and all this other stuff speaking up for it as loud as the other voice, but you're seeing Democrats stay silent on it. That's odd. Anything they could do to take Trump out of office or make him look weak or win elections or whatever against and undermine him, they've been taken advantage of, except for this.
Well, I think a lot of the, I'm just an old guy, but I think a lot of the Democrats are saying, let's shut up and let him go down the path, and let's put the media and criticize, because that's what they do. And they're just trying to figure out how this war comes out.
Right. But this is what I'm saying to you, Bob. Right? At what point have we ever seen them not oppose what he is doing? At what point? This is the only point I can remember in the entirety of both terms where they haven't fucking just dropped a ton of shit on him for whatever decision he makes. He once said it. I could cure cancer, and they'd be like, yeah, but you didn't cure AIDS too. And they'd give me no credit for it. They're always going to move the bar. How come they're not moving the bar on this?
Well, can you give me about, I don't know, 2 seconds?
Sure. I mean, and I'll tell you guys, well, I know Bob's either grabbing a beer or taking a leak, but I'll say this. So you're saying that Beans just said that Melania, or he didn't know Melania was going to make that speech. That's odd. So you're telling me that Melania cut him out of the loop on something? Went over his head? That's interesting. Something like that, if it were my wife, she would have told me. When you're playing these political games, they're going to tell you. You know, your significant other. Like I said, the Melania thing is really weird to me.
What is?
Melania's speech today.
Okay. I've okay. My opinion about the speech today was, I think very highly of her.
I know.
And I think she was really freaking pissed.
Right, but why bring it out of left field? Bob, nobody's talking about the Epstein files now. Everybody's talking about this whole peace thing with Iran, blah, ceasefire, all this kind of shit. How come out of the blue, Melania's just like, yeah, this, that, and the other thing with Epstein, and, this is all bullshit and everything else, unless something's going to come up that she got a wind of before it comes out. That
What
is
do you mean by a window?
wind of.
A
So
window.
yeah, she heard basically like, yo, this is going to get dropped by, I don't know, the New York Times. They're going to come out, like Bean said. Apparently there was files released in Saudi Arabia on Epstein today. I don't know if that's, I think that's what Beans was saying. But what I'm saying to you is, if that's the case, maybe in those files, it has like a whole bunch of shit about how Melania is actually like, a sex slave to Trump. I don't think that's going to be true. However, if you wanted to get ahead of it, you know what I mean? Like if you had knowledge that something's going to come out that seems really fucking damaging to you, you would get ahead of it like that. It's just the timing is odd as hell as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I would agree with the timing, but honestly, I didn't know anything she was talking about.
Right. That's what I'm saying, Bob. Like, it was just like, I'm like, what the fuck is this all about? Like, what?
I just didn't know. I mean, she was talking about, oh, well, I wasn't involved with Epstein at all. And, I was just like, I mean, honestly, scratching my head going,
Like, what the fuck are you talking about Epstein for? Like, what is
exactly.
this?
That's
I don't
exactly
remember
right.
you even being in the files or anything.
So I was just kind of like, this is kind of odd. But you never know.
No, I agree with you. I'm 1,000% in agreement with you. It's just the whole thing, the timing, everything else is very, very weird. Like, why? Why now?
Well, I think, and I don't know, but I think she did it because nobody's paying attention to it.
Yeah, but that's
Because
just it.
they're all concentrated on the war.
Right. But that's the important point, right? If something like that were to come out, you would want no one to pay attention to it. I wouldn't want people paying attention to it. I wouldn't bring attention to it either. Just let that shit fade right under. You know what I mean? Because nobody's going to be, but now everybody's just like, it's what's known as the Streisand effect. I don't know if you know what that is. I'll explain it if not.
I do not.
Okay, so back in the day, they did this news report, and Barbara Streisand's house apparently was in the background of the shot that they did this news report on. And she went ballistic online and said, why are you people showing my house on TV? No one knew it was Barbara Streisand's house in the background. But the moment she came out and made a fuss about it, everybody started looking like, now I got to watch this news report because I want to see Barbara Streisand's house. Nobody's paying attention to it, and you draw your attention to it by announcing something about it. And that's what I'm saying is something fell off with that.
No. I just found today's
why would you do that?
Well, you got to understand, okay? I have nothing to do. I sleep with my dog, and I get up, 11:30, 12 o'clock, and I turn on the news and I watch the news. But, whatever happens, happens.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm curious as to why everybody's jumping on her. And I saw this. They're like, oh, well, she did this and she did that. And I'm like,
Yeah, it was out of left field, Bob. Like I said, it was very uncharacteristic, and maybe Beans is right. Maybe Trump didn't know. Like, maybe she didn't fucking tell him. She just went out and fucking did it. Like, yo, I'm doing a press conference. Fuck this. Because
actually, he came out and said he did not know she was going to do that.
Beans said that. She said that was on MSN or MS Now or whatever the fuck it is. But, and that would kind of make sense. You know, maybe you didn't know. Maybe he's being legitimate. He did not know that speech was going to come because she just said she wants testimony from all the survivors and stuff like this. So that's definitely not
Congress.
That's some shit that Trump hasn't signed off on. I can tell you 1,000% on that one. So I don't know. I don't know what the deal is, but something happened. There is something that flipped the switch with Melania today that ain't good.
I actually think that if those women would testify, I'd probably watch it.
Bob, you and the rest of America would be watching it.
Well, the rest of America's working. I'm not. But I'd watch it.
Beans watches me. She works every night. Shout out to Beans, by the way, watching me at work.
Beans says at the end you will apologize and pay up.
Right, that's what Melania apparently said. This is what I'm saying, man. There was something with her fucking speech today where she like, I don't know what set her off, but something's not right. And Beans is probably right. There probably is something big that's about to drop. Now,
I don't know.
My predictions are 99% of the time wrong, but on this, something feels fucking weird with it. Like the whole thing just feels weird.
All I know is this. Okay, this is just my opinion. Melania Trump is a beautiful.
Hey, Bob, you ever see the pictures with her with the other girl?
No, I have not.
Oh, you need to look them up from her modeling days, buddy. You'll thank me later, Bob. It'll give you something to sleep with tonight, sir.
Well, I'm just saying, I think she's a gorgeous woman.
She is. She's beautiful and she's smart. Like my wife even says the same. She's
extremely smart. She's extremely smart.
My wife says the same thing all the time. She's like, she does not get credit because she is actually a lot smarter and a lot more beautiful than most of the first ladies ever were.
Well, here's the thing I would not do, okay, ever. You know what that is?
Put your dick in the light socket? I mean, I tried it once, Bob. It hurts.
Well, you're not as smart as she is. But I would
well, if she
not
has a
ever,
dick, Bob, we're all in trouble.
Well, here's the thing. I would never, ever piss her off. Because when I watched her today, she was pissed.
Yeah, that's definitely not a good thing.
I would not piss that woman off.
I wouldn't
be honest with you.
I wouldn't piss Michelle Obama off because she looks like she wears underwears with dick holes in them.
Well, to be honest with you, I wouldn't piss off anyone.
I mean, I piss Beans off all the time. Just ask Beans. Sorry, Beans. Oh, the eye's coming out. Good, bad, shitty. I might need to get a little more weight in this one.
I like what Bean says. She's like, she's from my country. So once you get her mad, you better freaking run.
I have fear in my heart from no man and only one woman, and that's my wife. She is the one that terrifies me. That's the one person that I'm ever pissed off or scared of pissing off is my wife. The only one, Bob.
I kind of understand that very much. The only person I ever never pissed off was my wife.
I piss mine off all the time, but never to the
Oh,
point where.
that's not really good, dude.
Well, it's never to the point where she's going to execute me, but it's come close at different times.
My wife would have taken my pistol and shot me right in the head. No shit.
Yeah, mine would too. My wife wouldn't shoot me in the head. She'd do torturous, terrible things to me.
No. Honestly, my wife would have shot me in the head, let me lay on the couch, and then gone back to sleep, and probably buried me in the back 40.
Yeah, fair
and not
enough.
told nobody nothing. All right. I've taken up as much time, so I'm gonna stay awake for about another hour. Just sit and listen to you. So
Yeah, I mean, you
sorry
can stay in if you want to you keep talking, Bob. You're fine. I mean,
okay.
I do want to know, what do you think of this face I did on these two heads? I capture some prettiness here. Kill the light down a little.
So you're asking me, what do I think about what?
I mean, if you're looking at my my figure's heads
I'm
and stuff,
looking at
does she look sexy?
Talking about the one you got right now, or the one
This
up
one right
in the
here,
ground?
and then I'm going to grab the other one in a second. Damn, I got a little bit of brown I got to get in there. And here's the other head. That zoom in on her face.
Okay, well, I'm a little honestly,
Yeah, make them look attractive.
Well, no, I have a bias. That one.
Perry said Michelle Obama looks like a basketball player on the men's team.
Yeah, well, she kind of does.
Yeah, I mean, Melania is hot as hell. There is no denying that.
I like that girl you got right there with the brown hair.
Oh, yeah? So I did do the face all right then. Making sure I didn't goof the eyes up or anything.
Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. She's like smoking.
All right, cool. So I nailed it.
This one, yeah.
Cool. Cool. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. That was my question because I wasn't sure. Thought maybe I fucked them up.
No.
I think I got them.
She looks like. Okay.
It's the same girl, just different heads.
No.
Not that, but just looking to see anything else need to be touched up. Where I start gluing her together.
You know, put the other girl up there, and that's Laura.
Which other girl, Bob?
The first one.
The one with the hair, or the one with the
one with the hair.
The one with the hair? There's the one with the hair right here. Still feel like I should have gotten more highlight on this hair. And Ian's asking, are you a boob man or an ass man?
Ian's asking that question?
That's correct. He said, I just want verification,
well,
Bob.
To be honest with you, I'm a boob man.
He's a boob man. Natural, not fake or anything, he says.
No, all natural.
He said all natural. Bob's saying all naturally, which I can't blame him. Me, I was always a boob man myself till I got older, a little older. Then I became an ass man. And then I got to a point where it's all about mental. That's where I'm at.
All about mental?
All about mental.
What do you mean?
I mean that in order to get me excited, you have to have brilliance about you.
See, now that girl right there.
Yeah, the brown hair. Okay.
Okay. Well, you've got like 2 people listening to you other than me.
Mm-hmm.
I got to tell you a story.
Okay. We're here for it, Bob.
Yeah, I'm pretty drunk. I had an affair.
What? That just came out of nowhere. Really? That's got me caught completely the fuck off guard, Bob.
Yeah, well,
I mean, it happens.
So I was flying every week. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Every week. And so one of the gated, the gated is.
Yeah.
So she let's just say she paid me some attention.
Gotcha.
Okay. Me and my wife at the time, she was do you know what dementia is?
I do know what dementia is.
You ever have somebody go through that?
I have not personally. I've had friends, parents, and stuff like that, and grandparents and such, but I have never myself had to deal with somebody with dementia.
I did. So anyhow, so this gate agent was paying attention to me, and she's Italian. Actually, she's not Italian. She's Sicilian. There's a very big difference.
Oh, there's a huge difference.
Apparently.
Yes. Yeah, there's a huge difference between a Sicilian and an Italian, Bob.
Yeah, well, we ended up hooking up, let's say that.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I got to go home and take care of my wife because she's she's pooping herself. I gotta, give her a shower and all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to do caretaker thing.
Yeah, so my daughter finds out about it, that I'm seeing somebody else. And she's like, oh, she's doing this. She's on phone.
Right.
I don't know how to deal with this. So let me ask you, because you're a guy who's painting stuff online.
Mm-hmm. I'm a
that
retard.
Will
Yes.
allow me. No, you're not a retard, but
Oh,
you're
I can
allowing
be,
me
Bob.
to
I
talk
can
to
be.
you.
Yes.
Well, and I'm just like an old man sitting in the dark, venting. And
Right.
my question to you is this. What would you have done?
You want honest? And
Of course.
no, Bob, of course you want honest. But I mean, honest from your position or my position, Bob? Because you got to realize that's two different things, right?
Well, back up. I would like for you to say or answer.
Say what I would have done in your shoes.
In my position, what would you have done?
But here's the difference, right? And it's not a negative, and it's not me being judgmental of you, right? Because I can understand your point of view, and I can understand why you did what you did, and I can understand and appreciate the stuff you're going through. With me, the thing is, I put on a ring, and my ring doesn't leave my finger. You have to cut my finger off to take the ring, basically. I promised my wife a long time ago, dementia, non-dementia, or whatever, no matter what sickness, what ails, or anything else, I'll be there till the day you die, or I die. If I check out first, sorry, I can't help you. You can't control when you're going to pass away. But for me, no matter what, there is nobody who can sway me from my wife. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, billionaire. It could be, the hottest girl in the world, this, that, and the other thing. To me, my wife is the hottest girl in the world. No matter what her looks are, no matter if she has her mental faculties, none of that matters to me. The fact is that I made a promise to her, and I'm going to fulfill that promise because that's me. That's not slight or judgment on anybody else. Because, again, maybe I would have chosen the same way as you, Bob, but I didn't go through it. You know what I mean? So I'm not in that situation to be able to say 1000%. Yes, I would have done this different and blah, blah, blah. And, all that kind of stuff. I'm not holier than anybody. So maybe I would have made the same choice. I would like to think that I wouldn't have, but maybe I would have. Who knows? But for me, like I said, I can't. There's no part of me that ever wants anybody else other than my wife, because we've been through, we're not talking about coming up real soon here next month, 14 years of marriage. It was
14 years.
Yeah, we're coming up on 14, but
40.
But I've known her since we were kids in kindergarten. I've known her through high school. And then we went our separate ways. She did her thing, I did mine. And when she came back into my life, she came back at the lowest point in my life when everybody else outside of my best friends and actually my father was the only other one, which he's not around really at all anymore. But at that point, they were the only ones to actually stand beside me and believe in me and know the truth and all that kind of stuff. And she stuck by me through everything. And because of that, she made me a better man. She made me a better person. She made me a father. Like an actual father, you know what I mean? Not just like somebody who actually, anybody can father a child, but she made me a dad. I guess is the best way of saying it, where I actually instilled values and raised children right and all that kind of shit. And she did all these things for me. So for me, I'll never forget the fact that I owe her my life. To be honest with you, I really do. I mean, even to this day, I still owe her my life, and nobody can ever beat that. Like no one. You can't.
I
like,
get that.
Yeah, you can't outdo it. You know what I mean? So for me, even sniffing, or even like looking at other girls or what have you, I'm like, I can notice they're attractive. I can look at other dudes and say, like, you know, like Henry Cavill, for example. I'm like, oh yeah, that's an alpha male, right? Like I can appreciate beauty and all that other stuff. That desire left me a long time ago for anybody other than my wife. So it's hard for me to say, you know what I mean? Like there's no temptation that would tempt me away from my wife. And it's also, it's an honor and a blood oath for the most part on my part. You know what I mean? Like there's a loyalty there that she earned that I could never repay with disloyalty, if that makes sense. But that's it's a different situation too. So.
Well, my situation is, I don't know if it's unique or.
No, it's not. You're not in a unique position, and there's plenty of, and that's why I have no judgment on you, right? Like I'm not saying, oh, you're a bad person or any of this stuff. Like Ian said, until I'm actually in that position, I wouldn't fucking know 100% for sure. That's what I started off with. Is like, unless I'm in that position, I would like to believe, but who knows?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a bad thing. And it's going to come out ugly, okay? I don't fucking care what your position is.
That's fair. You honestly shouldn't, because it was a decision that you have to make. I can't make that decision, you know? And I'm not right. Like anybody I can't judge you for it either, if that makes sense to you, Bob. Like I don't judge you for it. It doesn't make.
Well, and that's good. I like that. I really do. I like that a lot.
It's not fair. It's not fair for me to judge you. Now, if we were in the same exact position and I did something different, I could say I'd do it, you know, this is the way I handled it. You handled it a different way. But I've never been in that position, so I can't tell you 100%. It's the same thing, and you've been shot at before, right, Bob?
I have.
Okay. Not everybody.
How'd you know that?
Yeah, I don't know. I just had that gut feeling because I have been shot too, and I've been shot at quite a bit. But the whole point is that I've seen guys that talked all kinds of shit about how they wouldn't be scared, wouldn't terrify. You don't know what the fuck you're going to do until you hear that bullet whiz past you. That first one, you hear that kaplow and that report, and that thing goes whizzing past you, and you're like, oh shit. Then you know what you're made of. So you can't judge somebody till you're actually in that position. It's like, oh, well, if I was getting shot at, I'd do that. It's the same asshole that watches like a boxing match, like, well, if I was fighting that guy, I'd do this, but has never been in a fist fight. You know what I mean? Like, how do you know? You're not fighting that opponent. You're not listening to that bullet whiz past you. You don't know what it's like when your adrenaline gets a hold of you and you react.
Okay. I don't know why it is, but you always bring out my stories.
Because
you want to hear Bob's stories?
Of course, we want to hear Bob's stories. And by the way, let me acknowledge this real quick. I'm acknowledging Ian for what he's saying because he's right. And I acknowledge Beans for what she's saying. The whole thing is, being cheated on, especially if you know about it, you can destroy somebody with it. And one of the things is with my wife, the one thing I fear losing with my wife is her respect. If I had fucked around on my wife and came to my wife and said, hey, I fucked around on you, she would hate me. She would not want to associate with me. She'd be disgusted by me, all this other stuff. But the one thing my wife would do, she'd still respect me because I told her. Because I was honest with her and everything else. I'd still have a respect.
I think your wife would shoot you right in the head.
She'd do worse than that, Bob. She'd keep me alive and do worse things than that. She would take everything from me, including my heart and my soul. Like I said, my wife is an evil that mythic gods would fear with the way I've seen her go scorched earth on people, and man, she has fucked people up in ways that I never even thought of. And I can't get real deep into it, but I'm just going to tell you that now, that I've seen firsthand her go after somebody with both barrels, so to speak, and she fucks people up in a way that you could never imagine. But that wouldn't even be my fear. My big fear would be losing my wife's respect, because my wife actually respects me, even though I'm a giant ass man child who fucking paints dolls on the internet and talks shit. But she respects me. And losing that respect to me that would break my honor. And I think it would kill me in the process. Now, if she had dementia and all that, and she knew she was going through it, if I'm to be honest with you, my wife would tell me to start looking at other people, looking for somebody else, because she wants to see me happy and taken care of. Pretty sure about that one, but that would be, a whole different matter and something that would actually have to be discussed when it came up. So I can't say 1,000% sure this is what I'd do, because if I were in that position, maybe I'd do the same thing as you, Bob. Because from what I can understand, if your wife had dementia that bad at that point, she didn't know anyway. She had no clue. So you didn't break her heart or, all this other stuff. It's something that not something that, you know what I mean? Not something that she even would have recognized, or even if she did for a second, she forgot right about it, if I'm correct. I don't know.
Sorry, I had to step away.
You're fine, Bob. You're fine. I didn't say anything really important anyway.
So, you were talking about being shot, right?
Well, shot at. I mean, I've been shot, but some people have just been shot at. And I've seen guys that have just pissed themselves.
Pissed themselves for what?
From the bullet whizzing past.
Okay. So I grew up in Oklahoma. Okay. I'm not sure where you're in South Carolina, right?
Well, now I'm in South Carolina, but I grew up in Jersey.
So in Oklahoma, we're moved to what I call Ponderosa. It's basically the Indians built the house, because I'm Native American, and the Indians built the house, and they gave us I don't know, 20 acres of land, and they would plow the fields with the hand. And so me and my brothers would take our BB guns and we put little green army men up on the, you know what the furl is?
Mm-hmm.
And we would shoot the little green army men with the furls on top. Well, what happened was my brother John didn't realize he had a 22. You know what 22 is?
Yes, I do.
Mm.
I don't know how you get it confused with a BB gun, but okay.
Yeah, well, I jumped up out of the furrow and was running up to the house up the hill. And John didn't realize he had a 22 and he shot me. And the bullet went into my right, as Forrest Gump would say.
In your ass?
My right buttocks.
That's craziness. Yeah, I got clipped across the knee. I got grazed.
No, it went into my right buttock. Okay. And I was like, fell down. And they're like, don't say nothing to nobody. Just we'll make it go away. This is back in like it's like 72, back in 72. We'll make it go away. And so we didn't say nothing to nobody. We just kept it quiet. And they packed my buttocks and just kind of went away. I don't know, 10, 12 years later, I'm going to boot camp in Gray Lakes. And one of the things you guys don't know that maybe you do, but they take a whole x-ray body examination. At least they did back then. And so they take this whole body x-ray. And then like, what's this in your butt?
And you're like, it's a blue dingus?
I didn't know that term at the time, and I wish I had. But no, I was just like, because I'm trying to think about what happened to me when I was like 12.
Yeah.
And they were like taking the whole body scan, and they said, "What's this thing in your right hip, upper right hip?"
You're just like,
And
oh
I was
shit.
like,
Yeah, that was the time I got shot. Fuck.
exactly right. I was like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
And they were like, well, who shot you? And I said, well, my brother. And they were like, well, does it hurt? And I said, no, I don't even feel it. This is 22. 22 is log. And they were like, okay, fine. And they passed me through. You know what? To this day, I still got that 22 slug in my right hip.
Jesus. Yeah, with me, when I got clipped, that's how I like to refer to it, but I got grazed. And it fucked my knee up because it blew a couple pieces of bone into my tendon, like right in my knee. And I didn't know about that part of it. You know, I just thought it was the pain from the wound itself. If it had been over by like, I'm going to say like a millimeter, maybe 2, I would have no kneecap. Like I'd have been crippled for the rest of my life on my left side. And, you know, that was when I was 16. When I was 18, 19, I went to this doctor because I was walking with a limp. Like it hurt. Like my leg was bad. And the doctor, of course, you know, he goes, yeah, you got 2 pieces of bone stuck in your tendon about the size of a molar. Look, I'll show you right here and all this. And this is where you're getting the pain from and all that. And he goes, yeah, but I didn't know better. I'd say it looks like, you know, you had some severe trauma, hit this side of your knee, blow it that way. And because we can see where it's missing. And he's like, I'd say it was like a gunshot or something. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I just fell down and hurt my knee real bad when I was younger. That's all, sir. Right. We'll go with that. It was a whole lot of don't ask, don't tell, you know, but I wasn't going to say I ever got shot when I was a kid. Fuck that. It was cool though, because what ended up happening, because, you know, I was working the bar, didn't have much money and everything
You always
else.
seem to be working at bars.
It was the same bar. Well, actually, there's 2 bars that I work for. One I DJ'd for, the other one I cooked at.
Good. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. No, to clarify, so the pub that I worked at from the time I was 14 till 29, anytime I needed a job was between jobs, like I quit one job, going to another job, or I would work that job and then, you know, so when I quit, I was a store manager for Blockbuster, for example. I had quit working at the bar, did computer consulting for a couple years there, quit, and then got into, went back to the bar, went to work there, and then got the side hustle at Blockbuster. But the side hustle at Blockbuster ended up making me, you know, from lowest rung to store manager in 6 months. I was running my own shop. And when I went to that level, I quit the bar again, did the store manager gig for a while, and then started a transition over to GameStop. I had a 2-month period in there where I, you know, it was like, fuck, I'm transitioning jobs. I got no money. Went back to the bar. Hey, boss, I need a job. I need money. Well, how much was I paying you last time? You're paying me $12 an hour. All right, make it 13 and go get an apron on, get in the kitchen. Like Mr. B, the guy who owned that bar, because I went to work with him when I was 14. And again, you know, we're talking about the difference between Sicilians and Italians. Well, this dude, I'm not saying he was connected. I'm just saying he did stuff for people that were connected, is the way I'm going to say this to you. And the whole thing was I always had respect and I had earned loyalty from him because there was shit I saw that I never spoke about. There was shit I covered up that I've never talked about, never will. Things like this. And anytime I needed a job, he always brought me back for $1 more an hour. So anytime I needed it, so for from 14 to 29, it was always a fallback job, or I need to work 3 jobs right now, 4 jobs, whatever to make it by. Mr. B always hired me back and always took care of me every time. He's still one of the greatest bosses I've ever had. And taught me a lot of life lessons, but it was because I had earned over time his respect, his loyalty, all that kind of thing.
Well, I think that you know, you do a podcast and you're hopefully making money somewhere.
Well,
But,
no, I'm not making money. What are you talking about off this?
Yeah.
No. No, so I have that toss a coin to your Witcher link, and it's Venmo or what have you. And there's a couple people that toss coins to the Witcher, so to speak. Toss me a couple bucks. One of them being Beans. I appreciate you, Beans. She's basically tossed me something, I think, every week since I've put it up. But outside of that, there's a couple other people. Rebel tossed me something one time. Another person tossed me something here or whatever. And one, I have not touched any of that money. It's all sitting there. But two, I always appreciate it. And I tell everybody what I do for free. And I'm here to talk. I really want to build up subscribers or whatever. So this way I can take YouTube's money. But I don't ask anybody for anything like that. You know?
Yeah, well, I'm probably not helping you with YouTube money.
How? How do you figure, Bob? You watch
Well,
do you watch the show, Bob?
Nope. What show?
This one.
Well, yeah, I've got it up on my stream right now, but
Then you're helping me. You subscribe to me, Bob? You're helping me.
yeah, well, honestly, I'd like to see you make a little bit more money than you do. Maybe make a little money off YouTube and like help you out. But I mean, I can't affect that. So
I mean, but you do. You do it on it all the time. You just don't realize you do it all the time.
I'm just an old drunk guy sitting in the dark,
Right.
missing his wife.
Yeah, I know. No, it's the fact that, you know, like Devin got me a subscriber once.
Oh, I love Devin, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I do too. She's good people. And, yeah, because Devin shouted me out in ABL's chat. Go check out Cam's channel. Sheree used to do that on AB, you know, like stuff like that. So sometimes that's the easiest way.
I do wonder. Because as far as I can tell, nobody knows what happened to Sheree.
Yeah, nobody does. I have no clue.
Now, sir, I'm going to go to bed because it's 3:00 in the morning. And,
well, let's sing a little song we're going to sing a little song for Bob's good night. And it goes, show me the way to go home. I'm tired and I want to go to bed. I had a little drink about an hour ago and it went right to my head.
Okay, that's not necessary, but it was appropriate. So I hope you. Let me tell you something. I've done well in life.
Yes, you have.
Well, if you ever need anything, let me know.
I appreciate that to no end, Bob. I do need something from you.
What do you need?
Need you to have a good night. Keep talking to me. And don't take shit from anybody. I just need you to keep being Bob and calling in from time to time and having a conversation, especially when you're feeling it.
I do like that sign off you have.
Don't take shit from anybody.
I do like that very much. But I'm serious. If you ever need anything, just let me know, okay?
I appreciate it,
and
Bob.
If anybody else, and it just may be you and me talking, that's fine. But anybody else out there, don't take shit from anybody, okay?
You're damn right, brother. Go get some rest, Bob, and
Take
I
care.
appreciate you, man.
Take care, sir.
Always take care of Bob. Bob always takes care of everybody. Dear Lord, I didn't realize how painful these inrows on the wings are going to be. I mean, they're coming out pretty fucking cool, I think. Yeah, I mean, shout out to Bob. I know he's going through a lot, and it's a rough question to ask a motherfucker, though. Like, what would you have done in my position? Because I can't say 1,000%. I wish I could tell you, like, honestly, but I can't. And I also will never hold judgment on somebody like that. Now, the only time I seriously will hold judgment on somebody is if it's like, yeah, so, you know, I was diddling this kid. Well, then I'm going to hold you in fucking severe judgment. But, like, execution style judgment, probably. But outside of that, you know, you're a grown adult and everybody goes through things in life, and you would like to say, like I was saying to Bob, you would like to say, this is the way I'm going to do things. This is the way things are going to be. And all that, but until you're actually in those shoes, man, don't judge them. Don't judge them, man. You never know what you would have done. God knows. That's one of those problems is you get people that get holier than thou. And then what ends up happening, everybody I've ever seen holier than thou end up going through sort of the same kind of shit as somebody else. And then they do exactly the same thing that other person did, and it bites them in the ass every time. I mean, there's certain things, though, like I was talking about this earlier, how the Quartering tried to get Kino's Casino canceled or whatever. Those guys ever found my channel and just started making fun of me or whatever, one, I'd give them a shout out, and I'd have to listen to the show to see if I agreed with what they were saying about me and see if I could improve things, because they do have some good advice on there sometimes, even if they were just lolcowing me. But the one thing I would never do, no matter how nasty they got, unless they went after my wife or my kids, would probably be to have them canceled. That's like unforgivable sin in streamer circles. Oh shit, Beans' plants are talking? Shit, did I lose a sub, guys? It looks like I lost a sub on my end. Look. Going into my state. Yeah, I lost a sub. I don't know why I lost the sub, but I lost the sub somehow. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I lost one. Today is what? The 9th? It says I lost them. Well, no. Yeah, April 9th. So, yeah, I lost one. That sucks. Wah, wah. Apple's new emojis. I have no idea. I didn't even know Apple's new emojis were different from were different. Wait, what is it? It's the universal symbol for bombing people? Is that what it is? Is that what the emoji is? Is like I'm going to bomb people? Is that please sir, give me some money in my beggar's hands? Wait, what the hell are those symbols? I mean, I'm not going to say nothing bad here, but I don't know you want to be putting them symbols into a phone because you know it's just going to be like the atomic bomb one and then that symbol right there, or a bunch of bombs and that symbol and messages now between people that are going to be making jokes, right? Like it'll be a plane, a bomb, and then that person that you just showed in that emoji. Just saying, like probably not a smart move to put that emoji in. Because my mind always goes to what's the worst thing you could do? Or how can that be used? Wait, Bigfoot? That square thing was Bigfoot? I don't know. I've never had, I refuse to buy Apple products. Couple different reasons I refuse to buy Apple products. Reason number one, because they, whatever you buy is what you get. You can't upgrade it, right? Like, no, maybe they've changed that design, but it was like whatever you bought is what you have. Reason number two is because I blame them for musicians not being able to make a shit ton of money off of their music because of iTunes. Because everything went digital. And where I was able to steal music and make my own CDs off of Napster, they had to go and open the fucking store. And because of that, then they started killing off CDs, records, all that shit. And then, you know, piracy really did take over. Blame that shit on iTunes. One of your first phones was an Android. It froze up like crazy. I don't think I ever had an Android phone that froze up like crazy. I mean, one of the things that saved me was my buddy Keith. He worked at actually Radio Shack of all things. And he was like, they sold cell phones there. And he always made sure I had like a top notch, whatever the top of the line cell phone he could get me. He'd always hook me the fuck up with it. Like, he really did. Like, always hooking me out. He was always watching my ass when it came to cell phone tech. Because he had knowledge of all the latest ones, would always be talking to the vendor. They used to get commission sales if they sold phone plans and the phone and all that shit. So he'd be like, yo, man, come in next week. We're doing a deal and all this stuff. And he would just hook me up. That line needs to be defined better right there. Tracing out these wasp wings is a bitch. All right, that's one wing down. Let me do this. I wonder. I've never tried this with the FDM shit. I wonder if this shit will clean off. I got a little blowout here. I just want to see. I go in here with a little bit of my cleaning fluid for my airbrush. Shit, that's nice. Clean up that line. I can repaint it. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I didn't know if this FDM would let the paint erase off of it like that, but apparently so. I had an unweighted line that was lumpy. which is still rough looking. Jesus. So on Discord, I've not had David put it in mine. Twisted has it in his, which if you guys remember when he's drunk, he's like, play some music, bud, play some music. Reason Twisted kept saying that is because there's bots you can get for Discord where you just type in play and then any song and it'll play that song. You need to go back to a Windows desktop. Tell you what, I said this the other day when the wife ordered that machine for me. The computers right now, if you're going to get them, you better get them soon. Same thing for tablets, phones, anything else. If you're planning on buying electronics, you better get them knocked out soon because the prices are spiking. I wasn't even paying attention to them because I'm like, my equipment's good enough, all that other shit. And then David Mon, shout out to David. David once wanted a computer or PC, and he's like, and I was like, oh, it's like $90 to upgrade the memory. And he's like, $90? What the fuck are you talking about? And I went and looked, and I was like, holy shit, it's like $300 for a $90 chip. What's going on? It's all due to AI. AI is basically buying them up, and now with everything that's happening with Hormuz and all that, the prices are going to keep going up because there's helium or something that also tracks out of there that is needed for the chip manufacturers. So it's crazy. It's definitely going to end up being one of those things where you're going to price normal people out of the market for a PC real soon. So this, and granted, can't believe my wife actually bought me that fucking PC either. Nuts. And I'm definitely, I appreciate it every time I look at it and use it. You know what I just realized? Well, no, I can't because I'm signed in on my other computer. I was going to say I can actually watch my 3D printer printing now too. Because this PC is actually, has all the software on there that links to my printer. I can actually put that up and we can watch it make things. Pretty neat. Yeah, but AI isn't a thing that we have to adjust to. It's basically the new cryptocurrency. It's the new AI is basically, it's the new bubble. Everybody's going to invest in it heavily. All that other shit. You're going to get one, maybe two fucking things of AI that are going to be worth a fuck for anything. Everything else is going to be dog shit. And that's pretty much, you're going to see all the other companies get absorbed into one or two companies. And that's the way that's going to work. It's to me, it's almost like a giant, it's the .com bubble back in the day. Remember back in the day? Now, granted, Amazon is king, right? There's a point in time where everybody had their own .com store that sold things and all this stuff and thought that was going to be the way of the future. Technically, that's correct thinking. It was. Because look at Amazon. It's a monster, right? But it didn't work out the way they thought it was going to. Not at the time it came out. AI is kind of the same thing. And what kind of further proves this point is the fact that Sora went out of business. Anytime you got new tech like that, or a new thing, a new way of doing things and all this, you have to look at how does it make money. Now, you can say people will go there, they'll spend $5 to make a video, $1 to make music, whatever. That's great. But if who's going to pay you that dollar back to listen to that music? So you can create an amazing song with AI, but who's actually, the whole thing is, especially, we haven't gotten to the point yet, and it's coming. It'll eventually come to this point where you're going to have people that are cranking out like AI music. It's going to go on iTunes or whatever fucking place you buy your MP3s from. And it's going to hit big, and then people are going to either A, pirate it, or it's going to be so flooded with AI music, everybody's going to be like, yeah, I'm sick of hearing AI music. I want to hear a real live artist. Shit always seems to come full circle for some reason when it comes down to it. And I can prove this. I can believe that. So there you go. There's an application, and they made money by eliminating people's jobs. So that might have been one or two people that were doing that job before that they don't have to pay, so they're making money off of it, right? But the reason I say everything comes full circle like this is very simple. So there's MP3s we can buy now. There's CDs that you could buy still, and even bigger, because CDs have kind of gone the wayside. Tell me something, who buys records? Somebody still buy records because they make them. Right. So that's where I'm saying it comes full circle. And then here you go. Well, that's stupid. Why would you buy a record? Look how big it is. You've got to carry it around, all this other stuff. Hell, you got to flip it over. You can just get like an MP3 of all those songs, put it on one little player, put it in your pocket. Why do you still buy the record? Album artwork, sound quality, whatever the case may be, whatever reason you buy that record, it still just proves you have way better technology right now. You're listening to the same exact fucking song, but you would rather buy that record. And that's why to me, it's kind of like if somebody's making good music, people are going to listen to it and people are going to want it. And they're going to want it over the AI because you're actually appreciating a person's talent. So that's just a Gamma opinion right there. Definitely piss somebody off to lose a sub, though. I'll tell you that much. And I don't think it was my paint job. I think my paint job's actually coming out pretty decent on this model. Yeah, I mean, if I'm to be honest, I don't have records. There's a point in time when records started to come back into style. And the main reason they started to come back into style was because of Pearl Jam, actually. Pearl Jam, back in the day. They actually... They have a song called Spin the Black Circle, and Eddie Vedder did this whole thing, a whole dissertation on where, like you just said, like there's nothing like the snap of the record. I get better clarity out of it, all that kind of stuff. And because of Pearl Jam, because I fucking hate Eddie Vedder, not because I hate their music or anything else, they're good. I just actually hate Eddie Vedder. I was like, yeah, I'll never buy records. The last record I owned was because my buddy Brett bought it for my birthday when it dropped, and he bought it on record for me because he's like, yeah, this is actually the way it should sound. Because he believed in it, and I actually had to get a record player so I could play it and all that kind of shit. He got me Seventh Son of a Seventh Son by Iron Maiden when that dropped. That'll tell you how long ago that shit was. Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. I used to love that album. It's actually one of my favorite albums by Iron Maiden. I mean, I don't know though. They got so much iconic shit. The first album I ever heard by Iron Maiden was Number of the Beast. Oh, and I didn't know if I told you guys this, but the one guy I rock with on Patreon, actually the guy who designed this Wasp, Wicked, he announced what his wild card's going to be, and it looks like it's Ozzy Osbourne. He's doing a tribute to Ozzy Osbourne for his wild card, so that's going to be epic. Still waiting on the video game one. But yeah, Ozzy Osbourne is coming down the pipe soon. I don't still have the vinyl. I have no idea what happened to that vinyl. I have no vinyl now. I do have, and it's funny, it's one of those things. Don't ask me why the fuck I did this, right? But way back when, the wife and I, when we didn't have much money or whatever, we would do Goodwill, like the website. Originally, that shit was like slap grab, and they came out with some really cool stuff and didn't even know what they had. They just put it up for auction. And then you could bid on it. Well, I got in a bidding war with this one guy on some video game I was going for. Some old school video game, like old Nintendo games. And he outbid me. And I noticed he was bid on this other thing. So I fucking outbid him on it. And it was a lot of laser discs. And I won it. And I had to go find a laser disc player. So I find a laser disc player. And then the wife actually bought me Jason and the Argonauts and 7 Brides for 7 Brothers on it, which was difficult as shit to get a hold of 7 Brides for 7 Brothers. But it was those 2 movies I have owned in every format they have ever been released on. So VHS, Betamax, CD video, DVD, and Laserdisc. Like that's one of them damn things when it comes down to it, if I'm to be honest with you. When it comes to Jason and the Argonauts, I don't know what it is. It's the first movie that I bought on DVD. I just love that fucking movie. Love it. 7 Brides for 7 Brothers. That is one of my favorite movies of all time, and it's a fucking musical. Be like, Gam, you watch all kinds of horror shit. Gam, you watch all kinds of action shit. Gam, you're kind of off your nut with this kind of stuff. You've seen all kinds of movies, and yet 7 Brides for 7 Brothers, like in your top 10 greatest movies of all time. Why, yes, it is. Yes, it is. I made my poor daughter, when she came to visit me, watch it with me, and she left singing, "Bless your beautiful hide, wherever you may be. Ain't met you yet, but I'm willing to bet you're the gal for me." When I was a kid, I had a sub to Playboy. Dear Lord. And can anybody tell me who the first Playboy centerfold was? I'm just curious. See who knows this knowledge. Who was the first centerfold for Playboy? Here, the Walmart actually sells vinyl, guys. But yeah, I really want to know, does anybody know who the first Playboy Playmate was? It was Marilyn Monroe. Marilyn Monroe was the first Playboy Playmate. And what's funny about that is Marilyn Monroe is plus size. People screw that up all the time. They think she was like a little thing. She wasn't. She was a healthy woman, is the best way of putting it. It's funny because I watch The Wire a lot of times and watch it all the way through. And every time, like, they're in there and they're reading like old like dirty magazines and stuff to a lot of the cops when they're just sitting around doing nothing. Yeah, vinyl here, we have it all over our thrift stores, like all over the fucking place. I don't know that it sells all that well, but it's there. Inlay from the damn wings. Dear Lord. Damn it, I've bent the shit out of the tip of these. Gotta realign them. I think I bit the shit out of them when I was trying to pull the magnet out. Fucking little brush hair stuck there. All right. Yep. Oh, not good. All right. I got all the cells painted. I think everything about her is pretty much done, guys. Only thing left to do is the stone base. Have a good night, Beans. It's okay. I'm putting her together now. Get the final shot, finish my smoke, and call it a night. I just, shit, I forgot about that. I gotta fix that. I just gotta figure out how these arms are going in and all that fun shit. Okay. But she's ready to rock and roll. Thanks, Beans. See you tomorrow. Yep. Yeah. Get some rest. Try and have an easy one, would you? This is going to be the repair arm, unfortunately. Which means that I'm going to need extra glue in it. Matter of fact, I'm going to just fill in these spots right now. On the shoulders, as there are pauldrons that go over it, and I can line up the broken piece. Dear Lord, Ian. This shit about wants to kill me, I'll tell you what. Okay, that one's in. I really should have laid this out better first. That is not right. That is correct. How's your other pauldron? Here's your other pauldron. Oh, I dipped my finger in the other side. Oh, you son of a bitch, you better go in there. Better go in there and you better seal. Yeah, this was actually dumb thinking, Gam. Should have done one side then the other, then I wouldn't have this problem with fucking glue on my hands. But no, I'm retarded, so. Okay. What the hell? There it is. I'm like, what did I just do with that piece? Shit. Oh my God. You gotta be shitting me. Of course, I dropped the arm right out of it. Why wouldn't I drop the arm out of it? You fucking bitch. Get your fucking arm back in. What the fuck's wrong with you? It's got that little tiny space in there. Both arms in. That's pretty good. Actually, just gotta wait till that glue takes hold. This arm is super loose though. Might have to go in there with more glue. Those pauldrons are down. Yeah, you watching this shit show right now there, Ian? Trying to hold her fucking arms in? God damn. Glue all over my hands. Whole 9 yards. That arm actually going to stay in now? I think it is. I think I got it. Got a little cigarette ash there. Should really put my cigarette out, to be honest. These pauldrons, though, they're so fragile. It's just like 5 layers, I swear. So that can break real easy. So you're smoking my cigarette while I wait for it to dry in my hand. Make sure it's actually in there nice and tight. That's what she said. And then, like I said, I've got to do a patch right here. So you can definitely see where it broke. And hopefully I can get that patch where it looks good. I feel like this I'm going to snap this damn pauldron if I'm not careful. And that I cannot repair. I'll have to repaint it, reprint it, the whole 9 yards. I don't even care if it's got like a little crease there. That's fine to me. All right, I think we're good. Okay, now for the fun part. This little tiny fucking piece. So earlier in the night, I was trying to get the arm in, figure out what angle, because it was not fitting, that I was going to have to shave down the arm. This little tiny fucking piece snapped off, which goes just like that. I need to not fuck this up. I need the smallest amount of glue I can get on there. Just a teensy bit. Just a little tappy tap. Tap it in. Just send it to its home. Tappity tap. Just little tappy tap. Need this little glue booger right here. Should be more than enough. Get in here nice and gentle with it. Nice and gentle. Place it right on your old mark. Spread that shit out a little bit. Come on. This might actually be better with super glue, but won't bond as strong with super glue. That arm started to come back out again. Oh. Get in there. You can do it. Just adhere. Just adhere. There it goes. Like putting together a jigsaw puzzle that has that just a little bit of lift to it. I think we're good. I think I got that piece in there. I have to hit it with, I think I still got some dark red. Paint over my little patch. Hopefully that's got it. There we go. Fix that leather. Make sure that arm's in. That arm is definitely in. That piece is back adhered. Whew. Next part's going to be doing that. That is the next part. Make sure this arm's still sealed in there. That one arm's a quitter. Got a lazy left arm, ma'am. Oh my God, it came out again. There's not enough glue. It's the problem. I'm looking at it. There's just not enough glue on this. I am gluing the shit out of you. You will come out no more. You shall not fall out of your socket no more, ma'am. You shall not pass. Only Gandalf controlled the Monopoly board. Definitely, I'm upset a little bit about that cut, but it's better than having to snap off that piece for the other side. Kind of works to an extent, although that is definitely rubbing off some paint there. See if I can't get that little booger ball off. One little booger ball. So the positioning on this arm makes it rough. Although I think that's got it. Give it a couple more minutes to bond and keep it out. Happy little tappy tap. Send it to its hole, Happy. Send it to its hole. There we go. That's got it. I don't know about her cheeks. I feel like I should go in there and hit it with another wash or something. Although it may work, I don't know. I have to see the entirety of the statue. Because the last damn thing I'm putting on is those fucking wings. The other problem I'm foreseeing right now off the rip, before I even get to there, the other potential problem I'm seeing is her feet staying on the stand without me gluing them in. It's one thing once her feet are glued. It's a whole nother thing before they're glued. I don't think that's bad looking at all. Actually, that looks like leather. She definitely, I think she came out sexy. Let's see. Let's just throw a head on there real quick. I think she looks like a pinup. I don't think that's I don't think I did a terrible job. Let's take a look at the other face. That magnet shit is cool as hell. Yeah. Yeah, she looks like a comic book come to life, in my opinion. What she was supposed to look like. What do you think, Ian? Oh, God. I think that it's a good thing I got fast hands and was able to catch that shit. That's what I think. Either the arms come free, they didn't. Thank God. All right, let's stop fucking around till 2 minutes go. Oh no, I definitely just did that. Went too heavy-handed on the left or the right pauldron and almost broke it. Not pushing on the body and on her ass. That's where I need to be pushing. I was putting pressure in the wrong place. Not good. Not good at all, my friend. All right, I gotta just set her down and let her bond for a good couple minutes, which is where I smoke the rest of my smoke and let this thing just chill for a minute. It's okay, brother. You know she'll be the thumbnail tomorrow. I appreciate you, Ian. I appreciate all you guys. I just felt her shift. Damn it. Come on. You know what? Fuck it. You don't want to bond? I'll let you air. I'm going to let her air dry for a minute there and then bond her. Usually giving it like a good minute or two. If we're pushing them together, it usually helps. So I'll wait 2 minutes and then try again. I mean, we're close to the ending anyway. We're at the fucking finish line. 1960s Wasp. Who knew I'd ever even want to do this model, but something in me said, yeah, do it, bud. We're at 354, so 356 is when I will push her back together and hold her for a good minute. Make sure you guys are all smashing like, sub if you haven't. I appreciate every last one of you. Hopefully she's looking sexy. Like I said, we're home stretching. But we at 3:55. I got another minute. Or try pushing her back together. I still can't believe I got the face like I got the face. I probably should have put some freckling in, but I was too afraid of my lack of airbrush skill, so I could have fucked the entire face up, to be honest with you. You got to hit it just right with that. You got to go down to like 5 pounds of pressure on the airbrush, or use the Mac valve to get it where it's just barely spitting, and I'm not skilled enough. And the last thing I want to do is like all of a sudden she's got brown all over her face, or just even just an off flesh tone. All right, here we go. This should stay now. I give it a good 2 minutes and let it dry. So I got to pick up some epoxy. That's really what I need. Gorilla Glue works, but especially this stuff, you got to let it breathe for a minute, and definitely a whole pain in the ass. But yeah, that works. Now let me see. Pop the head on, magnet in. She's looking not bad. Not bad at all. A little wobble in this head. That's always been there like that. This head actually fits better on the magnet. But yeah, I think she is attractive. I think I nailed the face, I think. Let me see. See what she looks like on camera. Yeah, I think that came out not bad, especially for hand-painted eyes. I suck with the eyes. Really should go over some clear on those eyes and on the lips, too. Nice little bar. I might even do that right now. I got to find the right brush, though, because it screws up the brush. Pain in the ass cleaning your brush after you do it. Let's see, where the hell? Give me a shit brush. I've only got 5,000 shit brushes. Here we go. Give me that one. Actually, that's an Old Faithful brush right there, but I haven't used it in a minute. Let me see, do I got one of the cheap white ones? I do. Bristles on that one suck. Let's see, where's my shit wash? Where's my alcohol wash? Make sure I'm pulling out any impurity from the brush. Spinner tight. All right. And satin varnish. Actually, to tell you the truth, I should have an open one. Why do I have a full one? Do I have two of them? No, that's my plastic putty. Gloss varnish. Here it is. go gloss instead of satin. Little dab will do you on this stuff. Don't screw up the eyes. Just a little bit of in the eyes and the mouth. Now it looks better on the model. It won't look as good on pictures. I've noticed that. Gives them a gentle look when you're actually looking at the model. When you look at it in a picture, though, it reflects back. Now we got that all cleaned up. Let me see if I can't get this crap out of my brush real quick so I can use it again. Still can't believe dollar store brushes where I started. Yeah, definitely like, share, subscribe, all that fun stuff. All right, I don't know if she's going to actually hang up here without me holding her. Let me see. Slots right at, yeah, she won't. She won't, so I'm going to have to hold her to the stand because until she's glued, she's not going to sit. She won't sit on her own. Which is, oh my God, you re-gam. Well, now I've got a full model I've got to hold out while I paint because I fucked up. Shit. I can't believe I fucking did that. Should have looked it over before I started putting her together because now I've got to try and hand paint this while holding a full model instead of just a piece. Damn it. Forgot all about the vent on the back of her suit where the wings go. Son of a bitch. I can't believe I'm sitting there holding this the way I am and trying to paint all crooked-handed. I mean, granted, fortunately, I already had the paint spilled out for the steel paint for the wings. But the fact that I even have to paint this after the fact sucks. Damn it. She had her legs sticking straight up in the air. At least you get a good shot of her butt, though. Oh, no. Gravity is not my friend right now. I can feel that arm peeling away. You know what? You're just coming out for now. One last thing I got to worry about. Dear Lord. I can't believe I forgot the damn pens. Oh, no. Don't do it, hand. Don't you fucking do it. One stupid blowout right now and it's over. I mean, that's a steal. I don't even know why I'm painting the inside, considering you're not going to see it with the wings in there. Almost ready to flip her around to the other side so we can look. Oh. Damn glue joint. Lord. Make sure. I think I've got her full coat. Nope. Spot there. Also want to get this rim. That's going around the wings. You will be able to see that. Make sure same thing on this side. Yeah, I got the rim already. Good. Tight looking, tight looking. Clean, 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 clean. Just need to hit right side. Yep. Got it. All right, cool. Shit. All right, let's get this arm back in. Like the pauldron stayed on. The arm, not so much. Oh no, don't you break free. If you break free, that break in the model is pretty much over. Little glue line there. Get that out of the way. Son of a bitch. Press right on your boobies. There you go, lady. Okay. Not in bad shape right now. Not in bad shape at all. Now, is that the right wing for that one? Or is that the right wing for this one? It's that one. Okay. Just double check. And not good. Oh, that one definitely goes there. It just slotted right in. Why is this one not slotting in? You ain't a quitter, are you? What the fuck? Why is that wing not going in the way it should? Because it leans. Double check. Yep. So you got one wing out like that. And the other wing should go like that. Oh. All right, where's my glue? Of course, I put the glue underneath the baseline. Nice. Brilliant, Cam. Brilliant. You're killing it, buddy. Genius. Here we go. Things are going to be super fragile, but the wings themselves will be strong. The glue joint, well, not so much. Not so much. All right, make sure I've got the right wing in the right spot again. Nope. This one goes here. And leans out and away. Probably should use something different than the glue I'm using, but probably use just some super glue real quick. Like I said, definitely going to need to buy some epoxy. I'm going to hold this shit right in place. Hopefully both arms are holding still. Feels like it. Okay. Give that a minute for it to get tactile. Sitting here like a fool, just holding the damn thing in my hands while I wait for glue to dry. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. If you haven't subscribed if you want to watch an idiot try and put together a fucking 3D print and not fuck it up after doing 12 hours worth of painting to it or what have you. I think she's going to, but like I said, as I wait for that glue to dry, definitely with the head on there, everything else, which you can't even see right now. It's going to be a little loose on that magnet. This head, I definitely should have hollowed. Actually, I probably should have hollowed this one too, but it's got a rim in the back of it to catch the actual model. This one just goes flat on. So I think it was a mistake not hollowing out the head as well to make it light. So it just adhered, no problems. But considering this is the second model I've done actual magnets in the neck and all that, and how delicate her neck was, like it had a very tiny key point to drill into. Pain in the ass. But she is almost ready to rock and roll. And like I said, the base is the only thing left to be painted. All right, since I laid out these wings, I now know this one goes here. Let's see if it'll stay. After a good minute of holding it. And it won't, of course not. Damn, dude. I'm going to need some super glue. Because there's no way this is going to adhere and stay rigid. Actually, I lie. There is a way, and I'm going to hate this. Let me just set you down real quick. Damn it. I set it down on that arm, and that contact's going to break free. I like this glue. It holds good after it actually dries. Getting it to dry takes forever. Let me see. Do I have glue sitting around here? No, I thought I had one on my desk. But I may not. I thought I did. I do. Shit is supposed to be industrial strength contact adhesive. Let's see how industrial strength it is as I watch the arm slowly bend off this model. And the waist just, you know what? That actually works. I will rip that waist apart. Now I got less to support. I put the right one in the right spot. Got about 30 seconds before I'm going to find out. Just waiting for that shit to adhere. Like I said, if you're going to do this stuff, epoxy is probably the better way of going about it. Sitting there holding it, holding it, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. Good God. I think that actually, no, son of a. I actually had it for a second there. It's got to come out. That's too much on the outside. It's going to bleed right through into the paint and fuck it all up. Dear Lord. Almost at the point where I might need to go get some resin, drizzle it in there. Just not even screw around with it, because that is way too much damn glue. Spooge it out the sides. Oh God. Almost glued her wing on upside down like an ass. Oh my God. Come on. This fucking arm. Oh God. Hair dryer, something just heats up and does it. Would be so much easier. Of course not. This shit is not going to hold. I definitely need some adhesive for this. Or adhesive, epoxy. Yeah, this E6000 shit can go fuck itself because it's not very good. Contact fucking adhesive my nuts. Little super glue would have already held this thing in place. This already would have been done. Only thing is, super glue has a tendency to just rip out very, very easily. This stuff's supposed to be a sure bond once it bonds and holds. I just don't know if it's like the Gorilla, where I got to hold it for like a minute before it actually catches. Or 2 minutes before the glue actually solidifies. But it is dry on my hands, so that should have held it, and it didn't. Try the other wing real quick. That thing glues all the way the hell down. Doubt that's going to hold, but worth a shot. Actually, that one held together better than the other. Make sure that thing isn't touching either. Definitely got to invest in epoxy. This one's actually surprisingly adhering better. Like the Gorilla seems to be working. And that one had way less of it on there. Which is insane. I don't know if I just gave it enough time to dry and be tactile or what. It's still loose. It's falling out. Shit. If that's the case, let me see. Get the other wing on. Which now I got this extra fucking bullshit all over it. Clean that off. Rub this crap off my hands. Dear Lord, please deliver me from the evils that is this bitch's wings. I know I got a whole drawer full of different epoxies I meant to try out. Let's try the cheapest shit on the planet. And I mean the cheapest shit. This shit was like 99 cents at Walmart or something. This Gluology. No name brand, no nothing to it. Warning, combustible liquid. Well, sorry. Not adhering your warning. Let's see if this does it. Make sure you guys smash like, subscribe, all that fun stuff. Okay. Cheapest shit on the planet. It's actually starting to hold, but not good enough. Cheapest shit on the planet Earth. Let's say a good 30 seconds. Good minute, maybe. Let's see what time we at. 4:24. Wow, really? Cheapest shit on the planet versus like these other bottles that are like $3.99 and everything else. Hold it for a minute. And that's bonded already. So, yeah. Just because it's cheap doesn't mean it ain't good. Was that off? This one in. Hold it for a good minute. Of course, I did these wings in clear FDM. It doesn't look clear to me, but it works. I'm on 426. Roll over. Let's see how she looks now with the head. Looks good. Pauldron started to pop out. Oh, almost fucked it all up. Just started to drop the head and didn't want to break it. That's not bad. All right, let's get the body back onto the waist. Hold that for a good minute or two. Actually, it's just probably pop right back on. And, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to call this one damn near done. I think that's got her. Just need to wait till the glue settles. Well, the Gorilla Glue anyway, the super glue. Gluology. Got to give them all the credit in the world because 3 other fucking name brand shits would not hold. I tried that Gluology. One shot with it and both wings just right in there and they haven't moved since. Let's get us angled. And let's see. Careful with these heads. I wish I was ready to glue her to stand. Unfortunately, I'm not. All right, let's see if I can't get a good shot of this bad mamma jamma. Kill down my light, my work light, so I can actually see it like it should look. Still got a lot of light on those wings. Let's go high. And let's see what she looks like with the first head. She's going to look badass when she's glued to the base. Just got to be careful because I know that waist isn't solid. Kill this light completely. And yeah. Yeah, Wasp. 60's Wasp. She's gonna look cool once this gets painted. I actually glue her on there. Face does not look ugly. Eyes came out all right. Mouth came out okay. The wings look cool. So that's pretty good. And then because we have the magnets, just do this. And Janet Van Dyne without her full-on 60's Wasp outfit. Oh, shit. I knew that was something like that would happen. Started to lose her. Yeah, there we go. 1960's Wasp. I don't know which head is cooler, though, for the screenshot. Thinking that's the prettier face. Boom. All right, got my screenshot. Oh, forgot about that. That weight on that head made it fall right off. At least I got the shot I needed. Shit. Only problem is now I've got to put her in a position where the glue dries out. Which is always the fun part. That leg ain't going anywhere. That's nice. That's seated real nice. But yeah, guys, guess that's going to do it for me. Thank you, everybody, for smashing like, watching, subbing, hanging out, all that fun happiness. Hopefully, over the course of the next 2 days, Juggernaut will be done printing. He'll be my next model. Oh, no. Did I get a little glue on her? I did. Shit. Ooh. Super glue really held together well. Like, it makes me want to do the rest of her in that super glue, but I know the glue joint on this, once it bonds, is fucking solid as hell and won't come apart at all. Like, nothing will bust loose. Anyway, appreciate you guys. I'll be back tomorrow night. We'll be doing gaming. I think we're playing Icarus. I don't know. I haven't decided yet if I want to play Icarus or something else. But more than likely it'll be Icarus. And then, again, Sunday should be Juggernaut. I'll get started on. If he's not ready, then maybe I'll save the base for her. But appreciate everybody liking, subbing. You know, doing all that fun stuff, telling your friends or whatever. If you're a painter too, come paint at the same time I'm doing my painting. You know, it's all about love of the game, basically, on these damn things. Even if they are a pain in the ass come the end when you're assembling them. So, appreciate everybody. Thank you again. Everybody hang in there. Always be creative. And remember, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, guys.